Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LPL English broadcast. I am Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Devin Brian Froscure and more. She's got like 8 extra names. It's pretty ridiculous.
Just add on my social security number as
well.
I
know. We'll keep going. Birth date, the whole shindig. But this is the LPL English broadcast. We're excited to have another set of games today. Frosky, how are you?
I'm super excited. I always really enjoy opening the LPL, so we've got some great games lined up. We're starting with Xiaogu versus LGD, and we're actually already into the lineups
I know.
here.
We're flying by right quick. As you mentioned, it's LGD versus Xiaogu. Unfortunately, we don't have an opportunity to get to the lineups quite yet, but the standings, the brackets, that's the thing.
That's the thing that we're going for. As we have TBQ, the jungler on our screen, and this is going to be Godby.
This is Godby, the man of the hour himself. He's been playing a lot of different styles in the mid lane, and to pretty mixed success.
Well, the reason why you're seeing the Ahri and the Kog'Maw pick is because last night he was back-to-back banned from his Varus, which has a 6-1 win record on it. So we'll see if that's continued to be banned against him and where else he's going to go with this champion pool. But it's okay because Imp's picking up the slack.
Yeah, Imp has been playing out of his mind the past few games. Here's PYL.
I think I see a trend.
Yeah, I know. I wonder what he's going to first pick in this next game.
Huh, interesting. Thresh Alistar, Thresh Alistar. No, not too interesting or curious there. Obviously, PYL, captain, shot caller, leader of LGD. If he's on a high-impact champion like Alistar, like Thresh, things start to happen.
Exactly. On the other side, Thresh. Yeah, on the other side, it's Xiaogu, their opponents. Currently, Xiaogu are 4-0-7. They have not dropped a single 0-2 yet this split. They've got a 100% win rate on the blue side. They've been playing out of their mind in the past few games, and that's put them in second place in the LPL right now at 19 points.
Yeah, they're just a single point behind EDG, and Pastry Time and I made this joke yesterday that, here we go, the princesses, that because EDG keep playing after Xiaogu, I feel like Aaron keeps looking over, okay, Xiaogu, they split. Okay, we can split, guys, it's fine.
Yeah, the moment we see Xiaogu get a 2-0, I feel like EDG, you're just going to be like, all right, well, we've got to do it too.
Exactly.
And what better opportunity today than when later EDG are going to face against King. So we'll definitely see. Yeah, those are the princesses.
Does it bother anyone that Pocahontas looks just natural? Like it doesn't even look like
Photoshop.
It just. But Xiaogu on the other side, speaking of natural, check out those hair colors.
They're pretty spectacular. I mean, when I was born, I actually had green hair.
That's V in the top lane.
Yes, so we've got V in the top lane. He's been playing pretty well lately. In the jungle, it's the main shot caller for the team. Look at all those MVP points. It's Swift.
No surprise there. The Korean import for Xiaogu Swift is Mini Cacao, Mini Spirit, all wrapped up in one.
Yeah, and here is the mid laner, Doinb. He's actually had to play a few less utility styles in the past few games. You can see the Cassiopeia Victor and even the Ahri.
Well, the nice thing about Doinb is he is very much kind of the secondary support for Swift following around. He had a huge game on LeBlanc. That said, 5.11, LeBlanc got nerfed. It's back to Lulu.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here is TNT, the primary guy, the AD carry for Xiaogu, and he's usually what ends up securing the victory when everything's all said and done. But here's TCT to help him out in the bottom.
TCT, formerly known as Moore from LMQ, so he's back from NA, he's back in China, and he looks hot in the bottom lane.
He has been playing exceptionally well, yeah.
TNT and TCT, I'm really glad that you pointed out that TNT, Doinb kind of acts as a secondary support. He's really stepped up when he does get his hands on those assassin picks. That said, kind of going back to more of that utility, Morgana, Lulu, things like that. We did see an Ahri in there. But TNT, now I'm glad that you pointed out the 100% win rate on blue side, because I was curious, okay, what is causing Xiaogu to continually win on blue side as opposed to not make it stick on red side? And it's got to be the priority pick, because obviously blue side, the difference is that you have first pick. On blue side, majority of the time, they first rotation or early pick their bot lane. Sivir and Kalista have been picked 5 out of 11 times when they have blue side. I mean, obviously, even yesterday, they first picked the Echo, but immediate second rotation was Janna and Sivir. From purple side, they typically command jungle and top picks. So that's kind of the big pattern that I'm noticing as far as their win rates and kind of what the sides are really meaning for Xiaogu as a team.
Interesting. We've got the statistics between the two teams on the board right now. You can see their gank success rate is in fact identical, and the aggression is in favor of Xiaogu. They had 10 more points on that aggression bracket, though it looks like LGD probably a little bit more confident on their goal distribution.
Yep, a little bit more even there, but you saw that big spike into the left-hand corner, and that is the 100% win rate on blue side. And Xiaogu, they will be starting this game on that side.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if they are going to
never mind, they're on purple side.
Make that happen. Yeah.
Rip.
I'm actually pretty excited to see how this matchup is going to go because we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Xiaogu, second place right now. They've been playing exceptionally well. We mentioned they're behind EDG, but LGD, they're in 8th place, currently at a 2-3-7 record with 13 points. It'll take two 2-2-0s in order to become even close to EDG.
Yeah, and this isn't actually really surprising for LGD historically as a club and as an organization. They tend to sit kind of in the middle of the standings. Of course, they're more on the lower bracket this time around, but the oversaturation of talent in LPL is just so overwhelming this year. But this is actually quite expected of LGD. But again, I still use the word elite when I talk about them because you will see that spike of that skill ceiling when it's, okay, this is the LGD that shows up in playoffs. And they kind of have a tendency to, I'm going to say kind of sandbag their
sneak in.
Yeah, their seasons. They sneak into the playoffs. They always do incredibly well, not just this last spring split, but if you go all the way back with LGD, multiple rosters, it's just kind of in their MO and their identity as a club and an organization.
Well, we'll see if they'll be able to pull it off this time around because, again, they're 1 point away from actually being out of the playoffs if they were to happen this very week. So we'll see if they manage to pull any more points together as we enter the pick and ban phase for game number 1 between LGD and Xiaogu. You can already see the Sivir taken away from TNT, Rise stripped from Acorn, and Lulu likely taken away from Doinby, but we've seen TCT take that as well.
Yeah, I actually took it yesterday.
Yep.
In their loss, unfortunately. They were trying to go for a fast push composition and try to find the 4-0, but it was kind of weird. They kept switching Tristana and Lulu around.
Yeah.
But it is definitely a flex pick for them.
There is also the Callista taken away from Imp, and Alistair from TCT, so could be double support, could be one support, one mid. But LGD, they seem to know where their priorities lie. Shut down the bottom lane of Xiaogu.
Kind of curious that PYL banning the Alistair, obviously looking for a different priority pick there. Big picks still on the board is going to be Echo, Hecarim, things like that. Victor.
Certainly is. Thresh pulled away from PYL, so unfortunately he's not going to get to play one of the 2 champions that he's played in his last 5 games. There's the first pick, Hecarim for Acorn in the top lane.
No surprises there. Acorn's found a ton of success on Hecarim, and it's funny because when you think about the 2 different top laners between LGD, Flame, and Acorn, Acorn gets to play Hecarim the most.
He certainly does. Very interesting to see how that works out. There is Victor locked in for Doinby, and Swift going to be taking Echo in the jungle.
Wow. Okay, so again, I'll say it. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. I actually really like Echoes in the jungle as opposed to the mid lane. We haven't found a ton of success. I think Cool and Rookie are probably the 2 standout mid lane Echoes. Corn for King, their mid laner, but Swift, just the amount of utility that Echo brings is just incredible, and how they set up the ganks with the parallel convergence. MLXG did it fantastically yesterday against Xiaogu, actually using his parallel convergence from Fog of War and setting up amazing ganks. So we'll see if Swift's able to find the same success. He might have been inspired from MLXG yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he did try it yesterday, and it was pretty moderate with some of that success. Now here's TBQ taking that Sejuani in the jungle, and that's Nautilus locked in, likely for PYL. Actually, I'm pretty certain that's for PYL.
No surprises there that, I mean, obviously with Hecarim already shown that's not going to be a Nautilus into the top lane, so you are correct. But Alistair's banned, Thresh is taken away. Let's just keep going down the tier list for supports, and it's Nautilus.
We actually haven't seen a lot of Sejuani lately. It really seems like she's been traded in favor of that Rek'Sai, which, in fact, is open.
And no one picked.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious that TBQ decided to go for the Sejuani versus the Rek'Sai. That said, LGD, in their current trend, they love to lane swap to hide the Sejuani in her fragile early clear time. So could just be looking for another lane swap and pick their bottom lane to merge well with that, although Imp hovering is Ezreal again.
Yeah, he certainly is. Last pick would also be for Godv, so we'll see what PYL picks up for him. Whereas on the other side, V goes back to that Gnar, and TNT decides to return to that Quirky.
Gnar is a huge pickup for V. That is a very powerful champion for him, probably his best win rate. TNT, we talked about how kind of the big difference between Xiaogu's success on blue side and purple side is the fact that early rotation bottom side, so giving a lot of power early to TNT. See if he's able to find the same success on this Corki, but you know what was left open?
Varus.
God V's Varus.
I feel like we've seen that before.
He is consistently going back to this champion. He loves it against mid-range control mages like Victor, Azir, Cassiopeia, because obviously his Q can outrange them, go through creep wave. So not only does he get to push the wave, he gets to punch you in the face repeatedly with it.
It's definitely see how that works out because he's going up against Doinby on that Victor. TCT looks like he's hovering that go button Annie, and that's a confident choice. And a team with 3 tanks, 1 backline dive, and a lot of long-range poke. He's going to be the guy who says, all right, we're fighting now.
The AoE magic damage out of Xiaogu is absurd right now. Echo, Victor, Corky's even going to do mixed damage, as well as Annie. It is an all hard engage, smear you with AoE.
Yeah, and we'll see if it works out, as these are our final lineups. And it looks to be an exciting match right now because Xiaogu, we talked about they don't exactly pick the strongest team comps from the red side, but it seems like they've really drafted something together pretty strong here.
Yeah, I really like their team fight. It kind of speaks to their identity and their strength as a team is in their 5v5. Now, they've been trying some experimentation again with making quick map rotations and trying to push down towers very quickly with their Tristana Lulu comp that they tried to run yesterday to not a lot of success.
Yeah.
On the other side, though, speaking of kind of like identities and MOs of team compositions, LGD, they keep running double tier comps.
They definitely do, and it has occasionally worked out for them.
Oh yeah, it's actually worked out fairly well, and the reason why I really like their double tier comps, especially in this case, is their mid-game power spike tier comps. The only thing that I don't like in this composition is actually the Sejuani. So I figure that they will go for a lane swap because that's typically what they do when they have Sej on their roster, but I would have liked a more aggressive jungler. Even TBQ's Lee Sin at this point, or the Rek'Sai, which was left open, would really shore up the early game power trough that LGD's composition really find themselves in.
Yeah, and we saw that hovered by TBQ, so there was a conscious choice at the last second to switch it over to Sejuani. So it seems like LGD have got a plan coming into this, and we'll see if they'll be able to earn any points off of this one because it's 2nd place versus 8th place right now.
Yeah, and I definitely think they do need to look for that lane swap, so that's what I'm going to be curious about. That said, Corky into Ezreal, I mean, Kid likes that matchup, and I'm sure Imp finds it as fine as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out as we load into the Rift for game number 1. We have arrived. It's LGD versus Xiaogu, game number 1 of week number 6 of the LPL.
You have to go multiple. Come on, keep going.
Keep going through the whole thing.
Week 6, day 3, game 1.
Set 1, game 1.
Set 1, game 1.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got to run through the whole thing. And we can actually see the duo for LGD on the bottom side of the map. They were spotted out by TCT, but no harass is going to find them.
No, they were just setting up into a 5-point. It's very common that it's going to be warded there or someone's going to see if you step forward into the river. So Imp stepped forward, showed his face. They immediately walk back into Fog of War, and there's the lane swap. And can we talk about that Ezreal skin? Is that the new one? The Ace Ezreal?
The awesome Ezreal skin.
Yeah, thank you.
The Ace of Spades Ezreal.
I was going to say, I think it's a spade. He has hair.
Like
he looks like he's going Super Saiyan.
He already is.
Okay, let's talk about what this lane swap means. So LGD, they lane swap a ton. And again, if you look at their roster, full of stars, but the weak point is their jungler, TBQ, especially on Sejuani. Very weak early clear. She gets very low. Against a jungler like Echo, it's not going to be as scary just because Echo himself likes to really farm up. He needs itemization before he can just walk in and start looking to body you. But it just really protects Sejuani, make sure that she gets through her early weak phase and she can get closer to that level 6 and that big gank priority.
We'll see how that works out as TBQ is going for a double clear with Acorn, and it's exactly as you mentioned. Double jungle coming out of Acorn. He doesn't want to clear any camps on his own because he knows that would be dangerous. PYL, what are you doing, man?
He's just trying to do as much damage, be as much of a nuisance as possible. If he was able to steal any of those Sentinels, obviously that would be huge because he would be denying the EXP from Swift and V. But likewise, if he can just get any sort of damage done down, it would force Swift to back early. Even if he managed to kill him, which Mako has done a few times, it's more important just, you know, causing havoc for the enemy jungler.
Oh, Godv missed that minion, unfortunately. Oh, and another one.
Wow, slipping Godv.
Yeah, I know. As Doinby actually gets a nice trinket ward, and he scares away TBQ and Acorn as they try to pull the blue away from that laser of Victor. Keeping it safe, keeping it secret.
Yeah, Doinby doing a good job making sure that he shoved the wave in, and then with that pressure that he applied, forcing Godv underneath his tower with the creep wave, walks over and drops a nice trinket. So PYL figured out where Swift was in his jungle, Doinby figures out where TBQ is.
And now that all of these lanes have knowledge of where the junglers are, what can they do with them? It seems like everyone's content to just continue farming up with that double jungle.
I mean, it's really just more important because the starts were standard 5 points and everyone just kind of laid their wards down into the river to kind of figure out where people started on the map and where they can suspect the initial backs or the first ganks will be.
Definitely see how that works out as TCT seems like he's the first to pull the trigger on that recall, going for a lot of wards plus some significant sustain as he heads down to try to get a ward to spot out TBQ as he invades the jungle. He is able to spot it though. TBQ sees that one as well and heads back over to his own side. I like the communication via ping.
It is 2 multi-language teams, so they communicate in a third in Korean for both of them.
Godby looking like he might be ganked here. No wards just yet. He's creeping awful far forward. They're going to find TBQ instead. Flash over the wall. He's stun locked and even stealing away the Raptors.
Wow, and the big catalyst for that was the fact that TCT initially got off his back. And so you have to think, anytime the support backs, what's he going to do? He's going to go roam and look to place D-Forts.
Oh my gosh, even finding Acorn here. Did he steal away the small Krug? I think he did.
TCT on a roll right now.
I know.
Forces the early back, picks up the wards, immediately walks into the jungle. They make a pick, and this transitions easily into a free dragon.
Yeah, Swift and V are burning through it. The both on 3-hit passives applying as quickly as possible. Gypsy Lord is a happy man right now, as that dragon is being shredded through so very quickly. Shagu are going to take this first dragon about 5 minutes in. Doesn't seem like there's much LGD can do.
That's going to open up a very early win condition for a possible 5th dragon for Xiaogu, though. That's about 5 minutes early. That's like a 30. I can't do math. I don't know when I'm trying to do math. I'm backing away from this one. Dig me out.
29 minutes.
Thank you.
29 minutes.
You're a computer science major, right?
If they get it timed. Doinby taking some harass here. He's low on mana, but still able to trade back as Godby.
Doinby is going to have a rough time until he goes back, upgrades his Hex Core, and more importantly, gets his evolution point into his Q, so he has the shield to help him make those small trades in melee range.
Another skirmish in the jungle. It's 3v3 right now, but Doinby's out of mana, making it a 2v3. V goes low, but he makes it under the tier 2, proccing that shield. And PYL, whoa, the heal barely keeps him alive. He's still going right now as Godby fires the arrow. Oh, barely hits Swift, but he stays alive.
So LGD fight back. They pull their resources and try to invade from the side that they're strongest with, pulling LGD from the top side. Excuse me, PYL from the top side. Fortunately, nobody dies, but a lot of summoners burned in that exchange.
Definitely Swift playing very close to the chest with that one. That last arrow was so close, and Godby, he was on the PTL pentakill reel for having that amazing no-vision snipe for the kill last week. Can he get a similar play this week and end up on the reel once again?
Well, he's really just starting to show his comfort, but again, the thing that I want to point out is Doinby went back. He's now upgraded his Hex Core. That's 1,000 gold. And again, not only will it give him bonus AP that'll scale off his level. Level 5 right now, so it's not going to be huge as far as his wave clear, but more importantly, it'll help him with his trades on his Q because he'll get that shield return. So when Varus walks into auto attack range, it's not going to be as scary.
Another invade coming out of TCT. TBQ is going to spot it, but they're just going to end up clearing out the ward and backing away as it. There are a lot of pink wards down here from Xiaogu. They want some vision down here. Clearly, they're not content to just sit back and farm.
Well, they're really given the authority to do this as well, simply because, again, in the lane swap, they just have superior control over this side of the map because they have a numbers advantage on the bottom side.
Yeah, look at that. That's 4 pink wards on that side of the map. They will see everything. Anytime somebody walks down, they're going to know that it's happening. And it's actually conveniently timed to steal away the red buff. TBQ, he's spotting the ward. He's going to clear it out, sees everybody there, and is like, wait, that's not good.
Okay, so here's my... Obviously very well executed. They had a plan going in, okay, we want to time this red buff. We want to siege second rotation of buffs. The thing is with those 4 pink wards, that's 400 gold. Hold on, though.
Swift, is he going to get the AoE stun? He barely doesn't. Godby barely makes it out.
And again, this is the thing. So what is this vision securing them? It secured them a red buff. They weren't able to get the pick. Naturally, they then look to gank mid because obviously they have complete control of denial on that jungle side, so they can try to play with Fog of War onto the mid lane. But it didn't translate into anything. In fact, LG are not going to use their strong side of the map to siege back a red buff. So they spent 400 gold and didn't get anything for it.
With that, LGD get to answer by stealing a red buff of their own. Godby even waiting in the wings to try helping him out. Steals away 2 of the smaller Raptors from Swift. with that excellent arrow, and they're going to give up this red buff. It's exactly as you mentioned. Yes, they steal it away. They drop 400 gold worth of wards, but it's answered right on back, and LGD managed to pull the trigger without spending 400 gold worth of wards.
Exactly, and so this gold discrepancy that you see between the two teams is actually much smaller now because Xiaogu translated their early first blood into vision, which is something that Cloud9 really popularized in the NALCS. Those initial dragons that they would then immediately turn into deep wards and try to make more picks off of. Unfortunately, it didn't connect for Xiaogu, so they tried. I give them props for the attempt in theory about it, but the execution just wasn't there.
Yeah, just a little bit off. They do still have those wards providing vision for a long time
but
until TBQ gets in there.
No reason to be there because there's no red buff and there's no dragon. It would make much more sense if the objective was still there, but I mean, right now it's just an elongated lane phase. Yeah.
So that's not going to provide that much. Imp is the first one who takes a turret. TNT actually takes a turret shot. I'm not sure that was exactly what he wanted. He was like, I want the turret. Oh, I took a turret shot instead.
There we go, though, but we have both our tiers completed. Like you said, Imp secures that tower in the first, since Xiaogu have been spending so much of their time kind of invading TPQ's jungle and trying to bleed him out there. They eventually do, however, trade.
They do indeed. It's 1-for-1 now in turrets, and again, about a 600, 700 gold difference between the two. Now the wards are spotting out a lot of people. TBQ, yeah, and PYL, they finally clear that.
We spent all of this money on these pink wards for them to be very useful for us.
Well, they know that LGD is going to be on the bottom side of the map now, as Imp shows himself on down there. PYL's down there as well. The only person who isn't is Acorn, and he's feeling pretty comfortable with that, as he's actually had some time to catch some CS.
Yep. Starting to really build up that discrepancy. That is 27-4 for V between Acorn. We talked about how Acorn is actually the Hecarim player, despite the fact that Flame has a longer reputation of being more of a carry-oriented top lane. Acorn is fantastic in his team fight positioning and really knowing how to use that onslaught of shadows to maximum efficiency for LGD.
We'll have to see if that's the case, because he's set up perfectly to make that happen this time around. His opponent, V, isn't going to be able to trade without taking some sort of punishment of his own, as he's down. Whoa, Godv solo killing TCT there in the jungle.
What you doing, buddy?
Yeah, he used the Chain of Corruption. Didn't even have to use Flash, as TCT just got locked down and destroyed.
Yeah, he has his Moby boots. Doesn't have the Sightstone, so what he was doing, he was trying to pull the Mata. Has the Mobies, looking for deep wards. Unfortunately, didn't have his jungler or his top laner behind him this time around when he got the first blood on TBQ. Godv says, hey, I check out here, finds a free kill.
He does indeed, and with that it's now even in kills, and more importantly, that kill is on Godly, who was kind of thirsting for that gold. You can see he's down 2 waves in CS, so he should be catching it back. Yep, there's the Ezreal ult to try to keep Acorn safe as Swift looks for a dive, but here's TBQ as well. They're turning around now. The Chrono Break isn't going to be activated. He goes down. It's LGD who get the first kill. The hook slows him down. Acorn's still alive. Oh, he takes the auto attack, dies at the last second. V finally joins the fight. He's only level 5. It's now 2 kills for Xiaogu. They turn it around and they make it 3 kills for 2. PYL's going to go down. V finally makes up some of that much needed gold.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's kind of explain how this all came to be. Obviously a great fight from Xiaogu. They take a secure lead. Okay, Godfrey trying to find what he can. That was so obvious. And we knew, LGD knew that was going to happen. You think even back to the Ezreal, sending that up into the top lane. And the reason they knew is because TCT got caught attempting to deep ward on that side. So why would you ever deep ward into the jungle? Okay, obviously they can set up for a flank. They can look for a dive onto the top lane, especially because Dragon's not played. So LGD immediately rotate all of their resources to try to counter that. Unfortunately, Godv can't rotate quick enough, and a massive Gnar ultimate saves the day.
Very strong AoE. Imp looks like he might be get caught out here. Ooh, forced a flash. Almost locking him down in the Chronosphere, but Swift doesn't quite find it, whereas that turret finally ends up going down. 2 turrets for 1 in favor of LGD, but Dragon has now respawned. All 5 members of Xiaogu are on this side of the map. Here's a breakdown of that kill onto TCT. Oh my gosh, the arrows.
Again, he's over here, he's laying down deep vision. This is just free pickings for Godv.
Goodness, level 8 to level 4. That poor Annie didn't stand a chance, while Xiaogu look like they're going to be taking this second dragon.
And it's really because they got the advantage in the top lane. Again, the fact that Gnar had his Mega Gnar form available was able to proc that to get the extra resistances and really turn the tides of that fight.
Yeah, so right now it looks like Xiaogu are on track for a 31-minute dragon. There was a slight delay, but they're still feeling very strong about that, as they have got significantly more raw stats LGD at the time being. However, LGD are now 1,000 gold ahead. And with that enormous lead for Acorn, poor V is struggling as best he can, but he's not being anywhere near as effective as he would like.
But that's really only in the CS discrepancies between the two top laners, 48 to 13. And yeah, again, V's behind on experience as well as CS. Again, he was only level 5 into that top lane, but they're making map rotations and cleaning up a bit objectives with it.
But wow, finds Swift. He's forced to chrono break out. He still takes some damage. There's a huge prison. It locks down 2 members. Imp, though, dives a bit too far and gets destroyed by Doinb and TNT.
Pretty classic Imp to E forward right there. He couldn't get the final auto attack to pick up the double kill right there on Swift as he gets away with blinking health, but E's forward straight into a Chaos Storm. Doinb says, thank you.
Free kill for Doinb. He's probably feeling happy about that. TNT sees TBQ clearing out the red buff. He's going to try securing that for himself, or at least stall it out for Swift. And nope, yeah, he's going to take it himself.
LGD just a little bit trigger happy right there. They should have just laid down their poke. Again, it's a poke-based composition. You have Varus, you have Ezreal. Your big power spikes can come when both those tiers are stacked up, and you have more CDR available, so you can send out more of your Qs. Imp got a little bit too excited with the Glacial Prison.
Yeah, he definitely did. He saw the great stun from TBQ, and earlier I asked why Sejuani. Well, that's why right there. When you can stun 3 or 4 members down at once, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it's really important that with a double AD comp like this, Varus and Ezreal, obviously Varus is not super self-sufficient, doesn't have any mobility built into his kit, that you have a big tanky front line that can create space and zone pressure for them. And likewise, the synergy between the AoE ultimates, the Glacial Prison, as well as the Varus ult is going to be happy days.
Certainly is. Xiaogu now showing 4 members in the mid lane as they're continuing to buy time for V to farm, though GodV's wave clear is excellent. He's down about, not that much, 17 CS right now, but he does have those kills under his belt, which should be making up some of that gold discrepancy. And Doinb just being as greedy as possible, trying to get to that late game, I'm gonna murder you, Victor. Goodness, he does damage.
Curious what Gnar is going to itemize his Giant's Belt into, if he's going to be building for team fights or lane phase. Now, I would be concerned if he decided to go for more of a lane phase oriented build as opposed to the resistances. But on the other side, Acorn, of course, with more CS, has already itemized into his Glacial Shroud and picking up more armor on top of that for all of the magic damage that he's going to face. I feel like he really needs to get a Cal before this next big dragon fight.
Yeah, he's really going to, but we haven't seen it quite yet. As I said, he's using that power 4 armor. Instead, he's putting his priority on trying to dive turrets, it would seem.
Well, LG are setting up to siege this mid-tier tower. That said, they're going to find it very difficult because Victor has blue buff as well as the double upgraded Hex Core and some CDR, so lasers for days.
Yeah. More lasers than a Daft Punk concert.
I see what you did there.
And arrows now coming out from Doinb towards Doinb, end up chunking him out. And everybody's all grouped up here in the mid. I don't exactly know what's going to happen unless TBQ is able to land like a clutch ultimate, or
it's
you just continue poking him out.
Yeah, it's about poke right now. So this is about Varus Q's, Ezreal ultimate right there, as well as the Ezreal Q. And if they find, a situation where everyone's really low health and Xiaogu are still attempting to hold this tower, you see Acorn coming down from the flank. It's a very easy onslaught of shadows from behind to push them forward into a Glacial Prison. Now, the ultimates that are really important on the side of Xiaogu is obviously going to be how Swift will play with his utility as well as his reset, and TCT's Tibbers.
The turret looks like it's going to be sieged down. They just need a few more auto attacks, but they cannot quite break it. Swift with some huge AoE. He's able to chunk him out, and there's Acorn looking for the flank exactly as predicted. Steals away a Raptor camp for himself. Actually, not even picking up any sort of challenging smite or even the Cinder Hulk just yet, as Acorn is going for something a little bit interesting here. Swift drops the Chronosphere.
Again, the resistance is to dive the tower, so this is what they're looking for. I don't think they can hold this, especially because V really doesn't have any rage available to go into or to threaten with his Mega Gnar form.
Yeah, Doinb, man, he is getting chunked out. Every single arrow that hits just does so much damage. Gosh! TNT even takes the tip of the arrow there.
Imp actually using his blue trinket to assist GodV with laying down more poke. And just look at the oppressive range and reach of Varus on that Q. The fact of how far he's standing back to get such massive damage that can go through multiple targets. I mean, even against a Nidalee when she's throwing from Fog of War, that spear is only connecting with one person.
Yeah. Some serious damage from Godby. He takes the long way around. TNT takes some damage, however. And without that mid-tier 1 and the tank's not there, whoa, Godby almost gets caught out here. Ooh, man, Swift doesn't pop it.
They knew that they had reset the minion wave, so what they're trying to get in position for is the dragon, which will be spawning in 26 seconds. Now, from base to the dragon pit, it takes about 30 seconds. You see that Acorn has created a pressure point into the top lane, so the reason why we instantly saw all of LGD press B right there is they want to start setting up for this dragon pit. And they knew that they could leave the mid because they had forced the wave back, so Xiaogu, if they wanted to take advantage and try to trade a tower, they have that much farther and deeper to walk down the lane.
Interesting to see how that worked out. Now, Dragon has respawned. The previous two did go to Xiaogu. We talked about how they were on track for a 31-minute Dragon 5. But this is the chance for LGD to turn it around. Last time they set up with enormous amounts of vision, but decided not to actually contest the Dragon itself. It spawned. All 5 members of LGD are on this side of the map. V actually gets a timely recall, and with that pickaxe and a giant spell, whoa, Imp gets caught. He gets destroyed.
Okay, so that's Imp just being way too far forward. Gives an easy pick, but hold on, couldn't be answered.
They find Swift. If they can take down the smite, that would be huge. He's forced to flash forward, already having burned the chrono break. He's awful low, but he's awful tanky, and he's going to get away.
Still relatively dangerous. They are going to go ahead and pull this one. The smite's still available. That said, what, level 10 to level 9, so TBQ has the stronger smite. Likewise, the big poke damage is still Godby.
Oh, TBQ comes over the wall. Can he get the steal? He does indeed. That's the first dragon for LGD, and Xiaogu try to turn it into a fight. They find Acorn. His onslaught goes wide. I'm not sure what he saw there, but it caused him to go in the wrong direction. PYL gets caught. He dies as well. Godby takes a turret hit. He's running as fast as he can, but Doinby with the upgraded Hex Core. He catches up, lands the laser. Doinby with the style kill.
Oh, wait, here comes the Ezreal.
Oh, so close. TCT dodges.
Okay, TCT did a great job on the back half of the fight. You saw him right before the dragon fight broke out that he was actually hiding in the back of the red pit. And then he flashed over on the back half. So yeah, TBQ did a great job, had the stronger smite, was able to secure the dragon for LGD, but immediately the Annie flash over the side to lock down LGD's backline. So great job from TCT.
So LGD shut down the dragon, but Xiaogu shut down LGD with a quick 5 kills. 4 kills, they were able to take that, though Imp does get this turret for free. Blade of the Ruined King has now been used as Imp is doing some serious damage. But TNT walks away.
All of that in a 4v5 too. We're going to go ahead and have the replay. So look at where TCT is positioned. He's going to flash over this wall. He immediately drops that on Acorn. Like you said, the Onslaught of Shadows goes pretty wide, doesn't really hit anyone. But what it's doing is it's creating zone and distance for Godby. Acorn knew that he was dead. He just really needed to buy time, but unfortunately Doinby just too strong at this point, letting him down.
Yeah, great play from Doinby, secures that kill. It's now 4-9 in favor of Xiaogu, and LGD, despite being up in turrets and shutting down the opportunity of that 31-minute 5th dragon, things have taken a turn for the worse after that last team fight. Godby starting to hit some of those armor pen breakpoints, and Acorn completes the Frozen Heart on top of the Ninja Tabby. Interesting build choices coming out of LGD.
I mean, that said, the gold discrepancy between these two teams is fairly non-existent. So yeah, Xiaogu, they just took a massive team fight. LGD got the tower and the dragon, however, and again, to emphasize, that was still technically a 4v5 that LGD very closely turned. Yeah. It was really just another maybe 2 rotations through Godby's Qs if they connected, before that could have completely gone the other way.
We unfortunately didn't get to see that, as Xiaogu playing very strong, hopefully going to be taking another win to shore up that 40% win rate on red side. LGD now going for a couple of recalls after setting up some wards around the Baron buff, as Godby looks for some poke. Doesn't quite find it.
Seeing if he could secure that red buff again. Him and Imp are doing really cute things where they stand together with their poke and they're constantly using Imp's blue trinket to just assist Godby for laying down more piercing arrows.
It's a bit interesting that Xiaogu are buying so much time for V, because he's split pushing quite a bit, and you talked about how powerful he is on Gnar, but he was down, what was it, 30 CS in the beginning of the game?
Yeah, but it's really kind of the difference of Acorn was absorbing and soaking up free CS and free minions, whereas V was trying to make things happen with his team, which is pretty evident in the fact that this is 4-9. That said, again, the CS discrepancy, for every 12 to 13 minions you're ahead, that's pretty much worth 1 kill gold, and that's why these two teams are still relatively close. Likewise, LG, they do have another structural objective over Xiaogu, but it's mostly in the CS differences between Imp and TNT and Acorn and V.
Ooh. The poke comes across, but Doinby is able to dodge a lot of it, and V, as you mentioned, opting for a recall. He's going to catch Acorn's wave on the top side, and seems like they're going to perform some musical chairs right now. As Acorn recalls, and let's see if he heads back down to the bottom to catch that wave. And
he went for the Frozen Mallet. Okay, so Monty's been a pretty big speaker against the Frozen Mallet. Now, obviously, it works really well against Hecarim on Gnar because it allows him to have bonus slow and to really walk Hecarim down on these elongated lane phases. The problem is it's an item that's really made for lane phases.
Teleport comes out. Looks like Acorn wants to find V. V does have his flash, however. The Onslaught of Shadows slows him right back around. V doesn't burn his flash. He goes down and Imp gets the kill.
And he just gets shredded because he has no resistances. So he itemized for a lane phase item when he never A, got the 1v1, and B, now he doesn't have his resistances for the big 5v5s. He's effectively just counting on the superficial tankiness that the Mega Gnar resistances and bonus stats will give him.
We'll have to see if it is effective as the poke war has now begun. Recalls coming out of LGD, though Xiaogu smell that something's happening and they decide to chase away the remaining members. Acorn is going to catch that wave on the bottom side. Dragon's up in another minute. Let's see if Xiaogu are going to be able to take that and again continue trying to play for that 5th Dragon win condition, or if instead they're just going to continue focus on straight up beating LGD in team fights.
They have a window of opportunity where they can fully commit to this top tier tower because again, Dragon won't be available for another minute. It's the last standing outer tower, so very easy free pickup for Xiaogu as they'll reset the map, reset the pressure, and start heading towards that Dragon.
We're now 25 minutes into the game and things taking it very slow and patient. LGD are content to let their poke composition do what it does while Xiaogu struggles to stay afloat under the onslaught of arrows that Godvi is tossing out.
Really important itemization that's already come out for LGD is the Aegis of the Legion.
Yeah.
Which will upgrade into the Locket. Now again, I want to point out all of the magic damage on Xiaogu's composition. Echo, Victor, Corki's going to be doing mixed damage, Annie, things like that. So that's very key, especially as we go into this next Dragon fight in 14 seconds. On the other side, and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, I'm a huge fan of the Abyssal Scepter right now, just because empowering your entire team that's doing mixed damage, or at least mostly magic damage, with an aura like that is so beneficial, and it's a very cost-efficient item, but Doinby doesn't have one.
An interesting choice right there, and LGD get onto the Dragon immediately as it respawns. Swift looks for the stun, doesn't quite find it, however. Doinby comes over the wall. He gets the Chaos Storm, he gets the steal. Acorn turns onto him, tries to knock him out of the fight, but TCT's in the back. He goes down, and it's actually Imp who's also dead as well. There goes the Gnar Slam, tosses PYL right back in. LGD are running for their lives as TNT chases down Godvi and PYL. Instead, they decide that they're going to want the Scuttle Crab instead, and woo, Swift takes another arrow.
It just looks like a targetable ability every time Godvi does it, but what a fantastic fight. We talked about kind of the AoE spread that Xiaogu have on their composition in a Dragon fight, and it's such a small, confined area. The Chaos Storm was massive, not only securing the Dragon, but just destroying LGD as a unit, especially when V didn't have his Mega Gnar until the very back half of that fight.
Great slam was able to turn that around. Gnar showing that he can still be effective despite only having a Frozen Mallet and those Ninja Tabbies. So with that, Xiaogu managed to steal away the 3rd Dragon. Here's a breakdown. And
again, it's really on Doinby's positioning right here where he drops the Chaos Storm. He's going to hit at least 3 members right now, just 2, but with all of that and with the tank line of LGD forced back onto Doinby to force him out of the fight, TNT untouched. He's a full health Corki and he's just ripping through them.
Yeah, so much damage coming out of TNT. He does take an arrow to the face that forces him to end up backing away, but the stacking from Doinby and TCT was impeccable. Annie stunned to lock down Imp, PYL, and TBQ, and then Doinby just said, what? AoE lockable targets that I have an AoE ability that happens to fit so conveniently on?
Tibbers on Chaos Storm on Gatling Gun.
Yeah.
Just Venn diagram.
Poor Imp was having some serious trouble there, though. You can see he's now completed his own last Whisper. Should be able to shred through a few more targets, though he shows himself on the top side of the map right now. Xiaogu decide to back away and continue playing it safe, as it seems like they're really only committed to taking these team fights if they can find a pick, which is going to be difficult with the distinct lack of vision, or when they have to fight.
It's really about the poke for them. So if we want to talk about the win condition for LGD's team composition, they need to make sure that the, like you said, there is pick potential with the Verisol, but it's really about laying down the Ezreal and Varus poke before they look for a hard engage with tools like Glacial Prism, like Onslaught of Shadows.
We have seen that poke be highly effective, but Xiaogu are doing an excellent job of pulling the trigger prematurely. And LGD that time were sitting in the Dragon Pit, so they did kind of have to force themselves into a fight without getting the opportunity to get poke across in the beginning.
Well, they have so many more tools on the side of Xiaogu to hard engage fight. Yeah, you're against the Glacial Prism, but LGD, they don't have any sort of reset button. You have a self-sufficient AD carry in Ezreal, but Varus is at the mercy of pretty much Nautilus's Riptide to disengage for him.
And we saw how effective it was when people died. The question is, will it happen again? TCT got the Alacrity upgrade so that he can flash more often, and V, despite being shut down, is getting pretty scary as he builds now into a Phage and eventually into a Black Cleaver.
Going full damage now.
Yeah.
I like it.
He's committed. We'll give him that.
Both teams playing around this Baron area. It's really important for LGD at this point in the game that they need to secure deep vision. So they keep losing these objectives because they keep showing up late to them. They have to be on top of the objective and already have their vision in place because, again, it's about the poke. And you can't land this super long-range poke and be safe if you don't see your opponent. Speaking of being safe.
Yeah, TNT, gosh, he's so fast. Oh, man, the Glacial Prism finds him. Gets a good stun off, but he's going to end up going down here. Yeah, they're blowing a lot to kill TCT, and he finally goes down. Imp's the one who gets the kill. LGD get the pick, though. Xiaogu get the fast track onto the mid-tier 2.
Yeah, meanwhile, chasing our Annie will take your free second-tier mid-tower.
Oop, there goes the depth charge onto Doinby. He doesn't have his flash, does have cleanse.
He's got a choke point.
Arrow comes across, great choke point, locks down LGD. They chase over the wall. TPQ looking to get in there, but he just can't quite find it. And Xiaogu back away.
Yeah, complete beautiful understanding of where they're going to exit out of that lane, taking the angle straight into the small little choke point so he could set down the gravitational field and walk away scot-free. That said, Desperation Baron?
Just might be from LGD. They
Double
shove
AD
into
comp.
the pit. They do so much damage. You can see them shredding through it right now. Pings are going down. There's a ward in the back of the pit hidden behind the Baron's head. LGD are going to try shredding through. Teleport coming in from V. He's nowhere close to Meganar. Is Swift going to get over the wall in time? He goes for it. He gets the steal. He's going to tread through their damage. This is Xiaogu trying to turn this into the fight, and suddenly LGD have nowhere to run. 2 members go down. Acor's on the back line. He's picking up a kill. TCT going to be chasing Godby. He manages to land the arrow. Imp, what are you doing? Goes aggressive there. Godby. Oh, the dodge. The stun comes out. They turn it around. A huge play from Xiaogu.
Wow. Oh, my God. Swift got the Baron steal. They take the Baron. They take the clean. Wow.
Wow. He had that lined up.
That was beautiful flash from... Okay, that was crazy.
That was awesome. Xiaogu coming up so big. They steal away the Baron, and poor LGD, they found themselves locked in that pit with absolutely nowhere to run to, and all of the AoE from Xiaogu stacked up so cleanly.
And that was what the big thing, like Swift laying down his parallel convergence, goes in, gets the smite steal, he gets the stun on multiple members, and then immediately, perfectly timed, like you said, with Xiaogu members coming around from the other side and just drop all of their AoE in a confined space. They're thriving in these Dragon and these Baron fights, because again, Venn diagrams, just start stacking your circles.
Yeah, with that Baron, that's going to put Xiaogu in a very confident lead. Now 7,000 gold ahead right now, and they've got the Baron buff and 3 dragons. The 4th one is going to be spawning in about 15 seconds, and here's a breakdown of the fight.
Okay,
oh my
so
gosh.
It's really important that Swift gets in here, gets the steal. That's fantastic. Of course, V also jumps in, but it's just so perfectly timed with Doinby, TNT, and TCT coming around the other corner. And just look at the control and devastation that Doinby wreaks all over that pit.
Yes,
oh,
such a great play. There was a fight going down right now as Imp tries to get away from TNT, and Godby's already caught out. Swift manages to catch him up, and TNT shreds through his health.
LGD, they just have 0 options on their composition to reset these fights. And Xiaogu, they have too many hard engage tools.
They definitely do. I mean, Xiaogu with that Baron buff, and now they do not actually have the 4th dragon just yet, but they are going to start sieging this mid inhibitor turret. There's a significant lack of wave clear with Varus and Ezreal dead. They'll be up in just a few seconds, but the minion wave is going to make it here by then. Poor Acorn and TBQ are at a loss for words of what to do. The siege begins, and the turret's going to go down.
Just powering through that. We'll see if they put up a front for the inhibitor as Godby is back up. They do have the Glacial Prism available, which is why you kind of see more respect out of Xiaogu.
Yeah, there's the inhibitor stolen. Well, secured more like. And Xiaogu are going to back away. There's a pretty big wave building on the bottom and top side of the map, but Xiaogu look to be clearing that out as they head on over to secure their 4th dragon.
Eating any available resources, taking that red buff.
Oh, they could be setting up a pick onto TBQ. He takes a laser, but is going to be able to pop away from that one. There goes a huge slow. Oh, it's only the slow. Instantly, LGD decide to turn around. Acorn gets in. He destroys Doinby. Swift is in the front line with V, trying to shred through, but Godvi and Imp are untouched, and LGD are turning it around. TNT's got to jump the wall. TCT gets caught. Acorn is going to run him down. True to Hecarim's lore. Whoa, good arrow dodge. There goes the challenging spite. He finally drops him, and LGD turn it.
But what would it equate to? They might get a tower off of it. They're certainly not going to be able to trade inhibitors, and it will surely mean a free dragon. So that was a huge swing back in LGD's favor, but they're still on the back foot in this game.
Yeah, they definitely are. TNT still rocking that Baron buff. Might see him make use of it as those side waves are continuing to shove on both the top and bottom side of the map. Hecarim shows himself top, and TNT immediately changes direction and heads out to try defending that tier 2. While LGD secure for themselves the 2nd dragon and postpone that 5th dragon terror that might happen in the waves. They hit the turret at the exact same time. That is so excellent for LGD.
Great side wave management they typically have. Oh. Okay. So we talked about kind of what the win conditions of the LGD team composition were. Now, obviously, they just made a huge pick, even though the Glacial Prison whiffed on the majority of Xiaogu on Doinby, immediately deleting him from the map before he could drop any of his massive damage. But that's what they need to look for. To do that, they need vision. They need to get their offensive vision. They need to secure their own jungle and their defensive vision. So that's kind of been the big drawback for LGD. They don't have any reset tools, and they've been severely lacking in their vision control and denial for pretty much the majority of the game.
Yeah, it's been all about fights and skirmishes, trying to poke away the enemy team before Acorn rushes in with TBQ hot on his heels. 5 members of LGD show themselves on the bottom side of the map, however. That's Xiaogu. 5 members of Xiaogu show themselves on the bottom side of the map. They could look for this tier 2, and they might just try to burn through its health before LGD can respawn. V, he's got a lot of health, not so much armor. Wow, that arrow does some damage. Goodness gracious, the poke comes across, and there goes the engage. Swift finds both Godvi and him. The stun locks him down, despite the CC lock from TBQ. It's just not enough. The AoE is being tossed out. Imp goes down. Godvi's dead. Acorn is going to have to clean this up on his own. There's so much AoE, and they just might turn this as Doinby goes low. There's the Chaos Storm. The stuns on top of stuns. TBQ's been fighting on his own for the past 6 seconds. Acorn chases onto Doinby. Is he going to catch him? No, he gets flung right back out. Tries to turn onto Swift. PYL cannot save him. And that's 4 members dead. The Chronosphere is going to find PYL. All 3 have landed stuns. A huge fight for Xiaogu.
That almost turned in LG's favor as well, because the counter engage from TBQ on the Glacial Prison was flawless. That said, Swift, that engage from Fog of War with the parallel convergence wins Xiaogu the fight, as well as another inhibitor.
With that inhibitor going down, this is Xiaogu securing for themselves a 9,000 gold lead. He is alive, so too is Imp. He's going for it. He dashes forward. V's so low. Oh, he's saving it. There he goes. He goes. Oh, narrowly misses. Poor Imp. Not able to land it. Doinby's getting out of there as well. Even the slow coming out from Swift, who perfectly places that Chronosphere. That's 4 Chronospheres, 4 parallel convergencies.
Convergicize?
Exactly.
Oh, look at this engage from Swift. This is gorgeous. He sets it so far back, and they lock up the back 2 carry straight into Gnar. But TBQ, kind of the savior for LGD, lands again. Another great Glacial Prison, but it's just too little too late. The gold discrepancy between these 2 teams, that's pretty much what you're seeing here. Victor's just so strong. Excellent kiting. Great use of choke points again on his... Look, the fact that he narrowly pushes himself through the tower, the broken down tower, as well as the wall, and then lays down his gravitational field. It's just such a great understanding of terrain and control about how to play Victor. And this is one of the reasons why Victor, he's a high priority pick everywhere globally, but specifically in the LPL, how potent and devastating he can be to teams.
Ooh, looks like Baron is going to be spawning in 3 seconds. You just saw it ripping through the ground right there as it erupts back onto the rift. LGD and Xiaogu do not want to let the other team secure that. If Xiaogu take it, they can push down that last inhibitor and end up sieging the Nexus itself. However, LGD might just need it to survive right now. Super minions flooding into the base as LGD try to look for a pick, but oh man, they don't clear the ward.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot of plays available to LGD. They almost have to sacrifice the Baron. I think the best case scenario is if TBQ could somehow hide himself in Fog of War and look for a steal. But otherwise, Xiaogu, all they need to do is be patient.
Ooh, they might find TBQ here. They turn, and Doinby takes a lot of damage. Acorn dives onto him. Zanius keeps him alive. The AoE stack from LGD turns. Doinby goes low. Doinby goes down. Swift finds Godby on the back and punishes him for killing his own carry. Acorn gets onto the back line. He's going to kill TCT here. Imp gets turned around upon by V. He's still alive, but he's going to eat this stun from Swift. He finally goes down. V gets the kill, and Xiaogu take the ace, turning the fight and head to the Nexus.
There was no reason to be that aggressive right there. They just needed to be patient and wait for that bottom tier wave. That said, again, they're so far ahead. They do a great job stacking their AoE and their utility to CC, especially Swift on this Echo, and they take the game.
Yeah, they're rushing forward. One Nexus turret falls. The second one follows shortly thereafter. The Nexus itself is the target of Xiaogu. They're going to take #1 and put this defeat into the hands of LGD as Xiaogu win the game.
And LGD have to be really scared right now. I mean, Xiaogu, they have a 100% win rate from blue side, and that was from purple side.
Yeah, that was exceptional play out of Xiaogu. I mean, just juggling the poke comp so excellently. And Swift's Echo, oh my gosh.
The confidence to make that engage. Like I said, there was really no reason. Xiaogu had all of the tools available. 2 massive pressure points of super minions that would have been crashing onto LGD's base. They could have been slow and clinical, methodical with their cleanup, but they said, no, we have the confidence. We know we can 5v5 them. And they take it and they body LGD.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, LGD put up some excellent plays. You saw the poke coming out from LGD's Godby and Imp, but it just wasn't enough. It seems like they would get 1 or 2 little rounds of poke, and then they would decide to fight immediately instead of continuing to harass and try to batter through Xiaogu's health bars.
No, a big issue was the fact that LGD were always so far behind on their vision. Xiaogu did a great job. I mean, even think early, TCT pushing in, getting those deep wards, setting down all of those pink wards, so denying the vision so the poke comp can't lay down and contest for objectives. And then the zero disengage. There was no reset tools. Even something as simple as Janna would have really made the difference in a double AD comp against that much hard engage from Xiaogu.
Yeah, well, we'll see if LGD are going to be able to take it in game #2. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go too far. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Seda. This is FLICKR, and some of the replay highlights that we just wanted to show was between LGD and Xiaogu, and that was a very exciting game.
Yeah, and Xiaogu really kind of ran away with it. LGD, unfortunately, just could never get their comp online and working for them. It was really reliant on poke from Godv's Varus and Imp's Ezreal, and unfortunately they didn't have the vision and they didn't have the reset to lay down the poke before they looked for a hard engage, whereas Xiaogu had every tool in the world to look for a fight when they wanted it, and boy, did they fight a lot.
Oh, they certainly did. The whole Venn diagram composition really paying off dividends.
Yeah, and it was really on the back of Swift. I'd be really surprised if he didn't end up with the MVP. That said, Doinby and TNT likewise helping with that big, massive AoE damage, the Victor and the Corki. And we talked about this a lot. So much magic damage. I didn't see Doinby's last itemization if he ended up with the Abyssal Scepter or not. I'm on it.
You wanted it. But yeah, he did significant damage, and he actually ended up in CS over Godv, despite Godv's excellent attempts at clearing. We talked a lot about how Godv was going to have to try to poke them down, harass them before fights would start, and then Acorn would come in from behind and try to clean things up. But it didn't seem like we saw a lot of that out of LGD. They were just kind of like, okay, we'll land one arrow and then immediately try to turn it into a pick.
Yeah, it was kind of a miscommunication between TBQ and kind of what the rest of the team were looking to do. And again, it's not all his fault. I feel like there was a lot of big vision issues as well, so that guy goes all the way back down to PYL. But just cohesively as a team, LGD, they don't look in their primed and polished playoff performance.
Not quite yet. I mean, they are still in 8th place in the bracket, so if it were to end right now, they would be able to make it into the playoffs. But you mentioned the fact that despite the fact that they are in 8th place, they're a team with a very high skill ceiling. Yesterday, they took a game off of EDG, and they made it look easy.
Yeah, it's kind of the 1-2 punch. That said, that was kind of their lifeline. Xiaogu, they have a 100% win rate from the blue side. They started their game on the purple side, so that's kind of statistically the shot that you get to draw with them.
Yeah.
So LGD, they now face an uphill battle in trying to unseat that priority pick Xiaogu have.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if that works out. And again, this is going to be LGD trying to unseat Xiaogu with some of those crazy plays. And I was kind of curious how V's Gnar I want to talk a little bit about, because he ended up following in the jungle for the entire time. He followed around Swift for the first 4 or 5 levels, didn't end up getting to lane until maybe 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game, and he was still effective in team fights. At the end of the game, he was killing the carries like he'd been fed all game.
Well, a big thing is kind of the kill participation and kind of the gold distribution to V as their top laner. So, yeah, he was double jungling, but again, it's being with Swift, being involved in those kills, whereas Acorn was soaking up more farm and more CS to open up a CS discrepancy. V was alongside his team helping set up those plays. But there's the MVP. It is going to be Doinby on his Victor performance, 8, 2, and 13.
Yeah, I mean, that guy was a monster on that Victor. That's a 10.5 KDA against LGD, who went to Game 5 against EDG last LPL in the finals. So here you can just see the AoE stack up. It's so huge.
Doinby really did a great job as well, kind of really understanding how to use the terrain on his Victor, kiting Acorn through multiple choke points to set down massive gravitational fields. And we kind of talked about this a little bit during the game, that's really something special as far as the Victors are concerned in the LPL. And this Baron steal, Swift getting the Baron steal, but then just the devastation that Doinby wrecks from just outside the pit.
Yeah, he does so much damage. Acorn tries to shred through his health, but not having built magic resist ends up hurting him so much, and Doinby ended up doing an excellent job and even dodged that almost certain death double kill arrow from
with
Godby.
The double flash.
That was spectacular.
Yeah. I really have to give it to the last fight, though, down at the bottom where they took the massive bottom inhibitor Swift, getting that engagement, using Echo again, so clever with his parallel convergence, throwing it very deep from Fog of War right behind LGD. So they were either forced, we step forward and we face Xiaogu head on, or we back up into a double stun, locked up the back line and took the free inhib.
And in that team fight, the layering of those two zones, the parallel convergence and the gravity field, they were like side by side. So you would take a stun, walk forward, take a stun, walk forward, take a stun. It was just excellent, excellent staggering from Xiaogu. But let's talk about this game now. Xiaogu, blue side, 100% win rate. They've not dropped a single game on this side of the map.
They haven't dropped a single set, obviously, because that's the other cool thing. With the 100% win rate from blue side, it means that they've never lost a set. They've taken plenty of splits. So let's kind of curious as we see the sub in for Flame. So like normal, Acorn plays game 1, Flame plays game 2. But the difference between Xiaogu on blue side and purple side, even yesterday when they first picked Echo, because that's the big difference, is it's the priority pick and kind of how your picks and bans change. It's the higher priority of Sivir and Kalista on blue side that really have empowered. Out of their 11 games on blue side, 5 out of the 11, first pick priority was Sivir and Kalista. And even yesterday when they did give the priority to Echo, because again, we're on 5.11, you have a whole new slew of power picks. It was immediately second rotation Sivir Janna.
Exactly. And we'll see if that's what Xiaogu decide to return to this time, though LGD still looking awfully happy after that last set, as you can see some smiles coming around. Xiaogu on the other side, equally happy.
V has an actual reason to be happy. I don't know what Wayless is smiling about.
We'll see if that's going to be the same thing once again in this next match. But how are LGD going to deal with that? Because they're an intelligent team. They're probably one of the best teams in the world, even though they might not be performing well at the moment.
They keep attempting to kind of play with their different styles of compositions. Obviously, that was a poke composition. I feel like they kind of almost need to go back to their roots and do a true 5v5, especially against a team like Xiaogu, who is so proficient in the 5v5 when they bring that much hard engage. Again, I keep talking about a reset champion with a fantastic Gragas, Janna. I believe Gragas wasn't even banned that game. So the fact that they prioritized Sejuani, the hard engage, versus a good reset, knowing that they were going to take Varus and Ezreal.
And that was after TBQ had hovered the Lee Sin, but we're now in pick and ban for game number 2 between Xiaogu and LGD. Thresh being stricken away from PYL once again, and interestingly enough, Annie taken away from TCT. Apparently, they gave that a lot of credit.
That was beautiful. Some of the sneaky plays that he did, hiding in that red buff and then flashing over the wall. He locked up multiple members of PYL, Imp, and Godv with his tippers. So I like the respect.
Oh, there's the Kalista ban for TNT. All they have to do now is take away that Sivir as well. Is Xiaogu debating that last ban right now?
It's a little bit scary to do so just because TNT had a fantastic performance on his Corki last game. Of course, Doinby got the MVP, but I feel like multiple members across Xiaogu were deserving of that title last set.
They really played so very strong. Echo is the last ban taken away from LGD on that side of the map, and Victor taken away from Doinby. So, bit of an interesting twist this time around with Kalista off the board. That leaves Alistar still open for Xiaogu. We could see that priority pick out of TCT, or they could let that go over and try to focus on the the Sivir instead. Instead, they're looking at Hecarim right now.
I feel like Sivir means more for them as a team. That said, Hecarim is a big power pick. And again, the thing about LG, not that Flame can't play Hecarim, just that Acorn's gotten his hands on it more. That said, LG, I think they have to take Sivir second rotation because you can't give Sivir Hecarim to the same team. So this pretty much forces LG to pick up the Sivir by picking up the Hecarim, and then Xiaogu can mind game them. Okay, we know that they're going to play Sivir, so what do you want to play into that?
Just like that, Imp locks in Sivir. TBQ looking at Alistar for PYL. That leaves Nautilus wide open for TCT with Annie off of the map and Thresh taken as well. Looking at Zed right now. I don't think that's actually going to be true.
Yeah, they have to take Alistar. I'm curious if they'll actually pick up a Varus as an AD carry and try to deny that double deny from Godv. That side with the flash of Zed, he could be wanting to go a different direction.
Yeah.
But not surprising here. Again, second rotation typically from Xiaogu after a priority pick. They prioritize their bot lane very highly on blue side.
Exactly what it is, as TCT hovering over that Janna right now. We'll see if they do end up getting another pick for TNT. There are a lot of AD carries still open. He already knows what that duo is going to be. Looking at Lucian right now to go against the Sivir Alistar of Imp and PYL. Possibly could be a lane swap to try shutting down Flame, but it's locked in. That's Lucian, and there's Janna.
That's a direct response to the Alistar Sivir, so it tells me that Xiaogu are looking for that 2v2. Now, the reason why Lucian does really well into Sivir, because you think Lucian's a caster. What do you mean? Sivir has a spell shield. She should be able to absorb a lot of his damage. How his spells and how his rotation work on her spell shield is very different than how Corki's going to work. Obviously, Corki's going to drop his Phosphorus Bomb. Sivir can eat that. She can eat the Graves Buckshot, and then she can attempt to look for an out trade on the Boomerang. Whereas Lucian, he's going to quickly go through all sets of his abilities, not just to get the bonus flat damage on his, piercing light hitting you, but the double tap more importantly. Likewise, how his Gatling gun, the culling, the first proc only ticks off the spell shield, and then Sivir has to eat the rest of it. So he's often regarded as a soft counter.
Interesting to see that picked up, and that will be a soft counter to that bottom lane. LGD decide to respond by sending Flame in the top on Rumble. And TBQ, he hovered it last game, but he decides to lock it in this time around. He's going to go on to the more comfortable Lee Sin.
He is having quite a champion pool issue now. Lee Sin is his signature champion. That said, does offer a bit of a reset, but they're looking for all hard engage, so this would have been the perfect comp for the Sejuani, especially as Flame is also taking that Rumble for some long-range hard engage.
Yes, certainly is, and Xiaogu decide to respond by putting Doinbi on Lulu to follow Swift around as he decides to go for Gragas, and Godby locks in the Ahri.
So, speaking of signature picks, now Godby's #1 play champion is always going to be his Orianna, but very close to #2. He worked this in his rookie year. His Ahri is incredible. So, everyone's going back to their comforts. They want to win this game. They know that they have an uphill battle against that Xiaogu blue side. Yeah,
we'll see if they're going to be able to take this 100% win rate from Xiaogu and turn it into a 95% win rate. Or probably closer to about 90 or so. But still, it's exciting.
That SKT-esque composition from Xiaogu. I mean, it's very much what SKT run when Bang is on Lucian, having double shield, FLICKR on Lulu in the mid lane. This time around, it's Doinbi, obviously.
Yeah.
As well as Lulu, Janna. So really empowering their AD carry. And again, this is kind of, if you're looking for a trend, why do Xiaogu have such a higher win rate on blue side than they do on purple side? It's because they prioritize their bot lane picks higher up. They have a tendency to priority pick that Sivir and Kalista. This time around, it's the Lulu, but you look at, again, star-studded roster, people will point at Swift. He's a fantastic jungler. He's the carry of Xiaogu. TNT is an incredible AD carry, and he can put this team on his back.
He has been playing out of his mind in the past few days, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it in this one as we're getting into game #2. And you just saw the rosters on the screen right there, but I'm actually really intrigued. Xiaogu, they're going for that SKT-style composition. I mean, SKT have won with it before. They've shown how incredibly strong it can be, and LGD, they've got a tricky fight to face.
Empower Lucian, but they have multiple damage threats should Lucian fall off. But Lulu, mid-bridge champion is what I'm going to call her. She does well in the lane phase, but then again, it's about giving TNT all of the tools to succeed.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Xiaogu can maintain that 100% win rate as we load into the Rift right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's Xiaogu versus LGD, game #2 of this set. And once again, Xiaogu, 100% win rate on the blue side so far. LGD lost game #1, but they're going hard on the comfort pick Lee Sin, and more importantly, the comfort pick Ahri. Can they put an end to Xiaogu's win rate?
Uphill battle, but they have, again, the proper tools. So we kind of covered what Xiaogu's composition is going to be. They have the 2 hardest resets in the game with the Cask as well as the Monsoon. It's about empowering TNT on his Lucian, and then you have V, who will probably build or itemize resistances and then into damage, so they do have a secondary carry threat come late game. On the other side, it is the murder train, press go. Anytime Sivir is in a composition, they want to run at you, and they want to run very quickly. But more importantly, they have great Dragon objective control, not just because of Rumble, but of course Lee Sin, his ability to steal away these objectives, and then Ahri setting up for picks. It all goes back to vision control for LGD, though. They need to make sure that they're on top of these objectives before the enemy team, that they're setting up proper vision so they can look for picks, and they're being very creative about how they approach these team fights.
That's something that we saw a bit of a lack of in game #1. LGD had the poke-based composition, but they didn't always have the vision to back it up and would end up taking fights without having full knowledge of Xiaogu's position on the map, and that ended up biting them quite a bit. Godby now in the mid lane on that very safe Ahri, not even going to be taking a skin as he's feeling, you know what, I'm going to go back to the old school days and return to it. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a... if the vision weaknesses are going to be fixed by LGD, if they can solve that problem.
The mind games right now. Doinbi didn't want to tunnel himself into that small little hole in between the wall and his tower because it would give Godby a free empowered Q on the lifesteal, which is why he kept kiting upwards. He was waiting for Godby to throw the Q. And kind of speaking a little bit to the mechanics of the Lulu versus Ahri matchup, the trick is when you go to see someone auto attacks, which is why Godby is pushing him in, so that way there's more minions in front of Lulu that she has to focus on. You have to think of your auto attack almost as a mini CC because you're in that position for the duration of the auto attack animation, and it's a very free Q from Ahri. And it's really important on Ahri that you hit the Q at maximum range so you get that quick double tap because obviously it'll do more damage as it comes back to her.
We'll have to see if GodV is going to be able to maintain that aggression onto Doinb, as it looks like there was a lane swap that occurred. V now teleporting down to the bottom after helping Swift clear a few camps, and Flame teleporting up to the top. So it looks like TNT and TCT, they did set up a freeze, but LGD just cracked that thing wide open.
See how they'll respond, especially because Swift is on that side of the jungle. So really prioritizing trying to put Flame down and him behind on his Rumble. And again, the fact that Flame is playing Rumble as opposed to Acorn, it kind of shows how LGD have been treating their two top laners.
Yeah, it definitely shows the aggressive style from Flame and the slightly more herbivorous style.
There's the Swippy swap.
Herbivorous, Swift going to clear out the Scuttle Crab right now, but he's spotted out. TBQ finds Doinb. He lands right onto Doinb's face. Sonic Wave finds him, but he cannot chase in time as Doinb makes it back under his tier 1.
Yeah, GodV was in no position to assist on that gank right there, even with the red buff. At best, he could have possibly looked for a flash charm, but there were so many creeps and he was so far down the lane that he wasn't able to chain CC.
It's one of the downsides of shoving your wave in super hard early on. Yeah, you can cause your opponent to miss a few minions, but when it bounces back, it ends up becoming really tricky to find that counter gank or turn around onto the aggressive laner.
I mean, more importantly, he's denied it and created a slight CS advantage for himself. We'll see if he's able to expand on that. Lulu is just... she's a lane bully. She's got so many tools. Ahri is always going to be a skill matchup no matter pretty much any matchup that he's in. But Lulu has so many tools. Shield, poke.
Finds Imp on the bottom side of the map. He's all on his lonesome down here. He's taking a long way around, dishing out auto attacks onto V, who's trying to heal it up as best he can. Here's TBQ, who rushes down with the Scuttle Crab. Is he going to find V? He lands the Sonic Wave. They're diving it now. Is it going to be first blood? It is, and he flashes to get out alive. TBQ styling with Imp, and Swift cannot save his fallen friend.
Beautiful juggling of Sivir's passive right there to make sure that he kept weaving the auto attack so he can continue to kite Hecarim around to create time and space for TBQ to get involved on the back half of that. And a beautiful Sonic Wave. TBQ, that's his signature champion, and he's showing why.
Yeah, he was holding on to that for quite a while now. You just saw some pings going down on the Dragon from LGD, but TBQ at such low health doesn't think he can contest it, while Flame continues to catch all this CS on the top side of the map. So things going pretty well for LGD. They've got pressure in the mid lane, they've got pressure in the bottom lane with that first kill on Imp, and even Flame is about 13 CS ahead of V. So LGD certainly seem to be on track to shore up some of those problems from game 1.
I feel like this is actually a mistake from Xiaogu. So with V dying, they had a window of opportunity where they could look to swap the lanes back because obviously Hecarim will be in the base. And it timed really well with Lucian and Janna pushing back for their first initial back. But instead, they send TCT down to double support, or excuse me, roam with Swift. And TNT back up into the top lane. So Dragon control is still firmly in LGD's hands, and unfortunately they're not winning this lane swap. I mean, I guess Flame has a CS advantage, but I don't know. Kind of curious. They're really prioritizing putting Flame down when it's not really working for them.
Yeah, not so far, as he's got that 20 CS lead now, and it seems like V is actually forced to recall as he's being shoved away from all of this pressure from Imp on first recall. It's a BF sword from that first blood and only a pickaxe for TNT on the other side. So the wave is going to hit the turret. Nobody's going to be here to catch it. V doesn't have teleport, and Xiaogu are going to miss a lot of this CS. What do they take to try to counteract this?
They can't do anything. They should have lane swapped. They sacrificed a lot of their pressure here. And again, it's not like their top laners ahead that they're sacrificing the lane swap and Dragon control to keep their top laner ahead. Their top laner is very firmly behind, 19 CS to 40. So LGD are winning this on all fronts. Dragon control as well as the top lane CS discrepancy.
Yeah, so now that's another wave going down, and Ping's going to hit the Dragon. Flames in a tricky spot as 4 members are on the top side of the map. He's got to know something's tricky coming on. He's got the equalizer. Oh, he actually drops himself into the silence.
It's going to be curious how he uses it, or if he's just going to give and sacrifice the tower for the Dragon trade, because he can use the equalizer to clear the creep wave to buy time. He can use it when they attempt to dive him to try to trade 1-for-1. But I think, yeah, they're just going to trade the tower away for the Dragon.
Yeah, so Dragon number 1 secured by LGD. Xiaogu answer by trying to take that top tier 1, sending all 4 members onto that side of the map. Even Doinb going up there. as he dodges one of those orbs of deception from Godvi. And the culling even being used to try clearing that minion wave as quickly as possible. Imp, however, is going to answer by taking that bottom tier 1. Teleport finally back up for V. He doesn't have level 6 just yet. So, all in all, LGD feeling very confident with this, even stealing away the jungle.
They didn't even take the tower. It's very low. They're trying to deny as much CS and experience, but LGD is still firmly in control as they get the dragon and the tower advantage over Xiaogu.
Yeah, it's Imp who's going to be the first one taking the turret. It's going to be answered very soon on that top side of the map by TNT as he shoves it out. Oh, V gets caught way out of position. Doinby manages to save him, but he's almost certainly going to go down here. The charm misses. He goes so low. TBQ kicks him down. It's Imp who gets the kill. Teleport is going to succeed for Flame. They now dive onto Doinby. Knock up, fine. Swift. POL's taking it. They're 2 turrets deep. LGD pick up 3 kills now. 2 kills off of this, and they're going to get out.
Flame using his shield. Everyone goes really low as they walk through the tower. V, what are you doing, buddy? You can't invade on that side of the map. LGD have the numbers advantage. Walking in there is a death trap, as you just saw.
Yeah, finally that top tier 1 is going to go down for Xiaogu, but they just gave up another 2 kills. But one of them on Imp, and he got the assist. So Imp is sitting on a mountain of gold. He picks up a pickaxe and now that Avarice Blade. And Flame, interestingly enough, decides to go for a Seekers with that kill of his own. But all in all, LGD are snowballing this advantage pretty effectively.
This is something that Flame does. Rushes his Hourglass or has it very early rotation in his Rumble build, which, unsurprising, he's so far ahead of V right now.
Yeah.
Not just in the CS, but more importantly in the experience. And that's super important when, again, LGD, they've already completely reversed their trend of last game, and they've taken full control over the Dragon. And they have a Dragon fighting composition with this Rumble. Obviously, his level 2 ultimates and level 3 ultimates will time very nicely with that timer. So watch for how Flame really takes control of this game on the Rumble pick.
As you can see on the gold right now, it's about 800 gold ahead for Flame and another 800 for Imp, whereas Godvi is only about 200 ahead in his lane. And with that swing, they're going to send Godvi down to the bottom lane. Imp and PYL feeling awful comfortable in the mid. Oh, Imp might be caught out here. Heal gets burned. They could try to turn it around. The boomerang does
nice.
So much damage, and Doinby barely stays alive. There's the flash cast. TBQ gets knocked into the culling. They get revenge for their fallen comrade. PYL, despite being a muffin, is so tanky. He's trying to run under the turret, but he's not going to make it. He knocks Swift in. He's doing so much damage. Swift goes down. Imp is so strong. There's the equalizer. They turn it onto Doinby. This has turned into a full fight. Godvi's even joined the fight now. V comes in. The Onslaught of Shadows keeps TNT alive. Flash gets it out. It's Flame who gets the kill. V's going low right now. The overheat cannot quite find it. Is he going to
the creep wave!
Oh, the creep wave makes it exactly. And V barely gets out alive.
What a nice teleport from Flame to turn that fight and make sure that LGD at least trade even for that. They will get a lot of damage onto this tower. We'll see if they can actually take it because the side's up. Nope, TCT to the rescue.
Yeah, he's keeping it up as best he can. The charm comes out for Godvi as he's got blue buff. He can toss out those orbs and charms left and right.
That was a really great adaptation from Xiaogu. So this is something that's become very standard in the LPL. As soon as the AD carries are finished kind of taking these side lanes, they immediately rotate them into the mid lane because obviously the mid tower is the last standing outer tower other than that top tier tower for them. And then they rotate the mid laner into the bottom side because again, you don't want your mid laner and your AD carry to share the same income of gold, which again, we see Imp immediately farming it up in that mid lane. Xiaogu, I mean, this is so obvious. This is standard. They know that this is going to happen. What do? They set up and they send all of their resources to the mid lane to try to make some quick picks. But a beautiful teleport and gorgeous damage from Flame pretty much destroyed that fight. Look at how fed this Rumble is.
2-0-1 right now, going for the Sork Pen boots second for some immediate damage should any more fights break out. And whoa, on the hunt actually used by Imp right here as he scares away TNT and TCT. And they continue shoving it down as it's about a 15 CS lead in favor of Imp. And in the mid lane, Godvi, well, I guess now in the bottom lane, Godvi's got about a 30 CS lead on his own and another 30 CS lead for Flame. So all in all, this laning phase going huge for LGD.
Yeah, Xiaogu really misplayed the initial early game, which gave LGD the lead, which allowed them to really come back and win that fight. That said, it was a beautiful adaptation. And the bright light here for Xiaogu is that TNT, who their composition is effectively built around, is still doing okay. 3-1-0. I mean, he's down in CS, but it's not massive compared to kind of his side lanes or his solo laners.
Yeah, and take a look at what he's building. Instead of going for an Avarice Blade, he actually picked up the Crit Cloak, so he could be going for that Infinity Edge as quickly as possible to try to increase his effectiveness. Now, Flame.
He's going to go Eye-Edge into Static Shiv, especially with the Lulu there on his team, because again, he needs to be that late game Lucian damage threat, and by having the Whimsy and just kind of the speed augment that Lulu's going to supply to him, he's going to get more Static Shiv procs.
Dragon's now up in 40 seconds. And one of the problems that we talked about for LGD in their previous game was their trouble with vision control. Take a look at the map right now. They have got wards all over the place. Xiaogu, however, are answering it. PYL looking for some harassment onto Swift, doesn't find it. If LGD can continue keeping vision like this, I think they might be able to be comfortable. What's
really interesting about LGD historically with their vision control is that, hold on, V and TBQ, he's got it. He's good, we're good. Is that God V was actually really important to the vision control.
Whoa, V actually had to use his onslaught to get over the wall, and Dragon's up in 4 seconds.
He was stuck between a rock and a hard place known as PYL, Flame, and TBQ.
Yeah.
Godv was actually really responsible for a lot of LGD's vision control just because TBQ is never really a vision-oriented style of jungler. That said, with his recent pickup of Varus, it's very dangerous for Varus to kind of walk into a dark river and place down wards, whereas Ahri, Orianna are more of his comfort picks, and it's so easy for Ahri to set up for pink wards and vision denial because obviously she has her ultimate available. So immediately we see kind of the shift in the trend in mid lane, and suddenly LGD look far more confident with their vision control, even picking up that second dragon.
Yeah, with that second dragon, LGD are looking very strong to continue snowballing their advantage. 3,500 gold ahead of Xiaogu, and ooh, Swift actually does manage to get the Krug right there despite Godv attempting to contest it while he continues putting pressure on the bottom side of the map, and Imp, just being a bully in that mid lane, tries to continue shutting TNT down. They haven't been too effective so far as he's now picked up an Avarice Blade of his own instead of finishing off the Infinity Edge, but Imp going for the standard LPL style build, raw damage, and before getting crit, going for more attack speed.
Yeah, it's about being as cost efficient as possible to push down towers as quickly as possible. So obviously the upgraded boots are going to give you a much more bang for your buck in pushing down those towers with the attack speed versus having the Infinity Edge complete. Especially because Dragon's down, there's no big 5v5 arena that Imp really needs to itemize that crit chance for.
So with that Dragon down, we've got about a 5-minute window now. There's really not that much that LGD can contest that as I say that they fight over this blue buff right now. Oh, man.
No, but you're absolutely right. There's no big objective for them to contest, which is why they're invading and looking for kind of these smaller paper cut choke points. Bleed them dry. Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we get those 1,000 paper cuts.
There we go. There's another one.
Yeah, as that mid-tier 1 turret finally goes down, Imp is successful in breaking it. Now the last one remaining is on the top side of the map, and Flame, he's all on top of that thing. A full 40 CS ahead.
Classic Flame.
And he's shoving that thing under the turret as quickly as possible. We'll see if Imp actually decides to stay in the mid lane or decides to swing up to try taking down that turret.
He's got his double penetration available to him now. The Haunting Guys as well as the Sork Boots. Still has the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he had initial resistances available to him for when he teleported into that big team fight, picked up his double kill. See where he's going to go from here. I would assume that he's going to complete his Hourglass, but...
Yeah, we'll definitely have to find out as Godv picks up for himself an Etherwisp on top of that Athene, so he should be looking for the...
Luden's Echo.
Luden's next. And interestingly enough, Imp is going to be able to finish off his Infinity Edge before TNT with that increased global gold, 3,300 now. And Xiaogu are still hot on their heels. It's only about a 300 gold difference between those 80 carries.
We're starting to come to the point in the game, though, where Lulu's really lost her effectiveness in a 1v1. We'll see how Doinby decides to itemize, if he's going to go for more flat AP to empower his wild growth, or if he's going to look towards penetration to try to be... I call it the difference between the Faker Lulu and kind of the other standard Lulus, is Faker likes Lichbane, but hold on.
Yeah, PYL shows himself onto the top side of the map. He immediately knocks up V. There goes the Equalizer, and V is forced to jump out of it. Junk down to half health. TCT's on this side of the map, but so are 4 other members of LGD. They might find Swift right here. They do indeed. Lots of damage coming across. Boomerang goes wide for Imp, but he's just going to clear out this ward, and this tier 1 goes down.
Pretty easy secure right there. Great class from LGD. Again, their vision is just a 180 from last game. And is he going to go on that? Don't do it.
Yeah. TCT is thinking about it. He's like, there's a pink ward, man. That's 30 gold. 30 whole gold. That's like 2 minions. Do you know how much that's worth to a support?
He's a jungler. Hold on, Swift.
Oh, not TPQ, TNT.
Oh. I was looking at TBQ on the Sonic Wave. That said, LGD have created not a sizable wave, but a bit of a pressure point to the mid lane. They shouldn't be able to translate this into a tower, but possibly get some damage.
Yeah, they're clearing that right on out.
Nothing.
Imp gets a good crit, clears it away, and so far it seems like LGD are on track to continue putting pressure onto Xiaogu as they've now increased to a 5,000 gold lead over LGD. Godvi is going to send himself up to the top side.
Okay, so Dragon now just procced for the 2-minute timer. So what Godvi is doing is he's walking up to the top side to get rid of that building wave on top. Should probably set himself up for a slow push. See if he touches the cannon. Yeah, okay, so he's just going to reset that wave entirely. Likewise, Imp was pinged for the red buff. He should walk over and take that away from TBQ, but it's about setting themselves up for this Dragon that will be spawning in 1 minute 30, taking control of their side waves. You see Flame in the bottom side, Godvi was just up in the top side, resetting the map.
Flame's got to be careful here. Dodges the explosive cask, reads Swift like a book, and gets out of there alive. Drops the trinket, sees 2 members, instantly back flashes away to get out with his life, and Flame still doing good, but Swift, that's a big cooldown.
Think of how many times they've ganked Flame and how unsuccessful it's been.
Yeah, Flame is in a really good spot right now. Doesn't actually have an opportunity to recall just yet as he follows PYL on the invade as they look to set up some awful deep boards. And right now, TBQ are scaring Xiaogu back, and they look to be on track to shut down the 100% win rate that Xiaogu have maintained on the blue side of the map. Luden's Echo completed for Godvi means he'll be able to get so much bonus damage off in fights. Red buff even stolen away. V's on the top side of the map, and well, they do have vision of what LGD are doing. They just can't contest it.
Yeah, LGD, great job moving into the Dragon side of the map, setting down that deep vision so they can secure this objective. And this is what we're typically used to seeing from LGD, very macro-oriented, very methodical, and a lot of pre-planning and proactive play from them when they set up for these objectives. So we see their back timers. They timed around the 30-minute, or the 30-second point, excuse me, for that Dragon, because again, it takes about 30 seconds to walk from base to that Dragon pit. But this should be another free, easy pickup for LGD, especially because Xiaogu, they're just not really in position for this.
Yeah, they are not ready at all. V's on the top side of the map dealing with the shove that was set up by Godvi a few minutes ago. And now the Dragon spawns. Xiaogu are nowhere even close to that. LGD secure for themselves the third Dragon.
They're really out of position because a massive wave, again, LGD and their forethought and planning, when they set up for Dragons, they create these big, massive slow pushes in their side waves. So if a fight happens at Dragon, they can then quickly rotate it into another objective like this bottom tier tower.
Yeah, and they're on the tier 2 right now. Doinby gets some great wave clear, clears that thing right on out. Then they swing up towards the mid lane again, utilizing all of those wards that they set up in the jungle as Godby shoves it forward. He's only got 4 minions with another wave coming shortly behind it, but they can just slowly chip away at the turret. They'll be able to make it effective.
They're just looking for a pick right now. They're going to keep rotating in between all of these towers, setting up their vision around Baron, and it's about their non-committal CC. A charm lands on the right target. This game will immediately explode for LGD.
Yeah, Imp is going to secure that blue buff. Godby got his own. All in all, that's the 4 buffs going over to LGD. They took all 4 off of the swing with some perfectly timed rotations. Imp going to secure the scuttle here. And Ping's now going down onto the mid lane to try catching LGD out of position and steal away that tier 1 before they can respond, but Imp's still there.
LG, they did a fantastic job resetting their map, securing all of the buffs.
Ooh, looks like they might catch Doinby here. Sonic Wave lands. Is he going to be knocked up? Immediately is. Doinby's very close here. They're going to dive, and they actually force the flash out of Doinby.
Oh, hold on, here comes a flank.
He lands the Sonic Wave. Oh, isn't able to follow it up, though. Yeah.
Just crit on a Shiv proc and half-healthed TCT in 1 auto.
Yeah, pretty awesome. They're even going to look to steal away the Raptor camp right now as it gets pulled off of the cask that Swift tossed down. Even dropping a pink, POL is just going to bully it away.
It's actually really important to deny the Raptor camp, especially because they have so much vision control on that side, because obviously that'll deny the Raptor buff of the popping for ward locations.
Razor sharp.
Is that what it's called?
It is. Because you're sharp enough to see the wards that spot you.
A really fun location to ward is right underneath the red buff, so opposite of where TBQ is standing in the opening, because it'll immediately proc the Raptor camp as soon as they clear it, but it's such a weird place to ward that often they won't find it. And it's still a relatively high traffic area for the enemy team to move through there, so fun tip for solo queue if you want to mess with the enemy jungler. Ward right underneath the red camp.
Oh, Imp trying to get some harass down on the bottom side of the map. TCT is caught out in his own jungle. PYL tries to turn it, but just going to end up zoning them away as the Monsoon was used defensively, and immediately LGD swing down to the bottom. V's down there, but he's just not going to be able to defend this. As the turret gets shredded, the tier 2 goes down as LGD flexing their superior muscle.
And this is what LGD have always been known for, not just with the addition of Flame and Imp, but even if you go back to Rina and Star as their top and mid laner. Even before Godv at that point, they were a macro-oriented team, and of course the one consistency between all of those rosters is PYL and his macro shot calling. It's always been this very textbook, methodical, I like to call it proactive. They're one of the most proactive teams in the LPL when they're on point.
Very interesting to see how that's working out. Now, Xiaogu, they're not out of this just yet. They're down 3 dragons, they're down 3 turrets, they're down 3 kills. Heck, they would almost be down 3,000 gold if it weren't for the extra 2,000 that LGD are ahead. What do they do to get themselves back into this? They're trying to wait it out, but do they have the time?
It's really important to understand that Xiaogu understand that they are behind. They know that they have to take the right fight, that they just can't run to everything, which is why they've really kind of been sacrificing a lot of their objectives as opposed to really trying to commit and fight for them. Because they don't want a snowball lead for LGD. They're being very patient, trying to keep their defensive vision up and take small skirmishes and figure out where LGD's weak points are. So Xiaogu are still playing this incredibly smart. They understand that they're behind, and it's about figuring out when they can go for it, typically with a numbers advantage or a pick.
Well, they're continuing to look for it right now as they run back and forth through the jungle. TBQ looks to steal the red buff away once again, but he's spotted out by Swift. Both of the junglers, no, actually, TBQ has Smite. Swift does not, as Flame continues to peel it away. Culling goes out, and
but again,
yeah, they pick it up.
They know exactly, we can't fight this. The best that we can look for, the best play in this scenario is to just try to steal it away with a culling. So it would be inaccurate to say that Xiaogu are just giving LGD the game. They're being very smart about how they take their engagements.
Yeah, Godv might catch TCT here. Tornado gets charged up. The Flash Charm lands. He's going to be doing a lot of damage. The Exhaust even gets burned, and Godv using the Flash aggressively. TCT trades it for the Exhaust.
Big cooldown trade right there. That said, Ari's not going to be in too much trouble, especially because she still has her ultimate available. The dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. Now, Xiaogu, again, they're still not really in position to fight for this dragon, but Godv being really aggressive. If they get a pick on him, that would immediately turn advantage for Xiaogu to, okay, this is our window of opportunity. This is when we can start to look towards fighting LGD.
Some of the rewards now being cleared out for LGD as Xiaogu start to sweep through their own jungle. Godv continuing to be as much of a nuisance as possible. Now he's stealing away the Krugs from Xiaogu, using that very strong Bluden's Echo to proc it. Now, timely recall happens from LGD as they build up some important items.
Look.
They start heading over towards that dragon.
Flame pushing the top side to create a pressure point so he can then walk to the dragon, and it'll force V to respond, hopefully. And then they'll have a numbers advantage on the dragon pit. This is textbook LGD. This is them. This is what they were famous for.
I think the exciting thing, though, is that they're doing it to Xiaogu, a team who have not lost on the blue side, despite having priority pick. Whoa, TNT actually gets the blue right there.
Xiaogu are really good at 5v5ing, and that's kind of the beauty. Yeah, LGD have a strong 5v5 composition, but more importantly, they have a very strong objective control composition, as well as not just in monster objectives, but in structural objectives. So if it comes to a 5v5, yeah, they have all the tools that they can look for that and they can engage Xiaogu head on, but more importantly, they're just running them around and denying them their strength.
Dragon has been engaged. They're trying to shred through its health as quick as they can. They do succeed. That's Dragon 4. PYL might be caught here as Xiaogu are grouped up. The flash stun finds Godv. He doesn't have his own flash. He goes low. He's still alive on the backside of the fight. Imp being chased out by V as he's continuing kited over the wall. V doesn't manage to get the kill as he's chaos in the front lines. It's a double kill now for Imp. PYL's trying to keep Imp alive. The huge Monsoon knocks him in. TNT's cleaning it up though. Godv's still alive on the back with Flame. And it's all in all a 1 for 3 in favor of LGD. They still have a lot of pick. PYL lands the knockup onto TNT. Are they going to follow it up with the charm? He goes low. Oh! The crit shreds through his health. And Godv with the fadeaway trades it right back over.
Oh my god, hold on. Here comes the teleport. Okay, no, he could just cancel it and push the wave. Okay, it was Flame's teleport. Oh my god, that was fantastic. So we talked about, Xiaogu, they're not just letting LGD have the game. They understand that they're behind. They just have to look for the perfect engagement. And the perfect engagement was on catching Godby out of position with the quick CC into the cask. It forced Godby to use his ultimate defensively to reposition himself as opposed to offensively and look for a pick. That was best case scenario for Xiaogu, and from fancy footwork and outplay potential on TNT, they almost get away with it. But a great turnaround from LGD. So here we go. This is the play that I'm talking about. Knock Godby immediately into the enemy team, and he's forced to burn all 3 procs of the Ariel just to get himself back into perfect position. From here, it's really just TNT. Again, he's got so many tools on this Lucian. This is what the comp's built for. So many shields and speed up. PYL, bit of a misplay right there. He actually pops Lucian directly into him, and then he just explodes him with an immediate static shift proc.
Yeah, great play right here. Here comes Godby's awesome fadeaway. Look at the crit on PYL. Boom! Shred through his health. The charm lands. Oh man, Godby. Huge play.
It just tapped his childbearing hips too.
Oop, there
just
goes
slightly
the,
too big.
Flash over the wall as PYL finds Swift right here. CC lock comes out, but V's able to disengage it like billiard balls. LGD scatter, but they're continuing to chase as they collect themselves together. 2 kills as they kill TNT. Doinby goes low. 3 kills now, and it's turning into 4 kills as LGD are going to look for an ace right here. V's the sole survivor. They're going to try diving. No, they back away at the last second. That was actually a fight on 2 fronts.
And this will be the free Baron. And again, LGD, they're very much ahead. Xiaogu can only fight when they have the perfect circumstance. And the last fight was, finding that excellent opening on Godby. So it's really unfortunate because Xiaogu are playing really well, but LGD, this is the team that we're talking about. This is why we still consider them elite.
Yeah, the Baron is secured by LGD, and with that, they now open up to a nearly 10,000 gold advantage. They've got 4 dragons, they've got Barons, they're 9 kills ahead. Here's the fight on the other side. TNT finds Flame, but can't make anything happen.
Oh, beautiful Hourglass to allow Godby to close the gap distance there.
Oh,
Flame
man.
showing him the leg.
Godby, so strong right now, just does so much damage, getting a Rabadon's and then a Haunting Guise for more penetration. He's playing so excellently this game, 4-0-5, and I mean, all of LGD are just playing so together and as a team. Oh, Knockup doesn't find TNT.
Godby is really creative about how he approaches team fights and how he moves about the map, and just the vision and the wave control that he supplies LGD when he's on high mobility champions, his LeBlanc, his Ahri, things like that. Him on the Varus, it looks super impressive because he's able to hit those incredible skill shots, but it's really impacting LGD's vision control and how they do approach these 5v5s. You see an immediate upgrade, especially against a team like Xiaogu, who are so good in a 5v5, just kind of the difference of the potential of the team. This is what we're talking about. Again, I'm going to hit it all day long. LGD, they may be in, what, 8th, 10th?
Yeah, 8th.
They are still one of the best teams in the LPL.
They certainly are. With that Baron buff, they dash forward. The cask is huge. TBQ's forced to jump over the wall, but PYL forces the disengage with a huge knockup. And despite that excellent cask, the only thing they managed to do is clear the wave.
Just gotta survive, gotta hold out against the Baron. LGD, one thing they didn't do is they didn't prep their waves. They do have a big wave forming in the top side, but bot side's not looking too good for them. So they don't have many pressure points to play with here, and this is going to be a slow and methodical siege. Look for non-committal CC. If a charm hits on a target they like, immediately Flame and PYL will jump.
See if that's the case, and as they continue choking down that turret just inch by inch, finally they decide to back away and start dealing with some of those split waves.
Yeah, but because they didn't prep ahead of time, they lose a ton of their momentum and pressure on this Baron.
Ooh, might find a pick onto Swift right here. Godby, misses the charm just barely. Well, actually, that was more like a lot. Swift dashes in. Remember, he has no cask, and Godby's actually forced to Spirit Rush in order to make it out.
I think he was actually looking for a counter charm right there, but a little bit of indecisive and miscommunication on timing windows there.
Yeah, so Dragon's up in a minute. This is Dragon 5. LGD did take the Baron buff. They were able to take down that mid-tier 2 turret, but not able to take any inhibitors just yet. If they take Dragon 5, the next team fight will go in their favor, as they've already shown they've got some pretty scary breakpoints that they're hitting.
And this big kind of swell of momentum and just full control that LGD have demonstrated really started in the early game. And I hate to go back and hammer onto that lane swap, but I feel like that's where Xiaogu really dropped the ball. They just fumbled their early game initial lane swap against Flame, allowed him to get ahead. There was that fantastic teleport in the mid lane that then snowballed Flame into a double kill. And from there, they've used the power of Flame, the power of God V, to siege and control pretty much every single objective on the map, be it the Dragon, the Baron, and more importantly, these red and blue buffs.
Yeah, the buffs have not been easy for Xiaogu to pick up. Every single one seems to be stolen, or if not contested at the very least. Dragon has spawned, and LGD are going to try shredding through it. Swift waiting over the wall. He's got the cask. Is he going to go for the steal right now? He makes it over in.
Oh!
He gets the steal with the culling. Xiaogu denied Dragon number 5, but LGD might just try to make the best of this situation. Swift takes a charm, and then he goes down to Imp.
And that was the best possible play Xiaogu had available to them. They know that they can't fight the 5v5. What do we need? We just need the steal. They immediately cut their losses as soon as Swift is caught. Fantastic smite and culling. Great communication between TNT and Swift.
Yeah, we're now 33 minutes into the game, and LGD have got an enormous momentum advantage right now as they continue trying to put pressure onto Xiaogu. This time without the Baron, they get more damage onto the inhibitor turret. They know without the disengage from the cask, it's not enough. They dive forward looking for Doinby, who's low on mana, but V is able to dissuade them. The pick is going to find TCT. They take down the turret and then clear the inhibitor.
They use the equalizer as a zoning tool to pick up what they came here for. So question is, now will they strike next on the map? Ping does go towards the bottom inhib.
That looks like it's what it's going to be. V clearing out that wave in the middle before the super minions get there, trying to stop them and buy himself as much time as he possibly can while LGD look to shove on the bottom side. Imp so very scary. Charm finds Swift, but he's going to be able to walk away. For now, what is Doinby doing? He's super dead. Explosive cast comes across. There's V diving into the back line. He's not able to find it as LGD are continuing to chase forward. Ignite goes down. It's a double kill for Imp and a double kill for God V as well. TBQ's so low. V wants it. Is he going to be able to get it? There goes the Sonic Wave. Oh my gosh, they can't even get these Requiem sort of kills after the fact. It's an ace for LGD. Could this be the end of the 100% win rate from Xiaogu on blue side?
I would say yes. Very convincingly. Doinby caught out of position right there. And again, that was the pick that caused LGD to explode, as they are now using the teleport to make sure that that minion can survive longer to push down these two Nexus towers. And this is Xiaogu crumbling.
Yeah, they're trying right now. The two Nexus turrets goes down. Swift and Doinby have just spawned. So too has TNT. The charm stalls it out. Are they going to be able to protect the Nexus? LGD burning through its health. They will not. LGD end Xiaogu's winning streak on blue side.
Fantastic play from LGD, and again, I have to go back to early game. LGD played that lane swap so much better. It propelled them into the mid game. From there, they just choked out objective control. And Xiaogu, they understood they were behind. They still played a fantastic game, but LGD showing this is their playoff performance. This is the team that took EDG to 5 games.
And that is some exceptional play from LGD. I mean, the entire game, it looked like they knew what they were doing at every step. Steal the red, steal the blue, take dragon, steal the red, steal the blue, take a turret. Just keep on pressing objective after objective, and like that, it seemed like it was almost easy for them.
A big change in difference between their vision control. And again, I have to go back to Godv. Just the difference that he offers that team, not just in his kill pressure and their play style, but just their vision control. He is such a huge part of that, placing those deep wards, setting up for dragons and picks and things like that. So
yeah, you just saw LGD on your screen bowing and smiling, and I would be smiling too after ending that Xiaogu 100% win rate. They will always have that small black spot on their record now against LGD. Man, amazing play from LGD with that.
Yeah, just across the board too. Flame, that's who I'll... Okay, let's think about it this way.
Yeah.
Acorn has long been considered the... I'm going to say they have more synergy with Acorn than they do with Flame. That's what the team has said themselves. And he used to have a pretty sizable, or he played more games than Flame. I actually think Flame had a higher win rate, but it's kind of a hard sample pool just because Acorn was playing so much more than Flame. Yeah. But Flame has really stepped up. He's almost become like the true tank player. The fact that it's Flame playing Acorn, Flame playing Rumble, because that's, I mean, the fact that I just made that mistake, Acorn, Rumble is his #1 champion.
Yeah.
But Flame is taking it every single time, and he's dominating on it.
He's looking so strong with that. I mean, LGD taking the 1-1 split with Xiaogu off of some of that exceptional play. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get prepared for the next set. Don't go anywhere. It's King versus EDG coming up next.
a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, open away now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I'm Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Devin Froskier and more, and I'm just changing it every time.
Every time.
Next time, you're going to be Jonathan Froskier and more, and then just Natalie Froskier and more, and we'll just keep rotating through as many names as possible.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so we just saw an amazing set of games between Xiaogu and LGD, and man, it was really exciting to see how that worked out.
Yeah, it was probably one of my favorite matches that I think I've seen in a long time. Very high-level League of Legends from either team, textbook game from LGD. There wasn't really anything that they did wrong in that game in terms of map rotation, just some slight mechanical errors.
Yeah, so with that, it's going to be a 1-1 split between Xiaogu and LGD, and we'll actually bring up the ladder right now and take a look at the standings. We didn't get a chance to earlier, but now we'll finally get a chance to really look at it. You can see Xiaogu, they're actually tied for first with Edward Gaming at 20-20.
And we made this joke earlier that EDG keep playing after Xiaogu, and it's almost like they get to lean over, okay, they split? Okay, we just got to split, guys. That's all we got to do. Because, of course, EDG are playing up next against King, and that's why we really wanted to take a second and talk to you guys through the overarching narrative of the ladder, because we're halfway through the split.
Yeah, we're halfway through the split. You're exactly right, and you can see that it's still remarkably close in terms of overall points. 1-2-0 for Invictus or Snake puts them tied for first with Edward Gaming and Xiaogu, and same thing for Vici and OMG, who are right behind them. So despite being down a few more points, they're still so far close to the top of the ladder.
And the thing that I wanted to really talk about, especially as we go into EDG versus King, and we can go ahead and look at the back half of the standings now, because there's poor little King. They're at 8 points. But for the majority of the rest of the ladder, it's a very close set. And this is probably the closest split that the LPL has ever had, with kind of an oversaturation of talent. Obviously, you have a huge import number of all these really top-level name Korean players. The LPL has never really been this competitive, and I really wanted to take a second to kind of, talk about, we are halfway through the split, what's really changed, and where do we go from now? But first, I think we actually have to decide the MVP.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tricky. Between LGD and Xiaogu, both Flame and Godv really went off this time, and PYL was in the front lines as ever. So I'm a bit curious to see who they decide to give it to. It's Godv.
His Ahri play is just always so fantastic. But speaking of kind of oversaturated talent, LGD's roster for one, EDG's roster for two. I mean, it's everywhere in this league right now. And the thing about the point system as opposed to a best of three, as we see some highlights on our screen, is, Korea, LCK, they do a best of three. LCS, they do a best of one. The set of two, what I really like is it rewards consistency for teams, because obviously you get 3 points, which would immediately open up those standings, but it doesn't punish experimentation, because obviously you can experiment with something one game and then kind of go back to your tried and true, as we saw with LGD and kind of their set against Xiaogu, really experimenting up their composition, going for a poke style comp, and then immediately turning back into that LGD monster for game number 2.
Yeah, the Varus Ezreal in game number 1, and then the standard LGD, we're gonna murder you style team comp with Godv on that ever powerful Ahri. And it creates a sort of interesting dynamic for the league when you've got people who are literally at the bottom of the ladder still affecting the rankings at the top. I mean, this is 12th place King versus first place EDG coming up in this next match. But if EDG loses either of these games, they'll still only be up by 1 point. If they split, they'll be up by 1. But if they get 0-2'd right now, then that could upset the whole momentum that they've had this entire split.
Yeah, and it really, because the league is so large, obviously, to do a best-of-3 format, it would take forever with 12 teams. LPL, the largest league in the professional circuit of League of Legends. But by doing the point system, again, rewarding consistency, not punishing you for experimentation, but more importantly, it gives the ability to the bottom half teams, like you said, to impact the top level of standings, which makes sense for a league this big.
Absolutely does. And speaking about impacting people, let's actually talk about this matchup a little bit. King versus Edward Gaming.
Yep.
It's first place versus 12th right now.
12th, first place versus last place. But should be noted that EDG lost to the other team tied for last place.
Tied with World Elite.
Yep, and they got 2-0'd by them. But we're going to start with the King lineup. It's going to be Insec in the top lane.
Yeah, there's the guy himself. You can see he hasn't been playing a lot of Lee Sin lately, but he's been experimenting with some pretty interesting picks, taking Yasuo into the top, Nautilus tank, and even Vlad.
And remember, you're not punished for experimenting in this league
not.
as long as you split. In the jungle, it's Hui, and the big champion for him is Rek'Sai. I don't want to see him on anything else but Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that's what he's been playing in the mid lane. It's Korn. You can see he's been experimenting with that Echo and Yasuo as well. And talking about experimentation, that really seems what it's been on King's agenda, trying different things, seeing what fits.
Obviously, they don't have near the sample sizes other teams do of playing together as 5. There's Nami, the AD carry. He's not really experimenting. He's sticking with Sivir. But the fact of the matter is he's kind of come out of this hard carry mentality and more empowering his team through utility picks like Sivir and giving Korn room to grow into carry.
Yeah, here's Zero, the support. You can see he's been taking a lot of protect the Name style supports, getting the black shield, getting harass in lane, and those are the coolest glasses ever.
Wow.
Those are so awesome. And Insect with the little king hats. Oh my gosh, those are cool.
I wish I had a king hat.
A crown?
Yeah.
Is that what kings wear on their head?
Yeah.
King fans? We'll have to find out, but you can see we're running through the roster right now. They don't look too excited about this game, but they are prepared and ready for it. Name, he's in the zone right now.
Well, he needs to be because you want to talk about grudge matches.
Oh, yeah.
Name is the 2014 AD carry for EDG. Obviously now moved over onto the King roster. He is facing against his old teammates, and specifically Deft, the guy who took his place.
The guy who replaced him.
Yeah. Well, Name chose to leave, and this is something that's really important to illustrate is King and EDG actually, they scrim each other a lot more. Clearlove said because they are still on good terms with Name when he left the team, that they do scrim more often with King than other teams, so they do have a bit of experience with each other. But here's EDG's lineup, and that's Amazing J.
Looks like it's going to be Amazing J starting it in the mid lane. It's also going to be Bamey starting it off as well, so still no Koro, still no Pawn. Think Pawn might still be in Korea.
Speaking of experimentation.
Just might be. Yeah, here's
the
Clear
rotating
Love.
roster.
There it is. That's Nunu and Nidalee. Your eyes do not deceive you.
Yeah, he played Nidalee
the guy himself.
Fantastically, too.
Very, very powerful stuff. Here's Bamey. He's been really growing a lot on that control mage style with the Cassiopeia and the Azir and Victor, but he's also been trying out things like Jace, and it's been working pretty solid.
Lost that game, though.
Still plays well.
Still played well, yeah. Speaking of experimentation, the Caitlyn pick also didn't quite go Deft's way. That said, he picked it up on an old favorite of his in the Corki, but joining him, Mako.
Mako, the man whose glasses always need to be adjusted. Very, very strong support right there. And here you can see the team roster.
That's an excellent picture of Clearlove.
Oh,
He's like force choking someone out.
Oh, they've got the whole roster there. Amazing J looks so happy in that picture over there. But yeah, you can see the roster right here. Deft again appears to be asleep. Nobody wake him. He'll rouse on his own once he hears minions have spawned.
Zero does this as well. He kind of sets his head down, and closes his eyes.
Yeah. Did we see Zero on the other side?
Yeah.
It seemed like he was awake though. So if Zero is ready and Deft isn't, could that be an indicator of what we see in this next match?
Well, the standings are certainly going to be an indicator. And again, just to emphasize, King is tied for last place. EDG are tied for first place. If they draw here, they will secure their first place spot over Xiaogu.
Only by 1 point, however, and we're going to take a look at these graphs. You'll notice EDG, they've got a pretty good record against King, currently 5-1 against them.
That said, nope, they're not beaten on anything. Okay, but they're very, I was like, well, which one of these numbers is higher? King's little graph sitting firmly inside EDG's.
Well, they actually have a very similar aggression.
Yeah, looking for team fights, but they've also got Insec in their top lane. And that's the thing that I'm really curious about. Insec has been
right now.
all over the board. Sweet haircut, Insec.
I know,
He copied my style.
That's what it was, the modern bowl.
Slightly tilted. Insec's style has just been all over the board. I mean, he's had a Gragas, a Vladimir, a Hecarim, his Yasuo, which he's been spamming in solo queue. I think he also had a Nautilus in there. So I'm just like really curious where he's going to end up. Because I honestly, I'm looking at his champion pool. I was like, I have no idea what direction you're going, Insec.
Top lane Heimerdinger.
I wouldn't be surprised.
if he manages to pull that out.
And he's facing across from Amazing J. Both these guys are just so all over the board with it.
Really creative. Yeah, you just saw Aaron on your screen conversing with the rest of EDG as they prepare and we get ready for the picks and bans between King and EDG. And what are some of the things that we can expect? Obviously, there are the strong meta picks right now, but you mentioned the fact that we're seeing unique things as well.
Yeah, and EDG has really been experimenting with leaving Callista open. I don't know if they're going to do this this time around, but it feels like pretty much every single set, or at least for the past kind of 2 to 3 sets, they leave it open for one game and they try some sort of composition to counter it. And then they kind of shift it back. They did it with the Urgot, they did it with the Caitlyn. King are going to be like, nope, not this time around. We're banning it from blue side.
Yeah, immediately taking away the Callista and the Sivir. You can see Aaron, he's not even talking with his team. That's how well coordinated he is. They actually have mental telepathy, and they can communicate via their thoughts.
That's impressive.
It really is. There's going to be the Annie and Rise taken away. Everyone prepared and set. You think they worked out their bans before this, considering how fast they're going through?
Maybe.
If they were sitting in the lobby saying, I'll ban this, okay, I'll ban that.
No team would ever do that.
Give away the strategy, mind game it completely.
Important is that Sivir was banned from purple side. Deft and Name have found a ton of success on this champion, and again, we saw kind of Name's last 4 games spammed with that Sivir, so I really like that ban.
There goes the first pick for Hui. It's going to be Rek'Sai, Bamey's Azir, and Cassiopeia, and even Victor still open. We'll see if he decides to go for it, as that is a very strong pick. Hecarim still on the map as well. We've seen Insect take it before, but considering his desire to take some more unique picks, that could be something that he decides to go for. And there's Gragas.
That is the first time I've ever seen Clear Love smile.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, I'm going to cask Name. I'm going to beat him.
He's getting ready.
So Bamey taking his Azir. Bamey plays pretty much Shurima champions.
Shurima.
And Victor. Yep.
Oh, yeah, Cassiopeia's from Shurima now.
Yep.
Well, kind of.
Well, she was cursed.
Noxus.
In Shurima.
Semi-cursed.
Betrayed by Sivir. That's why they banned her.
No, she betrayed Sivir.
Oh.
And then she ended up becoming a half snake. Why is the snake the betrayer? Oh my gosh, it's an Adam and Eve reference. Boom!
On the other side, though, it looks like Name is going to take the Corki away from
Yes.
Deft.
I can't believe it took me that long to get. But yes, there's the Corki locked in, and the Victor secured for Korn in the mid lane. Yeah.
So far, I mean, this is pretty standard. Kind of curious that they decided to rotate the 80 carry so early, but it makes sense. Sivir's banned, Callista's banned, so kind of go down the line to what Deft's going to play. His Jinx is still available. He hasn't really been pulling it out since it was defeated, so see what direction he's going to go, and they're actually going to give him the last pick.
Yeah, they're going to hold on to that for good old Deft, as it looks like Amazing J is going to be taking that. Hecarim Nautilus still open for Mako. His very strong Annie is an option here if he can try catching Korn with a flash stun, but instead he's going to go for the slightly more secure...
More lane dominance.
Yeah, with the depth charge, and as you mentioned, of course, the lane dominance as well.
Yeah, that's really what Nautilus is going to bring. I mean, Annie is still very dominant in lane, but there's just no way you can beat Nautilus. He's got too much wave control, hard engage, damage. It's just absurd.
Currently looking at Zac Name.
Please play Zac top.
God, I hope so. Zac top is so hard.
That's one of his like all-time most played champions is Zac.
It is so hard, but he's a jungler. Well, was a jungler.
He played top lane for KT as well, when Kakao was his jungler.
Oh, you're right. Did he still continue to play top lane Zac?
And then Kakao chased him to China and forced him back into the top lane. This is why Insect's actually playing top. He couldn't handle it.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Vladimir locked in now for Insect. While it looks like Zero's taking the slightly safer Morgana, I think Name actually baited the Twitch by hovering it briefly when he was scrolling through the quote-unquote random champions, but Deft, he sees that, decides to look for something a little bit safer. Whoa. Whoa. Okay.
A lot of LPL AD carries really like the Ezreal Corki matchup just because, I mean, I guess it's kind of a skill matchup. Typically, if you hit your skill shots, Ezreal's always going to be a skill matchup. But just the idea that you can dodge the Phosphorus Bomb not only with your E and then get an extra trade auto attack, but also the Mystic Shot. So not surprising to see Deft look that direction, but it's very much a siege poke-based composition. They could have gone for the Hyper Carry and the Jinx, but I think Deft just really wanted the comfortable 2v2 matchup.
Yeah. just playing it safe, and they already know that there's the Morgana for spell shields, which is going to make diving a little bit more difficult. And there was EDG smiling as they looked at their team composition. Something to be proud of, as their team comps, their drafting phase in general, has been spectacular.
In their second games, I actually think that EDG, because again, they're one of their only 2-0s or their losses this year has been to the last place team in WE, and I frankly point at a lot of drafting mistakes. If you think about when they got crushed by LGD in the first game by leaving open Ryze, Kalista, and Alistar. So, I mean, LGD, it's been hit or miss. Again, you're not punished for experimentation in this league because you just need to split to maintain your position on top of the standing. So that's what I'm going to give it to. I'm going to say it's experimentation.
Well, we'll see if this experiment manages to work, as King and EDG, you just saw the rosters slowly scroll through. King very strong with this one. They've got some great zone control. They've got some excellent pick with the Morgana bindings. And of course, they've got Name on Corki, the great AD carry himself. But he's going back up against his old rival, his old teammate, Deft.
Well, his old team in general on EDG, so this is definitely a interesting good match. Again, ClearLove said it himself. King and EDG, they tend to scrim a lot more because they're still on good relations with Name. So let's see if that maybe reflects in kind of these two teams' play style.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we load into the Rift for game number 1 between EDG and King. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's King and EDG. Set number 2, game number 1 of week number 3 of
week number 6
day number 3. There's the one. One of these days, I'm going to be able to do it so fast that people literally will not be able to understand me, and it will sound like I'm speaking a foreign language.
Literally. It's really important to note that, yes, we are halfway through the season, so EDG and King have already played this split.
Yep.
But when they played, they didn't have Insec or Zero, and I believe they didn't... Did they not have their Koreans? I don't even think they had Name either. I think they were playing with a different AD carry. So this is the first time this split on this roster that EDG and King have met.
Should be a little bit of an exciting match as EDG sticking a little bit defensive here, opting for the lane swap right now. There's a ward on the top side of the map that should spot them if they decide to walk into the brush, while it looks like King are consolidating their defenses around that Insec Vladimir.
That is going to be a 2v2 in the top side, and again, when the bot lanes meet on the top side of the map, the only thing that really changes is how either team approaches dragon control.
Yes, should be pretty exciting. I mean, you've got Amazing J rocking the smite along with ClearLove, so they do have that double smite potential. Here come the minions as they roll on down mid lane. And it's going to be double jungle out of both of the solo laners.
The thing that I want to really point out to as far as King's composition, though, is how much magic damage is pretty much across every single member. I mean, other than Rek'Sai, you've got Vladimir, Corki's going to be doing mixed damage, Victor, as well as Morgana. Just so much magic damage in these compositions in LPL these days.
Something tells me a Locket of the Iron Solari is going to be pretty high priority for EDG.
Which is curious because Mako traditionally itemizes Mobies into the Sightstone, and then he looks for kind of his first completed tank item, typically a Locket.
Jamie finds some harass onto Corn right there as he makes it out of range of that Sand Soldier, while Deft trying to clear the wave as fast as he can with Mako, but Zero seems to be a little bit more effective at this.
And this is something that Corki and Morgana will have over Ezreal, is their minion wave control, just because you have the Tormented Soil as well as the Phosphorus Bomb, which has the AoE properties to quickly gain control of the creeps and get a push going.
That's what we see right now. Deft trying to clear away that minion with his Mystic Shot, but he's just having the toughest time getting close. It's so scary to get close to a Morgana. Now the waves are finally going to even out once again.
Well, the reason why Name and Zero aren't really taking control and pushing forward, although their wave is slightly now starting to take ahead, is they don't really know which side the enemy jungler started on, so being careful that they don't overextend themselves for a possible flank.
Yeah, I mean, they've got ClearLove on that side of the map. He's clearing away the Scuttle Crab right now. Not sure if he's going to run into Hui at the blue buff. But no, he decides to back away, gets out of there just barely sooner, and Hui gets caught out by that Scuttle. They see him there. Bamey's actually still playing to that side, so he might be trying to bait here.
But he goes ahead and he steps forward and he wards inside, knowing that since the Scuttle Crab was taken, that ClearLove will be on that side of the map. So doing a good job providing protection for Name and Zero.
Corn taking some harass down on the bottom while Insect abuses that Vladimir power. He hasn't hit that strong mid-game spike just yet, but you can already tell that sustain is going to be a little bit of trouble for Amazing J as he went for a full sustain build himself with that flask and health potions. And all in all, things are relatively slow and calm from this.
Also very important to point out that Vladimir is a resourceless champion because he doesn't have mana to worry about. So whereas Amazing J is having to itemize into the flask and the pot to continue to sit in his lane and clear waves, Insect was able to pick up some initial resistances as well as 4 pots.
Yeah. So with that, he is feeling very comfortable as he continues shoving it under the turret. Clear Love's on that side of the map as well. Amazing J was just trying to recall right there. He might have had to have burned his teleport, but decided to cancel it and stay in lane while Bamey shoves Corn under the turret. He's already burned through both of those health potions with that amazing Azir harass. Corn seems like he's having a bit of trouble.
That said, Huey is lining up for a gank here, which is why you see the immediate back ping on Bamey. So he's playing to the top side of the map. Obviously, that's where he is. Oh, excuse me. I was going to say the lane swap. Never mind. Irrelevant point.
Instead, it's going to Pink Ward, dropped by Hui, just to keep an eye on that lane. Make sure you don't get any roaming Azir. Possibly look for Clear Love as he goes for a few deep wards of his own with the earlier recall. And the harass continues to be dished out on that top side of the map as Name and Zero just continue to deal those auto attacks back and forth. Oh, here's Hui again. Let's see if he will be able to find Bamey as he just dashed forward, dashes away, gets knocked up, but no follow-up means he's going to be able to get out.
Great damage, though, which will force the back.
Deft goes low. The binding is dodged. Deft narrowly makes it out of this one, while Mako is going to try chasing them away. There's the teleport from Amazing J. Instantly, Zero flashes, and the teleport is canceled.
Yeah, a lot of respect for that teleport. Don't know if they needed to burn the heal and the flash. That said, they didn't have any eyes on Amazing J, so I guess I'm possibly afraid that he could have home guard at this point or tier 2 boots. Pretty impossible at 6 minutes in, but he did have boots, so
he does.
A lot of respect. Clear Love now on the top side.
Yeah, he's just showing himself to try scaring him away. We looking for a bit of a counter gank here. Deft.
He wants to help them clean up their CS and push this in so Deft can make a safe back and start itemizing. He really needs to get his tier. He's actually slightly late on it. So that's why Clear Love's up there. Not to, like you said, not to apply pressure, just to help him clear out the wave and make his back safely.
Just to be a bit of a presence. Now Corn with that recall. He is picking up some sustain along with the upgraded Hex Core. Bamey opting for the Fiendish Codex first to look for continued harass and some CDR to make it more effective. While Amazing J just gets level 6 on the bottom side of the map. Now Insect does have his teleport available right now. He did not use that on the top side to try going for a counterplay to EDG, but doesn't look like he's going to make too much use of it as there's a recall now out of Amazing J, possibly timed with Deft.
Yeah, Deft is also backing. We'll see if they decide to lane swap, but meanwhile in the mid lane.
Oh, dive onto Corn. Snare lands. He's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Bamey dashes forward, knocks Hui onto the other side. He's forced to flash the wall, makes it over the Emperor's Divide. Here's the teleport from Vlad. First blood onto Bamey. An immediate flash transfusion finds Bamey. He goes down to Insect.
What a beautiful Azir sec right there for Bamey to pick up the kill, but good response. Insect, again, like you said, there was a TP discrepancy. He was able to get involved with that play, and especially as he's on the bottom side of the map. We'll see if the teleport difference, like the fact that Insect is on the bottom side versus Amazing J being on the top side, and how King will approach this dragon now, if they're just going to give it to EDG since Deft and Mako have now made it back to bot.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on who ends up getting that first dragon as Amazing J. Whoop! Takes a binding to the face. He has completed his Merc Tread, so should be able to take a little bit more damage from both Name and Zero, but Deft catches the wave on the bottom side of the map and is going to continue farming it up as best he can. Amazing J really wasn't having that grand a time against Insect. He wasn't shut down, but having it continually shoved did present a bit of a problem, and it looks like King are going to respond. There's a recall coming out of both Name and Zero, and we see Insect heading up to the top side of the map, so it doesn't appear that they want to continue going for the 2v1.
I mean, the thing about Hecarim is he's not really there to fight the enemy laner. He's just there to farm and quickly itemize. So again, making use of his devastating charge and just his general mobility and speed around the map. He likes to make quick little buys as opposed to saving up, staying in lanes for elongated time frames and coming back with massive item purchases.
So now that it seems like we've got a little bit of time, let's talk about what these team comps actually do, aside from hooking and catching people.
Well, you have a lot of AoE magic damage again, so Vladimir's really going to empower Victor's Chaos Storm by allowing multiple or extra damage to be applied during the duration of the transfusion, which will then work really well with the Venn diagram that Name is also going to apply on that. On the other side, though, like you said, it's really about poke, siege, and zone control. So Azir is super oppressive when he approaches a tower, but likewise, Ezreal is going to empower that. They have nice reset opportunities in the Emperor's Divide as well as the Cast to reset any fight that they don't like. That said, there's not a ton of hard engage on the side of King. They're effectively really reliant on Huey having his flash so he can get he can threaten the backline, or Zero hitting a nice dark binding.
Yeah, that's something that we see on the King lineup right now, is that they don't have that ability to dive into the backline. And Deft already on Ezreal, pretty self-sufficient. Even Bamey on that Azir should be able to keep people off of him as long as he's playing it properly.
I feel like EDG's composition just has a lot more flexibility and things that it can do. It's got hard engage, it's got disengage, it has poke, it has siege, it has wave clear. King are a little bit more pigeonholed, but here comes Gank.
Oh, binding gets dodged. Name's getting forward. Oh, he barely misses the hook.
Nice Valk.
Yeah, good dodge out of Name, makes it out safely. 3 members showing on the bottom side of the map. There goes the farm alarm.
And the reason why they're really applying a ton of pressure to the bottom side of the map is Amazing J has his teleport back up, and they know that Insect doesn't have his. So if they'd made a pick right there, they want to pressure the Dragon with the possible numbers advantage that they can have.
Take a look at some of the vision on the map right now for King. They've got wards all over that top side of the map, and interestingly enough, even on the bottom side as well. Depth Charge finds Name. Here's the teleport, but Spell Shield blocks it out. Is Amazing J gonna dive? He does, but Name burns his flash and gets out alive.
That's fine. They need to immediately translate this back into the Dragon. Insect does have a massive wave onto that top tier tower, so we'll trade it. So EDG, I feel like they're all, ooh, actually, he's gonna go and try to stop him. Okay, so a lot wasted from EDG. They roll the dice on that play again. We talked about how they had a numbers advantage because they had a TP discrepancy for Amazing J. Try to make the Dragon play happen. Doesn't connect. Nice response from Hui. Again, he void rushed to the bottom side of the map knowing that Insect didn't have TP, and King ended up with a free objective.
Yeah, seems like they just might as they take that top tier 1, and Amazing J shows himself on the top side of the map to catch the wave. Insect feeling very happy about taking that turret while Deft continues farming it up on the bottom. The hook is dodged again by Name. Mako trying to make something happen, but he just cannot quite find it. Wow, EDG, you know, they're making active forward plays, but King are deftly handling them.
Yeah, it was frankly a misplay by EDG, but I like the fact that you know, identified that they were trying to be proactive. They knew what they wanted, they just couldn't execute it. That said, Deft. Look at the deep vision on King that you just pointed out. They know that they now have the Dragon advantage because Insect's teleport is just about to come up. Likewise, they do have a power spike on Name. He has the Sheen completed versus the tier of Deft's Ezreal.
Seems like that power spike is being very effective, as it's actually King who end up taking that first Dragon with their duo on the bottom side and a teleport discrepancy. They secure for that themselves that first Dragon, and they still have a moderate gold lead after taking that top tier 1 turret. And Amazing J tries to answer. He finished his Merc Treads and Home Guard and is now headed towards the Cinder Hulk, but it's going to be a while before he gets there as Insect clears out this wave on the top side of the map. EDG going for some deep invades into King's blue side jungle. I don't know that they're going to be able to get anything besides that Direwolf camp.
They're pressuring for the top tier tower by laying down deep vision there. They're not going to commit to it, especially because they don't have vision on Hui, and Hui is doing a great job responding by rushing up to that top side to make sure that Insect can't be dove. Still relatively dangerous to dive a Vladimir anyway, just because of his pool and how much safety and time that guarantees him. But EDG, they know that they lost the Dragon, so they're trying to play to the top side of the map and find an easy objective, but King did a great job covering their bases. Yeah,
they definitely have, and so far, everything's nice and even, though that 1,000 gold has slowly started to slip into only about a 400, 500 gold lead in favor of King right now, as EDG are trying to press their advantages. It's even CS all across the board. The only difference, again, are those kills, that minor first blood, and that single turret. And again, everyone's just continuing to farm it up. Deft finishes off his Manamune and adds a Sheen to the build. They're There's some pretty high CS numbers coming out of these folks.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that Deft is on a power spike now that he has the Sheen completed. Nice Essence Flux there to dodge the Dark Binding.
Arcane Shift.
That one. Essence Flux is his W.
Yes, it is.
I try. I can't be a play-by-play caster.
Bamey's going to try securing this blue buff, but he is having the most difficult time I have ever seen with that as it's resetting. Is it going to go again? Oh, not quite.
He's got it.
He finally isn't going to secure that blue buff, while it looks like Horn is headed over to secure his own.
The Drift King.
Slides over the wall there for some style points. Oh, he's going to miss. Oh. Wait, what? Why did he? What? Oh, the attack didn't complete because the minion died before it did, so it didn't even get the penetration damage. What? That's weird.
Sade is super excited. He's like, he didn't even get the 2 creeps. And this is the micro of how it happened. That was fantastic. Thank you.
That's actually really interesting. I didn't know that happened. If a target dies when Azir attacks with a Sand Soldier, it doesn't complete the penetration damage. I mean, I would assume that's the case. That's what we just saw. Somebody's in the Twitch comments right now going, no, you noob, he missed it because he was off by 2 units to the left.
And there's Deft. Now, I want to point out how Deft threw his ultimate. It was really important that he stood into the brush right there to drop Fog of War. And this is something that I'm actually going to throw all the way back to Reginald. When he used to play Ezreal mid, he would constantly do this. He would back up into Fog of War and then throw his ultimate, because obviously if the enemy team sees you winding up the channel, they're just going to easily dodge to the side. So just a little cute thing.
Oh, Chaos Storm gets dropped on the Bamey. Binding misses once again, as there's a lot of pressure from EDG in that mid lane to try taking that tier 1 back, as Bamey's just trying to flex his Azir power spike muscles with that Morellonomicon. Deft force an Arcane Shift. Mako takes the Binding, drops the Depth Charge. It's spell shielded, then flashes away. Deft continues turning it around, but no kills are rewarded.
And again, we talked about how Ezreal's on a power spike right now because he has the Sheen completed, able to proc that in between his Mystic shot. So really taking advantage there. Name and Zero tried to go offensive, knowing that Deft had just used his ultimate, so there was a big part of damage missing from an all-in engagement, but oh, wow.
Yeah, Deft takes a lot of damage. He was really far forward there. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have heal. He goes down. Name gets the kill.
Used his E aggressively. Meanwhile, in the top lane.
Gank on the top side, finds Insect. He has his flash. There goes the very powerful transfusion, but it's not quite enough. He's running as fast as he can. Is he going to make it over the wall? Amazing. Whoa, misses it. Insect continuing to run away. He's kiting it out while Hui manages to kill Mako. Insect is being such a nuisance.
Wow.
Amazing J dodges the Binding, but he's so low. He's got to run away from this one. Is he going to get the kill? No! Insect styles on him.
And he just leveled up, but that is a post-level 9 Vladimir. The cooldown on his Q is just oppressive, and he was able to walk Amazing J down long enough to pick that one up. Frankly, a mechanical misplay from Amazing J to miss the Onslaught of Shadows there. There was really only one clear direction that he was going to go.
Yeah. He's not going to run mid towards Bamey. That would be silly. But with that, it's now 4-1 in favor of King. We missed the kill from Name onto Hui in the bottom, as that tier 1 turret also fell. So suddenly, King are feeling very strong.
Especially as they approach this dragon in 1 minute. So we talk about how LPL teams are so... Ooh, baby.
Binding.
They're so good at identifying when they're strong. It's not just about the fact that this is a region that likes to 5v5. Oh, here we go. We got the replay.
Yeah, here's the kill on the Deft. You can see he's just overextended as Hui punishes him. Flash! Rocket.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. He did a good job flashing the initial rocket, though, but was able to finish him off with a big one. What was I saying? Oh,
I have no idea.
LPL teams, they're really good at identifying when they're strong to fight. Pretty much if they're equal or stronger, they immediately look for 5v5s. Good try, Zero. But if they're not, they're really good at trading the map or sacrificing objectives and looking for the best possible play. So curious how EDG are going to handle this, because right now they're not in the best case scenario to look for a full 5v5 as we see King moving over into the bottom side of the map and placing down vision.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds before that dragon spawns. Amazing J doesn't have his teleport, so he's trying to hurt Insect, but he's just going to be chased forward. Now Flash from Zero comes over the wall. The Binding is dodged. They're going to try getting this kill here. There goes the Soul Shackles, Tormented Soil. Whoa, True Shot Barrage finds Zero! Oh, he's barely alive.
Wow, great hit from Deft from across across the jungle, I'll say. But wow, what a confident flash. And again, the 2 Korean members of King, Zero and Insec meeting up. Here's a replay
yeah,
as
this is Mako's death.
Deft is jumping on Insec.
Boom!
Bounce house.
Yeah, here comes Name. He's just going to land one big one, even burning the heal to get some more chase right there. Rocket! Oh no, Hui gets it.
Denied.
So, Dragon's up. EDG are on that side of the map. They don't have Amazing J, who has no teleport. He has no Onslaught of Shadows. He's running down with the home guard. But King are also prepared for it. Insec does not have his ultimate either, but he's now got a needlessly large rod on top of that Will of the Ancients. This guy is going to do work.
He's very much delayed, though. It's very important that EDG get Baimi into position again. Azir has to be on top of objectives so he can secure them, because it's important for him to get all of his Sand Soldiers up and into place. So we'll see if EDG can creep in here. Nice damage.
Yeah, Deft's going real aggressive there, trying to poke away Name, and Zero succeeds in half-healthing Zero, who still has no soul shackles. EDG are going to try getting into this minion wave here. Baimi clearing it out as best he can with Deft, while King continue looking for a pick. A single binding is all it's going to take.
And look at Baimi's build. He doesn't have any boots. He sacrificed his mobility for a quick Morello's Abyssal, and that's why EDG are so confident to approach this. I've been saying it all night. There is so much magic damage and mixed damage on pretty much every single one of these LPL team comps. Abyssal is incredibly cost efficient, and the aura empowers all of EDG.
Binding finds Clear Love, but they can't quite commit to it. True Shot Barrage comes across, but it's not enough to clear the wave. It was actually not the True Shot Barrage. But the Tier 1 goes down. That's all 3 outer turrets. Amazing J is splitting on the bottom side of the map, is forced to back away now that King have shown themselves. They're still not committing to this dragon.
Giving a ton of respect, trying to play with their pressure points. They did manage to get that mid-tier tower. Like you said, a massive wave is building up into the top side, so someone will surely have to attend to that at some point. The teleport is almost up for Amazing J. See if he maybe goes up there and kind of plays with his flank Hecarim teleport.
Deft, once again, shifts aggressively forward to try bullying Zero away. He's just been healing it up. There's the recall coming out of Amazing J. Ping's coming down from Insec while the rest of King get onto the pit. Ooh, binding misses him.
They just left. They just left and they gave away the dragon.
Yes.
They did all of that effort and work to get into the pit, to lay down their vision, to poke people out, and then just let it go.
You are exactly right, and with that, it's King securing the second dragon. So the idea is, when I say the phrase for free, when we say the phrase for free, we usually don't mean it because there's always some sort of trade that happens around the map, especially in the LPL teams.
I just spent like 5 minutes talking about how good they are at kind of sacrificing the map and trading. And
EDG, they gave that thing away. It might not have been free, but that was like a 98% discount.
That was a buy one, get one free.
Yeah, exactly. That was great for King.
That was a pretty sweet free objective, but okay. King are now, or excuse me, EDG are now responding to the side waves on the map, kind of resetting the pressure, making sure that all their minion waves will eventually align in the middle. You see Def shoving in bottom side. Amazing J, again, responding to the big creep wave that Insec has built into the top wave. We'll see if EDG collapse or if the King are going to get there first. Yeah,
King do manage to get there first. Amazing J dodges the binding, dodges the knockup, but Insec's just being a big bully with that bloody Vladimir.
They pause. Guys, did we give that away for free?
It's like, wait, what do you mean you weren't at the dragon? I thought you were there. No, I told you to go. I was going top to clear the wave. But it was our wave. I can hear the comms right now.
I mean, it was a good move from Amazing J. Again, we talked about how his teleport was just about to come up, so he had the ability to go up to the top side and then look for a Hecarim Flake, as well as kind of deal with the building minion wave that Insec had made. It's not too detrimental at this point because, again, the game is still fairly early, but EDG giving away kind of a lot of their footing now. Their composition isn't built for early game. That's really important to recognize. Their big power spike is going to come when Deft has a few more items, again, stacking up that tier. And likewise, Azir is going to hyperscale into late game. So it's not like, you know, by giving away these dragons, by kind of making some slight misplays around objectives, that they're not going to be able to have the tools to get back into it. It's just giving King a lead, and King tend to do very well with their leads. That said, they're in last place, but I assure you, they do well with their leads.
They definitely do. The thing is, though, they're up against Edward Gaming, the team that beat SKT in the MSI this last MSI. And it sort of begs the question, you know, Edward Gaming is the team that will punish you for making mistakes. They'll wait the game out 40 minutes, wait until you start the Baron, then they'll slaughter you, steal the Baron, and end the game before you can respond.
But that's because they're really good with their 5v5. But if you think, again, we're on a rotating roster. We have Bainey filling in for Pawn and Amazing J filling in for Koro. So EDG's 5v5 has taken a direct hit in terms of its cohesiveness and synergy as a unit. And again, if you go back to King's record, we say this all the time, it's really hard to accurately... Hold on.
Amazing J teleporting in from the back.
Beautiful black
Zero,
shield.
But the black shield keeps him up. There goes the knockup. 2 ultimates are blown. Zero still flashes. The hook finds him just barely. And they give the kill over to Depth.
So much was burned to kill Zero. Unfortunately, King really have no answers. Name is trying to apply pressure into this bottom tower. We'll see if he actually gets it. I'm pretty sure he's only going to get some damage done.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Recall was just completed for Amazing J. He's rushing over with that home guard. There are another 2 members of King on their way over in Hui and Korn. That's a really big minion wave, however, and Name takes a tier 2 for 1 kill.
EDG commits so many resources top lane. King had the wave pushing, so they take, like you said, the very free tower. And that, again, hashtag worth for King.
With that...
Oh, King.
King.
They are, of course, bottom tier of the standings, but the thing is that, again, for the first part of the split, they didn't have their complete roster. You can directly see, if you look at King's standings, they immediately start splitting 1-1 when they face Xiaogu, and it's no coincidence that that is the game, the set, where Insec and Zero come back to the roster. Since then, they've only lost 1 game. Everything else has been a split or a 2-0 victory, and that was to Invictus Gaming. So King's record, when they have their Koreans, when they have their full roster, places them kind of more middle of the pack as opposed to their true standings on the bottom.
We'll have to see if they can make it up to that point. I mean, they're playing Edward Gaming right now, and if they can take a win off of Edward Gaming, or even 2, then that would make one heck of an argument.
Xiaogu's looking over like, please, King.
Come on, do it. You can do it. Is that Ice Fist Ezreal? Frost Punch.
Blue Ezreal.
He's going to punch your Frost.
So the build is to build a lot of blue items, and it emphasizes kiting. We haven't seen this in quite a while. We've seen a lot of Ezreal kind of peeking back into the LPL, and again, once we shift over into Runeglaive, I'm pretty sure Ezreal is going to be a very popular pick.
So strong.
That said, this is all about CDR, throwing out your Mystic shots, and kiting backwards. And again, we talked about how EDG's composition has really nice reset tools with the Cask as well as the Emperor's Divide. But more importantly, it is really well oriented to kind of elongated, sustained fights. Because with Azir, he's not a burst mage. He can throw out massive damage with the Emperor's Divide. But if you're using it as a reset tool, it's more about getting multiple rotations through Azir's auto attacks on his Sand Soldiers. So the Iceborne Gauntlet and the theory of, you know, kiting backwards and drawing out these fights as opposed to just bursting down works really well with what EDG have on the board.
That sort of begs the question, though, that when you compare it to King's lineup, they've got the Hemo Plague. They've got Chaos Storm on top of that. They want Soul Shackles.
Yeah, they want to murder you all in one rotation of their R buttons.
And it seems like they've got the composition to do it, because if Insect gets into range, if Korn gets into range, you're going to die.
Yep.
That's pretty much the outcome.
It's Insect presses his Hemo Plague first, immediately on top of a Chaos Storm, and then Name throws down some mixed damage on top of all of that.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how that ends up working out, if King are able to get the Wombo combo with this.
It's kind of weird to call it a Wombo combo, but I see what
it kind of is, yeah. But you expect that the Wombo is like the whole 1, 2, 3.
The instantaneous
This is more of a,
death.
like a 1 and 2 and 3. There's a music joke.
Halftime.
Hey. Better than Jazz Bean. All right, that's off topic.
We're learning slowly.
Dragons up in a minute. And King currently are 2-0 in Dragons. They've got control over 4 turrets, taking that tier 2, and on the bottom side of the map as well. So we can see Insect get real aggressive here, especially with all the deep wards that he's got to watch for any sort of flanks. But EDG, 4 members in the mid lane, could look for a collapse onto it.
No, and you're absolutely right. The reason why Insect's allowed to be that far forward and is that confident is because King have set up fantastic flanking vision for him. EDG are slowly making their way over there, but there's just so many pressure points on the map. Eventually, they'll have to deal... never mind. They got a slow push going back for them topside. But Dragon's the next big thing on contention for 10 seconds.
Seems to be the big one, as King are currently prepared and set up with vision all over that pit. Pings find Deft at his own red buff right now, so they're going to try burning through before Deft can make it there. They're doing a lot of damage here. Corn waiting over the wings. True Shot Barrage comes across. There's the binding, thrown a little bit early from Zero. He dives.
Oh, he got it.
And Amazing J steals it. They find Insec on the backside. Hemoplague finds one target, and this is Corn's positioning that's going to end up punishing him here as Insec staggers it out with Name. Clearlove kills Corn, and King are suddenly in a really tough spot as they've got EDG on both sides of them. Insec's trying to heal off of the Grump while Hui staggers it out. Zero tosses out the binding. They're going to have to go through the enemy jungle to escape from this one. Zero, what are you doing? You're on the wrong side of the map here. He's going to be collapsed upon by Clearlove. He's still alive, however. Name and Insect do so much damage, and EDG can't pull the trigger on the collapse.
Saving Private Zero. They get out of that. They were caught in between EDG and their own base, but huddled together like a rock. I want to point out, Hui did a fantastic job saving Zero's life, making sure that he was on top of him, that when Gragas and Azir collapsed, he came out, unburrowed, and knocked both of them up. The CC duration lasted long enough. Deft's looking for Morgana. He's not going to find her.
Oh, no, he did.
Oh.
Just back in the fountain.
He was also looking for the red buff. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Great job from Amazing J. And this is the other thing that I wanted to point out. So when EDG have been unseated so far in this split, it's actually the target focus on Clearlove, either through counter-picking him or stalling out his objective control. And when EDG fall behind, and it sounds fairly obvious. Okay, obviously when a team loses, you know, they would lose objective control. But it's just so devastating to EDG to watch them get unseated by the last place team in King because they just can't commit to these fights. It really shows how uncomfortable they are playing with Amazing J and Baby.
To be fully fair to EDG, however, they did take that first dragon. Here's a breakdown
yeah,
of the
but
fight.
Clearlove didn't get it. Amazing J got it. So there's the steal right here. You're absolutely right. Corn's positioning was a little bit questionable. He wasn't able to follow up on the Hemoplague, which means that Clearlove and Deft are just going to turn and immediately delete him from the map, although good attempted damage. But just imagine, he would have killed Deft there if he was on the same side as Vladimir, if they were using their composition correctly, if the Hemoplague goes down and then the Chaos Storm to empower the damage.
Yeah, you just saw Deft sprint over the wall right there as the Arcane Shift animation did fully load. Wild King clear out some wards around the Baron. We're 30 minutes into the game, and King, they've got a pretty solid advantage right now. We've seen EDG in this position before, while Bamey has to dash away from Name, who even uses the Blade of the Ruined King active.
That's why he likes Corki. It's because it's actually a build path to take Bork.
Yeah, makes sense now.
He plays a sizable amount of Corki, but he's never. I would never consider Name a Corki player. His Valkyrie use is a little bit questionable.
They are starting the Baron right now. They see Amazing J on the other side of the map. He is recalling right now, shredding through all of that health. Mako coming in. Is Amazing J going to be able to make it in time? He's got to teleport right now, but no, King, back off.
Important to note that we were calling for Amazing J to make the Smite steal, and it's not just because we don't have faith in Clearlove, but more important, Amazing J is level 15 compared to A's level 13, so he has the stronger Smite, which led to him getting that Dragon, and King not pulling the trigger on that Baron.
It's kind of hard when it's Edward Gaming, and they're all right there. I mean, Amazing J, despite being relatively shut down by Insect in lane, he hasn't been able to get any kills. And you can see he's been forced to build fully defensive right now. Cinder Hulk going now for the Frozen Heart after completing the Spirit Visage. He's not quite as effective diving into the backline, so I expect we'll see a Trinity Force from him soon when he decides to finish off that Frozen Heart. Interestingly enough, EDG swing up to the top side of the map. They could be looking for that top tier 1.
It's the easiest objective for them to secure. Likewise, if they get a pick in this area, especially if it's on the jungler, they can easily translate into a Baron. Because again, with running Vladimir top, he can't run Smite. I mean, he could, but he's not running Smite. You have the double Smite composition, so their Baron control is still far superior, despite the fact that they are behind.
Looks like King are going to respond by sending a few members into the mid lane. They've got a lot of wards on EDG's red side of the jungle, so they can see the swing back towards the mid, but Bamey makes it back in time to catch the wave, as that tier 2 is still standing. Now it's 4-3 in turrets. EDG finally able to close the gap just a little bit, and more importantly, they're only down by about 2,000 gold right now.
It's really going to come down to these big 5v5 fights. So Amazing J did a fantastic job getting EDG's foot back into this one by securing that last dragon. He'll have another crack at it in about 1 minute. They've got their itemization stacked up again. You have the fully stacked tier out of Def's Ezreal. So if EDG are going to strike, now is the time. They found their power spikes.
True Shot Barrage comes across, is going to spot out Baron once again.
Did a ton of damage to Name, who was clearing out a ward. So obviously by ulting the Baron, it immediately procs and targets the closest thing to it, which happened to be Name. So not only did he eat the damage of the True Shot Barrage, but a nice big chunk of Baron autos.
So let's actually talk about Name and Deft right now. We both mentioned that they were, well, one of them was the AD carry of EDG. One of them now is the AD carry of EDG. How's that grudge match working out?
And again, because Name didn't play in the first game that EDG and King faced, this is kind of the first time that we've really seen it. And the thing about Deft replacing Name and EDG, it was kind of a... what's the best way to say it? I mean, it's a clear upgrade because Deft is playing better than Name this split, but in terms of play style, they're very interchangeable in everything that they offer. They're both position-based AD carries. Deft now has a great lane phase. Name has a fairly strong lane phase with Zero. They have very similar champion pools. I think Deft's is slightly better suited to the current meta, whereas Name was very strong in the last meta. And that's really been another big factor for Deft to really take off and kind of take his standing and his seating above Name in kind of terms of AD carry ranking. But they really haven't had too much time to themselves. We did see a little bit of a 2v2, top side, bottom side, but it's really been about objective control, choking EDG out, as opposed to, either one really getting outplayed in lane.
Speaking of objectives, Dragon has just spawned. EDG with the quick shove mid, drop the Legacy of Shurima, and then pull that Dragon out of the
teleport.
pit. Yeah, Insec has joined the battle. Binding comes over the wall. Zero's not able to find it, and suddenly King are on the opposite side of the pit. Hui looking for the steal right here. Amazing J just waiting for the go button, but Damie's the one who gets it. Amazing J actually teleported in from behind and doesn't pull the finger on the flank.
There we go. That was beautifully played from EDG, playing with two different pincher points. Amazing J teleporting from behind, obviously threatening there, but FLICKR actually kind of fumbled the smite a little bit. Bamey actually ended up securing the Dragon, but EDG even the score up, and we are now shored up to a 2K gold deficit between these teams.
Yeah, the binding comes across from Zero, doesn't find anyone. Knockup finds Bamey. He uses the Emperor's Divide and flashes over the wall. There's no Wombo just yet. The Chaos Storm is still there. He finds Clearlove and Mako, but those are the tanks in the front line. They're staggering it out exceptionally well. Deft kiting from the side, and Name's still alive, so too is Deft. You can see them trading auto attacks back and forth. They don't have vision over the wall right there. He dashes forward right into melee range. Deft goes low, and Deft goes down. Name brings him down.
There's your grudge match right there. Unfortunately, Deft was trying to kite backwards, thought he was going to get a little bit cute, misused his E, and Name immediately saw the opening to Valkyrie on top of him and take the kill right there. But fantastic job and spread of the AoE damage. The fact that Bamey had to use his Emperor's Divide so early to reposition for only himself as opposed to buying time. We said the longer these team fights drag out, the higher percentage chance have EDG of winning. But hold on.
Amazing J could be looking for a steal. Dragon Baron's at 2,500 health. They turn on the Mako. He's forced to take the line away. Insec in the front line. He can take some damage, but not too much right now. And Baron is going to reset. Bamey. Oh, he's clearing the ward. Okay, I thought he was poking Baron in the belly.
He's like, I gotta keep it leashed.
I can do it, I can do it. But he does not, in fact, do it. Instead, clears away the ward, and King trade 1 for 2.
Great job from Amazing J and Clearlove to get back into position and to stop the Baron that King would have had.
Just like that, things even right back up. It's still about a 2,500 gold lead in favor of King, but oh, the steal from Deft. What?
Is that Wei Xiao?
Shutting down the Raptor.
The deny.
Yeah, Hui didn't even get to smite it.
He's going to throw that. I mean, obviously with the blue Ezreal, the other big thing is you're going to be itemizing CDR. It's Lucidity boots as well. So anytime that ultimate's up, you're just going to go ahead and throw it. Very short cooldown.
Yeah, so he is tossing that back out left and right. Vision, again, is the name of the game for this Baron as Insec finds Deft. He brings him low. Cleanse used with the Quicksilver Staff, but Insect is now 1v3 here. He's really far forward. Zanyas goes down. No one's going to be able to make it in time. There's the Depth Charge. He's still taking a lot of damage, but
wow.
My gosh, Korn dashes in, finds Def, gets knocked too far forward, and is destroyed by Bamey. Insect somehow still alive as he continues kiting it out. He's buying time for King at the Baron. King, Edward Gaming do not have vision of this. He's staggering out 1v5. Amazing J smells it coming. The Baron is secured. They kill Insect, but EDG just fumbled the game.
So, I was going to say, during all of that time, Insect, fancy footwork, blue suede shoes, Korn flashing forward, Deft makes the outplay, but who ends up with Baron? King.
Oh my goodness, they just didn't have one ward in the pit. Deft goes down to Name in a huge 1v1 in the top lane, but this is huge for King. They've got the Baron buff now.
Name getting the 1v1 on Deft.
Yeah. Not once, but now twice.
I'm not going to give him the first one because he's got 3 people standing behind him.
Hell yeah.
Okay, King, full control of this game, and I ask you, does this look like the last place LPL team? EDG are slumping, but I will repeat this point until the end of time. King, they haven't had their full roster. Since they've got it, they've split with some of the top-tier teams. The only teams they've lost to when they had their starting Koreans, Insect and Zero, was Invictus Gaming. And they look to take this game away from EDG. That said, again, EDG, they have so many tools in the late game. Where do they like to fight? In the late game. But with a rotating roster, with the experimentation in the middle of the split, Bamey and Amazing J, they just look slightly uncomfortable, slightly out of position.
Can see King are now trying to set up a siege for that middle tier 2 turret. They just are not able to find it, however, as Insect's on the bottom side of the map. And despite this rotating roster from EDG, they're still very close in this game. They're playing exceptionally well, contesting objectives, contesting vision. Whoa, Kui doesn't get the smite steal. Instead, eats a face full of CC. He's going to have to walk away from this one. It's Amazing J who ended up securing that red buff, though. He's going to chase them away, dashes forward with the onslaught of shadows. Oh my gosh, he just got led like a horse, and he's actually going to make it out of this one while EDG managed to pick up the kill onto Zero, but you could say that was a zero-sum game.
You were looking for so many puns right there. You're like a horse to water, and then you went for the math joke.
Oh, Korn ends up going down, being picked off by Def. Looks like he was the faster one with this play. As King continued to back away, this Baron buff isn't working out too well. Here comes Amazing J. He's got the home guard, turns onto Insect. Remember what happened at level 1? Well, Amazing J wants revenge for that. He's got Deft chasing him down too. Insect might be tanky, might have a lot of sustain, but he might also go down, dropping the Zonias to stagger it out, but this time there's no Baron buff for the rest of King to take.
We just talked about how King got the Baron. They were in the driver's seat, ready to apply pressure to EDG. Immediately fumble it. Face check into 4 members of EDG. They make a fantastic collapse and pick up 3 free kills. I think there's only, what, 2 Barons left after all is said and done? Name's got one.
Name's got one. Zero died. We still got his.
Korn died, and Insect died.
Yeah, so EDG are shoving down now. They're going to be the ones taking the tier 2. Despite the Baron buff on Name, and all in all, it's going to end up falling off right about now. And just like that, EDG are once again, or for the first time, in the lead.
We talked about how they looked a little bit uncomfortable comparatively to their starting MSI roster in a true 5v5. That said, if King are going to face check into you...
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Here comes the Dragon now being secured. It's double smite, picks it up easy peasy for EDG.
Back in control.
Yep, once again, they've now got that third Dragon. Baron buff has fallen off, and King suddenly find themselves on the back foot. In fact, they are just a little bit ahead in gold, but EDG are right there behind him.
It's good. It's been completely shored up. They had the advantage in kind of a 2-minute scramble, completely throw their lead.
Oh, Cask finds Name, but he's got a spell shield on him. Great reflexes from Zero, and he doesn't even take any damage. The True Shot Barrage only hits Zero as well. But Banshee's Veil is going to be able to soak that damage right on up. Big minion wave on the top side of the map means that somebody's going to eventually have to deal with it. Gosh, Insect is such a pest.
You know who's got extreme damage, though, and who's going to be a massive pest in team fights is this Azir. Bamey now has multiple completed items across the board, including 2 needlessly large rods. One is in the form of his Death Cap, a Void Staff, Abyssal, and Morello. So Azir is a massive threat right now. And we talked about how King's composition really works, how you have to layer their ultimates, especially with the transfusion from Insect. And that's what needs to happen. They can no longer have a situation where Corn is standing on the wrong side of a team fight.
Saw what happened once someone gets caught from King. EDG will steamroll over you to try to punish you for it. But King don't seem to be playing that game as it's Corn on the top side of the map. He's got a really big wave building up, and seems like we're going to see somebody catch that in just a moment as he's buying time. But the question is, what is he buying time for? King, now even with EDG, no longer have control of the game as they once did, but ooh, good hit.
Did that blind. He saw them. He saw him rotate out of vision from the minion wave and hit him through his transition.
So what do King do in order to win this? Because EDG, they continue to look for picks, catch someone out of position, and then just let Bamey shred through the health of King.
I mean, King are doing the exact same thing. There's no reason to fight because there's no objective at play at this moment. Baron will be up in 1 minute 30 seconds. None of the buffs are available. They're not looking to siege here just because they don't have the deep vision or the flank vision appropriate to really march further down this map. So what they need to do is they need to collectively group up if they want to look for deep vision, which should be around this Baron pit, place it together, and then possibly find a pick. But EDG are really playing the exact same game. This comes down to execution of compositions, and the two big ultimates that need to happen for King, the Transfusion and the Chaos Storm, across the right targets. On the other side, it's the Azir show. Bamey is massive. He's given so many tools to stall out a fight. The longer it goes, the higher the chance of winning EDG have.
You see King rushing forward with that vision to try getting control. EDG dash in to respond to it. Make sure that tier 2 still stays standing. We're 43 minutes into the game, and King, despite having some pretty solid momentum during the mid game, just haven't been able to translate it as EDG punished them after that Baron fight when they managed to pick off Corn. And it really seems like that's what it was, because Bamey, when he was caught, that's when King started to snowball their momentum, while Hui finds Amazing J on the side. He's just going to end up clearing a ward and zoning them away.
He's seen a lot of poke damage from Daft.
Yes, indeed. They get some more damage onto Amazing J. He's now completed his Trinity Force on top of those resistance items.
Likewise, Daft has completed his BT.
Yep. A lot of really big items built out. As you mentioned, Bamey currently sitting on 6 items, whereas Corn is only sitting on 5. Hui does get the farm alarm to get to the other side of the Baron. Might be trying to catch somebody here. Insect leads the charge. Oh, Ghost gets blown by Corn as they might be looking for a fight, but this is a tight choke, and Azir, he's probably pretty happy with that.
Likewise, so is Victor. Big issue, the fact that a summoner was burned to try to get Victor in position right there. We'll see if that comes back to punish him again. Both these teams, the Baron is up. We talked about how they weren't looking to fight because there was no objective to fight over. They have it now live on the map.
Yeah, both of the teams skirmishing around. Amazing J catches the wave on the opposite side. Bamey dashes forward to try catching King out of position as the wave is reset on the top side. There goes the True Shot Barrage down the middle of the lane as well. And suddenly, EDG have found themselves in a pretty comfortable spot in that mid lane.
There was almost a massive mistake from King sending Name top lane. Of course, you want your AD carry to get that big, massive wave of gold, but he didn't have the teleport, which is why you saw EDG suddenly so aggressive, marching down that mid lane, knowing that Amazing J is split pushing teleport, but Name didn't have it, which King, they've righted themselves now, corrected the wrong, and they've sent Insect to match Amazing J.
Almost an opportunity for EDG to snowball something scary.
But they immediately recognized it.
They recognized the issue with that. Now Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's already up. Hui has to be careful there. Almost walking in 1v4. He's not going to fall for it this time.
Look at Zero.
Gosh, he's like, I need a ward. Oh.
Just like...
I need an adult. And he manages to make it out of there just fine. Amazing J continues splitting on the bottom. Both of those laners do have teleport. Binding is going to miss Clear Love. And the wave is cleared right back out in the middle of the lane. Insect trying to trade with Amazing J now. He does so much despite the Spirit Visit.
If Insect can beat Amazing J in the 1v1 here, that would be huge. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm talking about the other day. The Baron Gate ward. So that pink ward doesn't have vision, obviously, because they're not clearing it.
Yep.
But meanwhile, this Baron Gate ward, obviously it doesn't show you the Baron's health itself, but it can tell you if the enemy team is doing Baron because you can see them go in and out and kind of catch a glimmer of their attack animations.
Yeah. We'll definitely see if that definitely comes into play. Now, Dragon has just spawned. 46 minutes in. Was that a 1060 crit on Quirky? Wow, that's a lot. Insec is going to try starting the Dragon here.
You don't consider Corki and Ezreal late game damage 80 carries, but they're one of the few, I think they're the only 2 80 carries that do...
Wait, Amazing J started the Dragon. Here comes the teleport from Insec. Looks like King wanna force this. It's completed as he has joined the battle. Amazing J teleporting in as well. He is level 18, so that's the full 1,000 damage smite. But it's 2 smites versus 1. The flash Hemoplague is huge. He finds 4. Can they stack the AoE on top of it? Corn can't get in there as Insect died before it. Corn gets knocked out of the fight. He finally turns it around. The Hemoplague has already been blown, however, as Clearlove jumps out of the side. Deft chases Corn down, and suddenly King find themselves in a terrible position. Great binding lands, but Zero, oh man, barely makes it out.
And EDG immediately turn on Baron, knowing that they have that 1 team fight as well as the 2 smites. That was a massive fumble from King. Insec, what are you doing, mate?
He got the Hemoplague on 4 members, but
Corn, he couldn't follow up at all.
Yeah, he still got the Chaos Storm. Drops the laser over the wall, doesn't get the steal. Amazing J secures it. Baron buff now in EDG's hands.
Wow, okay, so I'm sure we'll get a replay of that fight. The biggest issue, though, is that it was just way too far spread apart. We talked about those ultimates, they have to stack together. If the Hemoplague goes off, but there's 0 follow-up, you're not going to have any damage. EDG did a fantastic job zoning off that backline, and now turn onto the Dragon.
Yeah, the Dragon, this is number 4 for Edward Gaming. As you've got Morgana on the side. Oh, here's the fight.
There's the flash Hemoplague, but look at Corn, a beautiful cast from Clearlove. He knocks him completely out of position. He burns the Ghost just to get in range, but the Chaos Storm is just now dropped.
Yeah, just not able to stack the AoE too effectively. Name also getting picked off. Didn't work out that well. And with that, the Dragon number 4 is secured for Edward Gaming. No steal coming out of Zero. And suddenly, Edward Gaming have got a lot of momentum.
Insec just so itchy on that trigger.
Yep.
Classic Insec. I love it when players stay true to reputation, like Imp rocket jumping forward and then dying, like he did last game, except he was on Ezreal. He Essence or Arcane shifted forward and then immediately died under tower.
Yep.
Insec flashing into the backline is Vladimir.
You never really think that you could see something like that happen so consistently, but they find a way.
I love it.
So with that Baron buff, Edward Gaming now have got control over the map. They've got a wave building on the top side. Someone's going to take care of the bottom. That's Amazing J as he heads on down, while Name tries to buy time for that middle wave as it slowly rolls across the map.
With this Baron, it pretty much guarantees, I mean, we've been in the late game for a while, but it guarantees a freeze for the next 4 minutes where King can't do anything. They just have to be responsive to everything that EDG are dictating on the map. And frankly, that's never where you want to be against EDG. They are so punishing with their Baron buff, even with their rotating roster of Bamey and Amazing J as Insects finding out firsthand.
Yeah, taking some damage from Amazing J there. The True Shot Barrage comes across, but the turret's overshield is still protecting it. And EDG finally are going to crack down that bottom lane tier 2 turret. There's another wave building on the top side of the map.
King, they effectively have one more crack at this. Bamey's build on Azir is fully up and online. That guy's going to be doing ridiculous damage while he maintains a very nice, safe distance. And we've been repeating, what does King composition do? And frankly, they haven't been able to do that for the last 3 team fights. And that's why they find themselves in this position now. So they effectively have one more chance. Another mistake will cost them the game.
We'll see if they can manage to pull it off as EDG take that big wave, snowball it down the top lane, and that's the 3rd tier 2 going down. 6 turrets now to 5 in favor of Edward Gaming. They've already taken 2. Baron buff looks like it's about to fall off. Yep, finally falls off. So now King once again on even footing with Edward Gaming.
Entirely on the back foot as far as the gold discrepancy is concerned, however. EDG, we talked about how even after King took the initial Baron in a quick and decisive team fight, they were able to shore that up, and now with the 2nd Baron, they've created quite a sizable gap and some nice room to breathe.
When you take a look at some of these differences, it's full build on the mid lane, full build on both of the AD carries, even in the top lane, full build on that Hecarim and Vladimir.
This game comes down to execution of their team composition, and fairly, we said it earlier, you know, EDG, their composition has more versatility and flexibility when it comes to not just the 5v5s, but what you can do in terms of sieging and movement around the map, especially even as something as simple as the double smite, your objective control, and that's where King are getting punished in the late game that their comp just, I mean, frankly got outdrafted.
seems like, as Insect once again zones away Amazing J. He's been a pest all game, and he's continuing to live up to that pressure. King actually finds some pressure in the mid lane, but Deft is clearing it out just fine. Binding goes wide as even that Morgana is starting to get tanky. Hui helping him out just a bit. Deft dashes forward, but not able to find it. Here comes a flank from Clearlove, but he doesn't quite commit to it just yet.
And we're ticking ever so closer to the 5th Dragon win condition for EDG. They are now sitting on 4, which means King will have to fight.
The scary thing is, I think that Dragon is timed with the Baron. So let's see, Dragon's up just now. We've got 2 minutes, but that Baron was like right beforehand.
Well, Baron also has a...
It's a 7-minute timer.
Yeah, and Dragon's a 6-minute.
Exactly. I thought there was a... They took the Baron, then they waited a minute, then took the Dragon.
Well, we'll see in the next 43
seconds. That's significantly less exciting now that it's not actually staggered. However, that's still a very big pressure point for King, as they are down. And again, things are going rather slow. The wave control has been pretty good for King so far.
It comes down to this last fight.
Yeah.
Can Korn be on the same side
there it is.
as Insec? Can they homogenize their ultimates?
I was 30 seconds off.
You're fired.
I don't think you have that sort of executive power. I'm going to go out on a limb right here.
You got the Baron timer wrong.
Yeah, so Baron and Dragon are going to be up within 30 seconds of each other. A wave now shoving on the top side. Those are going to be relatively even while Bamey continues to put pressure in the mid lane. King have got to make up their mind. What is scarier, EDG with 5 dragons or EDG with Baron?
EDG with 5 dragons.
Even worse, EDG with both. Whoa, he gets caught here. He goes for a deep board and is punished. He's so tanky. The cask knocks him in. Two-shot barrage finds him, but he's so strong in the front line. Takes some more damage from Deft. Meanwhile, they look for Insec and Zero on the side, but
they need to disengage. Huey needs to go back, heal, and use his Void Rush to get back in position. He only has a tunnel onto the Wolf camp. That said, EDG know that Huey has to go heal, which is why they're immediately ramming it up mid lane. And then they're going to rotate back down towards the Dragon. 19 seconds.
Yeah, they're rushing forward. They're going to clear the tunnel away. Oh, no. We just lost his tunnel.
There he goes.
Oh, yeah. He made it over to the Dragon Pit right now. It's 10 seconds before that Dragon spawns, but they just might trade an inhibitor for it.
They hear the Void Scream. They knew that he rushed back into the Dragon Pit, and they decide to commit on the inhibitor. So King fumble their positioning. EDG, a fantastic juggling of choices there
Flash
for King.
knockup finds 3. Zero coming in from the side. Soul Shackles finds 2. Korn is knocked out of the fight. So much CC locks him down. He's destroyed before getting any damage across. Name's kiting it out from the backside. Insect with a huge emo play ends up going down to the AoE. That's 3 members dead. Name once again out-duels Deft, even with the rest of his team supporting him, but he finally ends up going down. Zero, the sole survivor, is going to watch as his base is knocked to pieces by Edward Gaming. They're going to take game number 1 against King in a 54-minute methodical fest.
And King really, they defeated themselves. EDG had fantastic positioning late game, but King fumbling that initial Baron by face-checking into EDG, giving them even the slightest chance to get their footing back, and EDG kicked the door down.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, such an excellent play. The moment they heard that Void Rush running straight down mid.
Brilliant. I mean, such a tough decision. You know that Rek'Sai had to go back and heal. You decide to create the pressure point into the mid lane as soon, like you said, as soon as that Void Rush came down, they knew that he had rushed back to the Dragon Pit, so there was a numbers discrepancy holding down that mid-tier tower, immediately connected on taking the inhibitor.
And then it wasn't even that. King, on top of it, couldn't commit. If they had rushed down the Dragon, then they would have been fine. Recall, defend the Nexus. If they had ran over to the Baron, they would have been fine. Recall, defend the Nexus. But Edward Gaming just played King.
Yeah, and effectively it came down to inability to execute the composition. We said at the very beginning, you know, EDG, they have so many more tools, they have so many different ways that they can play around the map in terms of sieging, wave clear, 5v5s, things like that, their itemization, their resets, everything going for them. They outdrafted King. King, they just had 1 win condition.
Yeah.
Transfusion, Chaos Storm.
Yeah, well,
never happened.
Unfortunately, their team fights were in a bit of disarray, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Will King be able to take a win off Edward Gaming? Find out after this short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. I'm Seda, this is FLICKR, and you just saw some of those highlights between our game between King and Edward Gaming, a 54-minute and 37 slaughter fest, and King really took it to him.
I'm going to call it a slug match, actually.
Yeah, that's actually a better word.
I feel like it was a very back and forth. Of course, King getting the initial Baron and that fantastic stall from Insec and Korn into the top lane. But you make one mistake, they face-checked into EDG's red side, and EDG, they are so punishing. You cannot give them, what is it? You give them an inch and they take a mile?
Yeah.
I always say you give them a finger and they take a hand.
Yeah, it's the same thing. But I mean, we're in Australia, so I'm sure the Australians would be thinking, you give them a meter, they take a kilometer.
Silly Americans. But here we go. Here's the stats of the last match onto the game.
Yeah, it was actually fairly close in the jungle control rate. You can see
close.
It's actually 48% juggle control rate.
Wow, and they're actually going to give the MVP to Clearlove. So
yeah.
I do agree with this in terms of the team fighting. He had some fantastic casts. If we think about the big fight over by the Baron pit when Clearlove knocked Victor away so he couldn't follow up on Insect's flash Hemo Plague. And likewise here, again, just isolating Korn in so many different instances. But as far as objective control, I feel like Clearlove really kind of fumbled the ball that game.
Yeah, he did not have as excellent early control as you would usually expect from Clearlove, but he continued to find picks onto Korn, and I think that's the most important thing. Korn was the primary source of damage ahead of Name for that team, and even though you had the Hemo Plague stacking up on top of the Chaos Storm, it just didn't quite work out.
No, I completely agree, and kind of the big thing about King, and we keep kind of talking about how King versus EDG. EDG played the game fantastically, you know, when they were giving an opening, making those picks, making sure that they got the late game objective control. Because again, they were on the win condition for that 5th Dragon. Let's not forget their last play with the Void Rush was flawless. If you haven't seen the game, go back, watch VOD. It's excellent.
Yeah.
But King, they didn't execute their composition correctly. We talked about, you know, what is the win conditions? How does it work? How do you layer your ultimates? And I think it was 4 team fights in a row where that never happened.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the Insect Flash 4-man Hemo Plague, but then immediately Clearlove dashed in, explosive cast Korn, and knocked him completely out of the fight, so he couldn't stack the Chaos Storm on top of it. And all in all, it was King playing to their roster. They didn't play the composition as well as you would like, as well as they would like, but they took it to a 54-minute game against EDG. It was pretty neck and neck for a while, and if you're seeing that out of the 12th place team tied for 11th with World Elite, that bodes pretty well, and I'm sure this is the point that you want to continue hitting. This is only just now that they've finished their full roster.
Yeah, again, they haven't had that much time comparatively to the other hybrid rosters in the LPL to kind of stretch their legs and fix out their growing pains, and it's very clear that EDG are still kind of experimenting again. We talked about this, the point system in the LPL and how the league works. It rewards consistency by giving you 3 points for that 2-0, so if EDG do find this, they will really start to open up that gap between 1st place and 2nd. Right now, with this win, they've already reclaimed their spot in 1st and kicked Xiaogu back into 2nd place. But, I mean, they can look to, I mean, obviously, they're experimenting. They're running a rotating roster. Amazing J and Bamey were not the 2 players they took to MSI, which was arguably the most important match that they've played this year so far. And, you know, Bamey's really finding his comfort zone. Kind of still on the fence about Amazing J and where he really fits as far as his identity in EDG. Just because Amazing J was much more known as the split pusher, the creative laner. He's going to, you know, pull resources top, and then EDG will be able to take other things on the map. But he's really filling Koro's position.
Yeah, he's played a completely different match in that last game. He got almost no resources from Clearlove and was on an island to deal with that nuisance insect Vladimir the entire game. And he still ended up being exceptionally effective during team fights, getting Onslaught of Shadows, finding Korn, finding Name, finding the important targets that he needed to.
And it really speaks to kind of the versatility of Amazing J. Now let's kind of go back through his history. I mean, he came from the last place 2014 team Energy Pacemaker, and then immediately upgrades into the 1st place LPL team.
Edward Gaming.
Yeah, and he's been around the scene for a long time. He was actually knocked out of LPL initially, and he made it back in, got knocked out again, and then came on to the 1st place team.
So it's his 3rd time into the LPL, but then you take a look at who he was playing in this game. Not Hui, but Insec. And Insec on that Vladimir, he tried to shut down Amazing J early on, and he actually had a pretty solid early CS lead and was even able to take that first turret of the game, but he just wasn't able to translate that into the effectiveness that Amazing J had.
And I love the individual flavor of players, which is why I'm glad that you bring up Insec, because no matter what you put Insec on, no matter what position he's playing, either it's top or jungle, he still does Insec things, like flashing into the backline on 5 people and immediately dying.
Well, he did get the Zhonya's and then Sanguine Pool.
He's a very... as a jungler, he was known of being very, very aggressive, almost to a fault. And it was definitely kind of at a fault or very punished last time being that aggressive on the Vladimir. Now, there's times where it's moments of brilliance for Insec, like his stall top lane, which allowed King to take that Baron.
Yeah.
But... Can
you say that that was a call that King made or a call that Insec made that King was then able to exploit?
Obviously, King have looked much more cohesive as a unit with their 2 Korean players. That said, Name is the primary shot caller for King, or the macro shot caller. Now, he was never the shot caller for EDG, so this is his first time kind of expanding his wings and being that shot caller. And they figured, you know, it's okay to give to someone who hasn't done it before as long as they can learn and they can iron out the kinks down the road. With the addition of Zero and Insec, they do provide secondary shot caller and secondary shot calling in terms of team fights, but to my understanding and how it's been explained to me, it's more of go, 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 go.
Yeah.
Which Insec goes.
Yes, he certainly does. And I think that's something that works reasonably well with Name. The only person who didn't seem to be on that page was Korn. And he was on that close range Victor in that last game. He had to try getting in super close for the laser, for the Chaos Storm, but he just was never able to find a good opportunity in that last game.
And I'm really glad that you brought up Korn as well, because we talked about how Korn's kind of coming into his own as the meta shifts back towards the Assassins. Echo is becoming much more popular this time. We've already seen Godvino pull back onto his Ahri. Korn really fumbled on the control mages, which is weird because Orianna is one of his most played champions, and he has kind of a very hit and miss Orianna, but the other champion that he was really well known for was his Fizz. But his Echo has looked fantastic, possibly one of the best mid lane Echoes in the LPL.
I'm curious to see if he will decide to go back for that, because remember that was banned away by EDG, and EDG are on the blue side this time, so they could try to let that go through, perhaps potentially first pick it, or we'll see if they decide to put priority somewhere else, because, again, we're swapping it over. It's EDG on the blue side this time, and we've talked about the fact that they're experimenting. They've also been experimenting with the AD carry role. Deft was on Ezreal this time. He's played it before, but the fact that they're playing with Sivir and Kalista.
Ezreal, Caitlyn, Corki. I mean, Corki's a big, long-time played champion for Deft, but from the beginning of the split to kind of the middle of the split, it was pretty much Sivir, Kalista, Sivir, Kalista.
Yeah.
So it's very apparent, not just in their rotating roster again, but in the champion picks that EDG are presenting, kind of their team comps, that they are experimenting now that they kind of have the room to do so since they're secured on the top end of the standings.
Yeah, it is a little interesting to see how that's going to switch up as well. And another thing that we've noticed that's a little different is the supports. Mako and Zero. There's a bit of a difference between the two of them, and I can see it giggling right now, but we're getting into the pick and ban right here, and I'm interested to see how that works out. Already you can see the Echo banned away from Korn. They're not even going to chance it. Yasuo banned away from Insec and Korn.
Spams that.
Yep, and Kalista taken away from Deft to be safe, so no chances there. Sivir is still available, so too is that Alistair. Standard meta stuff so far.
Standard meta.
He says,
Yasuo.
referring to the Yasuo. It was expected, to say this.
You know, Nautilus keeps getting banned. I acquired so much information preparing for the Nautilus Top Talk where I could like, this is the numbers, this is how it works, this is why they're doing it, and they're like, nope, never going to play it again.
Yeah, it's never going to be seen. They're going to wait until the grand finals of the LPL, the very last Game 5, and you're going to be like, look at this wealth of information that I've had prepared.
And this is their rune page, and this is why they do it. It's not that interesting.
She's not kidding, too. She played for like an hour yesterday experimenting with different Nautilus builds. Then
just
went into
in bot games.
Yeah, then went into solo queue to try it, and it was banned every time.
Yep, it was unfortunate. But here we go. Last 2 bans is going to be Ryze and Alistar, which means, hey, I think I've seen that champion before.
Yeah, is that Sivir? Awful severe choice from him.
So Sivir's not banned this time around. We talked about how EDG, they kind of in their sets, they take one where they obviously experiment with it. You know, they have very specific compositions. And then Game 2, they kind of go back to the tried and true favorite. So no surprise that the immediate first pick priority from blue side is that Sivir, as I expect EDG will kind of go back into EDG mode.
Yeah, so Rek'Sai still open, so too is that Gragas, and do not hover, do not pass that Hecarim. If Korn steals away this Azir, that leaves Hecarim open for Amazing J, and the Hecarim Sivir is an option right now. Yeah, there's the Azir and the Rek'Sai.
I'm glad that you brought that up. I always say that by first picking Sivir, it pretty much forces the second rotation from purple side to be the Hecarim because it's just so potent a combination. But EDG, they don't even want it. They don't even care.
Apparently not. Clearlove looking to go back to that Gragas. As Baimi was hovering the Victor, doesn't need to worry about that just yet. And yeah, it's going to be Mako taking that very scary Annie. We've seen him play a nice slow calm Annie, but we've also seen him play a 4-minute murder mode Annie.
He's 18-2, I believe, on Annie.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about Jinx's, or excuse me, Deft's Jinx record, but Mako has an absurd Annie record.
Yeah, Name looking at Draven right now. He's just going to put the whole team on his back if he decides to go for that. Instead, decides to go for something a little bit more safe as he's hovering through his list of potential carries. Thresh currently being looked at for 0. Try to deal with that Mako Annie. Hopefully he should be able to land some more hooks. And yeah, there's the Corki on Name.
0 could have played Nami, and then it would have been fun. The Nami bot lane.
Oh my goodness.
But instead, it is going to be Thresh in the hands of 0. He is a patented Thresh player, like many, if not all, of the LPL supports. In fact, all of any professional support players, Thresh is in their repertoire.
Yep.
But especially 0's Thresh. When Name wasn't able to play in the first part of Spring Split, 0 could hard carry King to initial early victories with his Thresh pick.
We'll have to see how effective that is as we're getting now to the last pick for Edward Gaming. Baimi returned to the tried and true Cassiopeia. And it looks like that's going to be a Hecarim locked in for Amazing J. So EDG sticking the compositions that they know that they've tried and that work.
Meanwhile, on the other side, 0 trying to poke, Insect trying to poke some fun at Amazing J, but I think it'll be the Gnar. Typically, when you see the Hecarim, you look for the Gnar, you look for an itemizing of the Frozen Mallet into lane phase, because again, it's so effective in walking down Hecarim in an elongated lane like that, with the slow not only on his boomerang, but then empowered on his auto attacks.
We'll see if he decides to lock that in or swaps it for something a little bit more unique.
Shin, please.
Yeah, he was hovering it, looking at Malphite too.
No, not Malphite. Shin, please.
And looks like it's going to be a Gnar.
No surprises there. Kind of shocking, though, that Insect didn't want anything to do with Hecarim. It was fairly obvious that that was going to be EDG's plan all along. They didn't even try to prioritize it at all either, so getting that in the last ban rotation, especially for how effective Amazing J has been on the champion.
Certainly. So with that, we've got our final 2 rosters locked in between them. Very strong composition from EDG. We've seen them go aggressive with this before.
Is the classic EDG comp. They have run this multiple times. In fact, Amazing J, I believe he was the first top laner in LPL to run the Hecarim teleport smite. So
not Flandre?
No, I think I'm 99% that it was Amazing J.
Cool. So Amazing J, you can see he's looking awful happy as he's going up against Insect on that Hecarim versus Gnar. Now let's talk a little bit about what these team comps are going to do, because EDG, they've got a lot of flexibility in this. They can drag it out with the Cassiopeia. They can go aggressive with the Sivir.
It's about their 5v5. So EDG have always been known as the best team fighting team in China. That's how they got their spot coveted at the top of the LPL. Sivir empowers that. Cassiopeia empowers that. It's about your flank potential, your spacing potential, and just letting Deft run wild. And then likewise, Sivir is so coveted in the LPL because not only does she empower your 5v5, but your macro map movement with her Siege, Wave Clear, and even her ultimate to quickly travel you between lanes.
Yeah, and that's something that we see quite a bit from the LPL teams is when they go for lane swaps, they do try to take early objectives, rush down those turrets, and then continue to keep pressure on the enemy team. But on the other side, you've got King. They've got a little bit more disengaged this time around. You've got Zero's Thresh. You also have the Azir Emperor Divide for splitting people off. We'll have to see how that works out as we load into the game for our game number 2. And we've loaded right on into a pause. This is Edward Gaming versus King. And unfortunately, we're not quite onto the Rift just yet. But let's talk a little bit about these lineups just a bit more, because I want to continue hitting that point on the disengage for King. They've got a much better opportunity to sort of separate from EDG.
They have much more versatility in their composition as well this time around. It's not so pigeonholed into one type of win condition for their team fights. They've got a ton of backline threat. They have multiple damage threats as well, not just in their mid laner. This time Azir hyper carrying as opposed to the Victor. But likewise, Corki's going to do well, especially if he has that first dragon. Because the thing that I didn't get to touch on last game is Ezreal and Corki are the only two AD carries that will make the most out of the initial dragon buff, the scaling AP and AD damage, since they do mixed damage. But more importantly, Insec on that Gnar in the top lane is also a damage threat, especially because I'm sure he'll itemize into a Frozen Heart against Hecarim.
We'll see how that ends up working out.
Frozen Heart.
Mallet. That's the one.
He'll build a Frozen Heart too, though.
Eventually. He could go for Randuin's. No, we've seen the Frozen Heart Black Cleaver Randuin's. We saw that earlier today.
Yep, on V.
And that worked out rather well. Despite being shut down earlier in the game, he became a super scary carry.
V is fantastic on Gnar. It is one of his high-impact champions, but I believe we're about to get back on the Rift.
Just maybe. We'll see if Insec is going to be able to pull it off. And I could actually see Gnar working a lot better with his playstyle than Azir. Flash Gnar slam on the
you mean
4
Vladimir?
people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see that being a little bit more effective.
The thing is when you're trying to kind of cobble together Insect's play rate, either through his solo queue or just his history all time, even his experience on the KT roster as a top laner, it's just, it's very scattered, far and few between. So the thing about Insec is he really hasn't nailed down who he is in that top lane.
Not quite yet, but again, this is Edward Gaming versus King. EDG took game number 1, but this is week 6. Day 3, set 2, game 2.
Hey, you got it.
Between the two of these teams.
And this is technically the second time that these rosters have met. Now again,
it is.
EDG, the first time that they played King in this split, they did not play with their Koreans or Name, so it was a very quick and decisive 2-0. Name, the previous AD carry of EDG, their 2014 AD carry, now looking for his grudge match.
Yeah, he definitely is. You saw him take Corki in game number 1. Now he's got it again in game number 2, where he was able to style on Deft and really just outduel him whenever he got the chance. However, EDG as a team were significantly more effective and ended up taking the win despite Name's predilection to beat Deft.
Well, he's going to get another chance this time around because it will be a 2v2 in that bottom lane. Sivir Annie versus Corki and Thresh.
Yeah, and how's that going to work out? I imagine that having an Annie down there was pretty painful.
What I expect to happen and what typically happens with Corki lanes is they walk into the lane and they immediately drop their Phosphorus Bomb, their Q, onto the back wave. And what this gives them is the advantage into level 2. That said, Annie has gone through some recent, not super recent, but recent nerfs to her auto attack range, so she's not as oppressive in the lane. But the thing about Sivir is when you lane against Sivir, you're not really laning against Sivir. You're just farming because she pushes you in no matter what.
Yeah, there goes the Phosphorus Bomb as predicted. You've actually got Clear Love already showing himself on the bottom side. The stun finds Name. He takes the belly boop as well. The flash auto. It's first blood onto Clear Love.
Gorgeous, and that's one of the power of Gragas is his level 2 gank threat is so high. He immediately starts the red buff, transitions, and gets that going, knowing that that's how that lane plays out.
So if game 1 was light Clear Love, this is dark Clear Love because he's already turned up the heat 3 minutes in, and he manages to get the kill.
If I was Name, I'd be shooting some very ugly eyes at Clear Love. I'd be throwing some shade.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to come back from this, as right now Deft is putting on some aggression. Clear Love found Hui. Did get level 3 first. Knockup is going to find Clear Love now. Flash from zero. They play him forward, and it's Hui who gets revenge, though King tries to turn this around. A great spell shield from Deft. Stops it. Here comes Baimi as well, who is so low. The auto attack is not enough. Name is able to heal him and keep him alive. They turn it around. It's Chaos on the bottom side. 2 for 2 now. Baimi's in there too, but he's out of mana. He doesn't have anyone to help him out. There's the Phosphorus Bomb. Name doesn't have his flash. He wants it so bad, but he can't quite get in there. No, it's Korn who gets it. They now find Deft, but he gets out alive.
A beautiful collapse. So Clear Love tried to transition into Hui's jungle, knowing that they had the advantage on the bottom side of the map. That said, you're jungling against Rek'Sai. She has one of the fastest clear times in the game of any of the junglers, is able to get into position to force Clear Love out. Fantastic collapse from King, and in the end, they actually pull ahead.
They definitely do. About a 700 gold lead in favor of King. 1-0-1 on Korn, 0-1-2 on Name, 0-0-2 on Deft. So all in all, the gold is in the places that it should be for King. And EDG, on the other hand, not quite so fortunate. They've got 1 kill on the Bamey, but double assist for Def.
I mean, it's pretty much perfectly matched up across the board. The majority of the kill gold went into the mid laners as well as the junglers. So now it's about who is going to be more effective in spreading this early advantage and impacting the map.
So far, it looks like neither of the junglers are too oppressive as to take that pressure and put it anywhere else. ClearLove trying to farm himself back up after all of that early action. Interestingly enough, Insec did not teleport into the fight, even though he had pressured Amazing J on the top side of the map. You'll notice Amazing J does not have his teleport because he did start off with a camp, so deciding to continue pressing that advantage onto Amazing J while Harass continues to find Bamey in the mid lane, and Korn just keeps farming it up.
He is spotted out, however, which is why Bamey wasn't going to go aggressive, just letting the wave push into him to pick up the free CS. I feel like Huey was actually setting up and waiting for ClearLove to gank Bamey and look for a counter gank.
Wasn't quite able to find it that time. So, after all that early excitement, everyone goes back just to a standard laning phase. Insect trading it away with Amazing J, using some of that incredible Gnar burst to keep on punishing him back. Let's see what Amazing J decides to go for. Nope, cancels his recall, steps into bush, decides to just hang out for a bit.
It's a great ward on the river there on Huey to tell Bamey that he's constantly pressuring from that side.
Ooh, looks like they might find ClearLove as he was trying to clear a ward, but not quite able to find it. Both of the duos on the bottom side of the map, so we could see an early dragon, but that 500 gold that King had is already answered back. Insect goes low. Amazing J might be trying to kill him here. Does he get the reset in time? Flash, he gets out of range. He gets into the bush, and Insect solo kills Amazing J.
Beautiful job using the flash, and again, the primary difference between Hecarim and Gnar is that one of them is ranged and one of them isn't. So by using his auto attack range to his advantage, using that flash to get out of the oppressive helicopter queue, Insect makes the trade.
He does indeed, gets level 6 first and another kill in favor of King. And that's even going to be Amazing J missing some farm as he's got to hoof it back to the top lane.
Yeah, and that's what's really important. Not only that Insect has the kill advantage now over him as well as the experience in gold, but that it's the double whammy. He then shoves in the wave and denies Amazing J all of that CS.
With that first recall, Insect decides to go for a Phage.
Hey, look, it's a frozen mallet.
Just might be. Wait, Phage built into frozen mallet?
Oh no, you're right. They changed the ingredients.
Oh my gosh, Colorcaster?
I was so wanting it. No, he's going to go for a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, Black Cleaver first, frozen mallet second.
He just wants to kill him all the time.
I mean, he's already done it once, and now he's got the advantage on the top side of the map. ClearLove clearing away Raptors here. Whoa, gets punished by Korn. Knocked over the wall. Whoa, he tries to belly boop through the Emperor's Divide, but now he just threw away his escape. Hui gets another kill for King.
Okay, let's talk about how bizarre this decision-making was. Your top laner just lost a 1v1 trade, so King is already stronger on the top side of the map. Your mid laner is consistently getting pushed in. Think about the sustained nerfs to Cassiopeia, so Azir is just going to constantly have her underneath her tower, so you have the pressure point there.
Ooh, play comes out. Bamey getting some good damage across. Def takes the Ignite. Auto attack gives Name a free kill. What the heck?
Just walked up and got flayed, and again, if you're looking at the microplay of Thresh, you always lead with the Flay because it pretty much guarantees you a death sentence as opposed to finding the death sentence and then connecting to the Flay. So you never want to allow Thresh just to walk up to you because it's an easy chain CC. But going back to ClearLove, hello, your top lane just lost. You're invading a Rek'Sai who has Tremor Sense. That was possibly the most dangerous thing you could have been doing, and he got rightfully punished for it.
Just like that, it's now 6-2. In favor of King. They're up 2,000 gold when it's all said and done, and all of the lanes are feeling pretty great. About one minion wave ahead for Insect.
Look, that said, I mean, this is pretty much exactly what we saw last game. King got an early lead, but
they've got a much better composition for transitioning now, though. They don't have to worry about Insect's Hemo Plague and Korn dropping the Chaos Storm on top of it. As
steal
away the red, yeah, pretty solid. And all in all, EDG are being shut down just across the map. Insect continues to trade it back away with Amazing J.
The reason, though, King are able to do that is, so we talk about, how ClearLove made an incorrect decision-making when he walked into the top side. King, they're in every right. They just got the free solo kill onto the bottom lane in the 2v2, so they're already stronger right there. Again, Azir has been putting multiple pressure points onto Korn, but more importantly, Hui, killing Clearlove, has the EXP advantage, so he immediately Void Rush, timed it perfectly with Zero invading for deep wards, and are able to just walk into Clearlove's jungle and take whatever they want. But it's how you invade, and that's the primary difference of why EDG failed versus King succeeding.
Interesting how that worked out. Now Name on the first recall opens up with a Sheen, and Deft is taking some serious harass down there. And Name now 16 CS as Deft continues to take poke despite all of the sustain that he's trying to build it out. Zero zoning them away just by being a nuisance in that bush. And Bamey is going to get the blue buff way. Once again on the bottom side, there's a ping now going down to the Dragon as they see that EDG aren't going to try responding. Yeah, this is Dragon #1 secured for King.
They know that they can fight this, which is why Clearlove is going up to the top side, try to make something happen for Amazing J, because in the 5v5, they have no Dragon control, especially because Bamey's back had timed rather poorly, so good and very clear call from King to take the easy and free objective. Unfortunately for Clearlove, he tries to commit his resources to the top side of the map, but being spotted out by those wards, Insect's just going to back off. So EDG, again, kind of fumble their early objective control.
That is now the first Dragon and 2,000 gold, though they might collapse onto Hui here. He's forced to flash forward. Oh, there goes the Lantern. Wow, max range, and he makes it out.
That Lantern just cost EDG the Ignite, the Flash, and the Cassiopeia ultimate.
Wow. That's a lot of cooldowns right now. King, they took the Dragon, but what else can they take now?
They're just going to go back and elongate their lane phase, continue to itemize for the big 5v5. Again, both these compositions are going to thrive in 5v5s. It's now about execution. The distinction that you make that I like is that King have a lot more versatility about how they use their comp in the 5v5.
Oh, looks like they're going to kill Deft once again on the bottom. CC stacking is not quite enough as the level 6 from Zero locks him out. Name takes some more damage from Mako. Looks like he's going to have to be real careful here. Clearlove coming in from the side. They might just try to dive this. Death Sentence finds Tibbers.
The stiff arm with the Tibbers.
Yeah, not quite able to pull it in. Clearlove coming in from the side, has the explosive cast. Can he find Name? Doesn't seem like as Name backs off.
Zero is just so oppressive on this Thresh. It used to be pretty much permabanned against him every single time. Of course, on 5.11, there's a lot more power picks that you have to worry about, so letting that go through, it's really refreshing to see King take Zero off of those Morganas, off of those Bards. Not that he can't play them fantastically, but his impact is just complete 180 when he has his hands on Thresh.
Yeah, now this is blue buff going over to Azir. As you can see, Insect in the top lane took that top tier 1 with little contest from Amazing J. Let's see if he decides to go for the ulti and knock him into the wall as well. Challenging Smite being used as there's a lot of damage coming across from Amazing J. He needs to get back into the mini form, finally transforms, and bounces right off.
In a little bit of trouble, but he's going to be fine. He's actually created a sizable CS discrepancy as Name goes forward, but fumbles the cooldown and actually hits a creep.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you clear those minions before you throw the rockets, mate.
I mean, we just saw the same thing from Zero when he stiff-armed the Tibbers, though he goes aggressive. Remember, he doesn't have flash, but again, Dark Passage gets him out.
I actually attribute that to Mako playing well and controlling his pet very well. He does this all the time when he'll block skill shots, as he did with that Death Sentence using the Tibbers, obviously, whereas that was Name just fumbling his keys.
Yeah. Duo lane once again returns to farming. We're getting closer and closer to that Trinity Force power spike for Name. He's not only 2-1-2, but he's also 20 CS ahead of Deft while continuing to put pressure out there. And Hui is so effective this game. He's been the bottom lane, what, 3 times?
And we talked about how important Rek'Sai is to King in particular, just because of the play style that it empowers on Hui. He likes to be aggressive to invade the enemy jungler. And it's not that, you know, Gragas and Echo aren't just as effective in the jungle, or they're not just as powerful as picks, but they do not empower invades like Rek'Sai does with her Tremor Sense.
Oh, looks like we could see some action as Clearlove's on this side of the map. Isn't able to make anything happen just yet as he's waiting over the wall right on top of a ward, though.
Mako's got flash.
Yeah, he lands the stun onto Name, though. Dark Passage should get Name out of this one. He turns onto Mako. Lots of damage comes across. There's the stun. It's not quite enough. He flashes out of the belly slam. Double teleport coming across. Zero trying to stall it out.
Oh my god.
He dodges it, and Name gets the kill. Here's Insect. He's got Meganar as well, going 1v3 right here, but here comes Korn. He's going to be able to get in there. Amazing Emperor's Divide finds 3. This is a slaughter onto EDG. Amazing J manages to trade it back over, though. This is Bamey joining the fight. Knockup finds Bamey. He's going to end up going down, and King pick up 4 kills for 1.
What an amazing collapse from Corn right there to get involved in the back half of the fight. With that winning fight, they'll take this tower, and King have suddenly blown this gold lead wide open.
Yeah, that's a 5,000 gold lead, going to be even larger as it's now the second tier 1 going down, even letting the wave reset a little bit.
Trying to bounce the wave.
Goodness. So unfortunate, and this is King. Take a look at the replay.
What I love here is just how Name outplays EDG, flashing to dodge the CC, and then he picks up the snipe on Mako with the rocket. Then here we go. Corn's coming in for the flank. Insect's really just buying time here until Corn gets in range for the Azir sec. Name does end up going down to the onslaught of Shadow, so they're able to trade nicely here. Good job, Amazing Jay, but completely whiffed Cassiopeia ultimate. I think he only hits the slow, and with Corn there, with Huey, Void rushing and finding the double knockup, it's just an easy cleanup for King.
Yeah, King feeling so strong about their early game right now as they're up nearly 5,500 gold. They decide to send Name into the mid lane. They've got Zero now helping him out. Though they are now going to swing to the top side of the map. Could be looking to kill Amazing Jay here. No Frozen Mallet.
They're looking for the
Amazing
blue buff.
Jay's taking so much damage. Zero now joins him out. Doesn't get... Oh, he does get the Dark Passage. Name out of the shadows erupts and gets a kill.
Zero, though. 2-1-7 on this Thresh. Again, it used to be banned against him. You couldn't let him have it in early spring split before Name was even allowed to play on the King roster, excuse me, the Starhorn Royal Club roster. Zero would just hard carry games. High impact champions like Thresh, he just roaming around, making it happen.
Yeah, now we can definitely see why Def might be caught out here.
Oh, beautiful.
My gosh. The slide finds him. Spell Shield blocks some damage, but Corn gets another kill. Bamey trying to get some more.
Oh,
manages
nice.
to find it onto Hui. Corn caught in the CC lock, ends up going down. Hui manages to knock them up, but he's taking so much damage from Bamey. They're tanking it up right now. Can they get that kill? Not quite. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
But they surely will get the tower. Meanwhile, with so many resources of EDG committed bottom, King are applying pressure on 2 towers. Don't think Name will be able to take this one, but at least love tap it.
Yeah. Oop,
Nope,
there goes
no
the
love
minion right
tap.
away. Not quite. He's like, what do I do? I want it so bad. Here come the minions. Now he's going to finally make it there. Early Trinity Force means he should get some great damage across, and
If he
Deft
can
is
proc
running
his
as
Sheen.
fast as he can, but he just cannot quite make it there in time while Amazing Jay tries to hold Insec off of the top tier 2. So that's the trade. 1-for-1 in kills, but you also lose half of your health on the mid tier 2 turret.
Well, also very important is that EDG committing to that bottom side and making sure, oh, they didn't even take the bottom tier tower. They tried to back and get into position for Dragon, but with Clear Love on an untimely back, this is sacrifice entirely to King.
Fear finds Insec. He's so low. He goes down to Bamey with a great roam, but as you mentioned, the second Dragon goes to King.
Oh, wow, EDG's early objective control is just not with them this set. We'll see if they can turn this one around like they did in game 1. Obviously, they had the 5th Dragon win condition that allowed them to really secure that 55-minute victory.
Yeah, we'll see if this game goes on that long, but King are looking very strong this time. They're significantly more decisive with their maneuvers, and Hui has been all over the place.
I feel like they just generally didn't get outdrafted this game. There's
Yeah.
2 very strong compositions. Again, they have a ton of flexibility, a lot of versatility about how they want to approach these fights and kind of the different options. There's a lot of poke, pick, siege, things like that.
Looks like Name is going to head back down to the bottom side of the map. Recall gets him now his Bilgewater Cutlass. He has got some serious damage over here, but Bamey hitting some spikes as well as he decided to go for the early Abyssal Scepter.
Again, so much magic damage.
Yep. Stacks up
Annie,
with the team.
Cassiopeia, and Gragas. Heckman will do mixed damage, so just really empowering his team as an aura, is trying to make them stronger for that 5v5. On the other side, though, Corn has a Stinger, so looking for that attack speed to empower Azir's Qs on his Sand Soldiers.
Should be some pretty effective damage out of Corn as he has, again, finished that Morellonomicon. 2-1-5, currently up 20 CS over Bamey as he's now catching up in the mid wave. And Insect continuing to be a nuisance. You know what? I died once in the top lane going overextended, over greedy. I wonder if they'll do it again.
Going for the Black Cleaver, and now the Frozen Mallet.
Let's drop some vision over the wall. Meganar finally falls off. Bamey again in the mid lane, while 3 members of EDG on the bottom. So for now, Insect is safe, though we could see potential collapse try to find him. 19 minutes into the game, and we're seeing a similar outcome to what King had in game number 1, though their lead is a little bit greater this time around. They have a much better composition for trading with EDG. Similarly, they've got wards on wards on wards.
A lot of defensive vision, though, not as much offensive except for that top side of the map, but we'll see if they actually play around it, because right now EDG have pretty much controlled King's bottom lane and forced them to remain on that bottom side of the map as opposed to playing around the vision that they've secured on the top side. Azir.
Interesting. Yeah, Clearlove, Mako, and Deft looking for Name right now. See if they can find him. Come rushing around the side. Deft, let's see if he blows on the hunt. He does indeed. Speed buff.
He's trying to lead them away for a lantern.
Yeah, he is. There goes the lantern. Is he going to make it on in time? The CC lock is too strong. Even teleport from Amazing J. They try to dive Zero, but he flashes and rides the fear to safety.
Beautiful, perfect chain of CC from EDG. The belly bop into the Tibbers, into the cask, layering their ability so it wasn't all just blown out at once. So he couldn't make it to that lantern.
They're going a 20-minute Baron. What the heck, King, are you doing? I understand you guys like the Baron. EDG have got vision of this. Baimi is running there as fast as possible. There's no teleport. Korn is shredding through it so quickly, but EDG are going to start filtering into this. Oh my goodness.
They tried to commit on it. I mean, that said, ooh, wow, so much damage.
Insect does a lot, but he's overstayed as well.
It was a perfectly fine call, as I'm pretty sure Insect's dead.
Yeah, they're looking for him. There are so many pings going down, but if they overcommit to Insect, they could be
Private
collapsed
Insect
on the side. Slam finds Mako. See if he's able to make it over the wall in time. He just needs to. Oh, he does! The lantern gets him out. He was just buying time.
That was cute.
Zero on this amazing Thresh. I mean, this guy's all over the place.
He should play this. His Nami and his Thresh are incredible. That's all I want to say. And I'm so happy to see him pick it back up and get away from that Bard. Sorry, Zero.
Brad is an excellent champion.
Brad is an excellent champion.
Okay, so
Zero is not an excellent Brad.
Let's break down why they decided to go for that Baron. Why was that a good call, and why did it not work out?
Because, I mean, you have to think risk versus reward. Okay, so worst case scenario, we see them coming because Insect has such a high pressure point on that map that we're going to see them transitioning. We'll know if they know that we're doing the Baron, okay? They come over, we just disengage. As you can see, Insect flashes over the wall. Everyone's fine. If it's not warded, that's a free Baron at 20 minutes, which is a huge swing of power. So why not go for it?
Almost pick onto Mako as he gets out of there. Great reactions out of EDG, however, to know that that is a possibility and rushing over there. Now they do not have vision of the pit. They've got vision of this area.
Look at all those tunnels.
But there is a veritable network over here.
Neural network, as Papa Smithy would say. Here we go.
Hook comes out, misses Baimi. Let's see if the knockup is going to be enough. The huge divide locks him down, and Baimi gets crushed. Amazing J shortly going to follow. Yeah, he does. Clearlove gets the disengaged cask, but that's 2 kills for King. They might look for another one here as they dash over the wall, perhaps trying to find Mako. Zero rushing forward. The flash, knockup play. The AoE is stacking on top of it. Mako goes down. That's 3 kills now for King. EDG did not respond to that right.
Yeah, just speaking of being responsive, so Clearlove and Deft are still available, so the flash is still up. Zero has a Guardian Angel.
For some reason, Zero has a Guardian Angel. Wei finds Deft as well now. Gosh, that's 4 kills. They keep going it.
It's so cost efficient to have the Guardian Angel this early in the game. He's got both resistances, and the fact of the matter is he's the guy rushing forward, starting all of these fights.
This is insane. Finally, they're going to secure the Baron. Zero almost dies. Oh, that's why he got it. So he could take the Baron. Insect finds Clearlove. He bursts him down. Is he going to be able to get the kill? Is it an ace? It is. King get an ace and the Baron without losing a single member, though I could be wrong as Baimi tries to find Insect here. He's keeping up with it, but Name turns around, gets stunned at the moment he goes over the wall. They're continuing to fight this out, and he finally ends up going down. That's 6 kills now for 1 and the Baron, but King, holy worth. That's some value.
Insect, come on. Name, he trusted you, and you let him down. Straight into the petrifying gaze. But you're absolutely right. So 1 Baron is missing on King. That's fine. They've got it on another 4, which means, importantly, they can apply it through all 3 lanes. It should be noted that typically when you want a 1-3-1, you do it with your top laner and your mid laner in separate lanes. And since Insect doesn't have the Baron and has the teleport, that's a bit of a deficit. Hold on.
Deft. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, Spell Shield isn't up. The aggressive flash. Name wants the kill. Doesn't quite find it, but he's got a really big wave on that side of the map. They're trying to get onto the tier 2 turret as another one goes down. Zone control being tossed left, right, and center, and suddenly all 3 inner turrets are dead. This minion wave still has not been cleaned out. It's going to get onto the inhibitor turret now. Bamey finally dropping some AoE. The teleport from Insect. They're going to take this inhibitor turret here, shoving forward. Clear Love trying to force a fight. The explosive cast doesn't find it.
Clears the wave, though, so giving them a breather to get back into position. We'll see how EDG look towards this fight. Wow, King are actually completely respecting them, disengaging now. Of course, they still have to be afraid because Mako's flash is about to come up, and they know that Annie has the Tibber stun. Don't want to completely... I feel like they're having flashbacks from the first game. Remember that time when we all had Baron and we face-checked into Mako and we all died?
Let's not do that again. Once again, Insect in the mid lane, continuing to siege forward. Baron buff still going to be up for about another minute for King, perhaps a minute and a half as they try to take some more objectives as that minion wave is now being cleared. Mako going for a bit of a recall here. I can't believe that's a Guardian Angel Quicksilver Sash on
Really?
Zero.
You can't believe that that Zero built a GA on a support? That's shocking to you?
That is a thing.
Have you seen him?
That is an absolute thing. Oh, looks like they do return back down to the bottom side. Name dashes over a wall to try to catch up with the rest of his team. The inhibitor turret goes down. Def takes so much damage here. He could be dived, but doesn't look like King want to commit to it just yet. Tweet does not have his own flash, so they're waiting for either a hook from Zero or Insect jumping in.
Again, remember, EDG on good terms with King scrim them more often. So King do have a lot of exposure. And we talked about, how EDG are kind of trying this thing where, they experiment one game, then they go into classic EDG the second game. Don't empower him.
He's not even clearing the minions. Oh, man. Insect is having a blast this game.
He's holding on to his Mega Gnar,
full
obviously.
Damage. Yeah, he is holding on to that Mega Gnar.
That's what's happening.
Headbanging EDG to death right now. He still hasn't procced it. I am impressed.
Don't empower him. Don't zoom in.
Oh, yeah, we're going to look at Mako instead as he's going to try counter.
Oh,
the flash stun finds Name. He's knocked under the turret. He actually goes down, but Insect trades it right back. The AoE is huge. Amazing J comes in, but it's too little, too late. King, they're actually losing a lot of members here as they're all stacked up, and the only survivor is Zero. The Quicksilver Sash comes into effect. Is he going to be able to make it out of this one? Amazing J is chasing him down.
He's got the GA.
I know, if he makes it under the
He's
turret,
going to the Raptor
he's gonna
camp.
Be fine. Is he going to make it over the wall? Oh my gosh. Oh, he makes it out of there. Zero makes it out alive.
Didn't pop the GA hashtag worth. Thank you, Mako. Put Insect in his place. How dare he headbang at you?
Oh my gosh, what an incredible play. EDG managed to turn it around, however. The inhibitor turret is still standing.
You can bet that they're all looking at each other now saying, okay, maybe we should play this one a little bit seriously.
Wait, what are we playing? Oh shoot, EDG.
A fantastic flash Tibbers turns the tide on King. And again, we talked about, remember what happened? They face check into Mako, they lose their Baron. Deja vu. Here we go.
Yeah.
Mako's, I've had enough of this. Name immediately deleted. Shane CC. Insect gets a nice stun onto the tower at 3 members, but it's the tower versus 4 members of EDG. There's a lot blinking red, but Amazing J arriving just in time.
Yeah, just barely making there in time to pick off Korn before he's able to get too much damage across. And man, that was a chaotic engagement. Now, there was an opportunity for King to recall. We can see the Rabadons has now been finished for Korn, so he can shred through some more effective targets. Hui having to go even more full tank because he knows Zero's going to be absolutely useless with that Guardian Angel.
What are you? He survived.
He did.
He's got the. Who's gonna carry the? The carry has to have the GA and the QSS. Who do you think's 3, 1, and 11?
That is the most amazing Thresh build I've ever seen.
I support you, Zero.
I think I built that once in an ARAM.
Now, obviously, it would have been much better gold spent if Zero had completed his Shirelias, especially because he's facing across a Sivir, and it's a great answer to counter her ultimate. So,
however, he does
gold
not have
not
that quite.
as efficiently spent for Zero. That said, GA still up.
Wildly effective. Exceptionally
He's
so.
winning.
We're 29 minutes into the game. Dragon's up in a minute. Baron's up 14 seconds after that. King took the first one thanks to a lapse in EDG's judgment in which they trickled in 1 by 1. Trickle down EDG.
This is how EDG came back in the first game. King, if I were them, I would be having deja vu. It'd just be flashbacks.
We'll have to see if they continue committing the same mistakes as that Dragon is now up in 30 seconds. Things are going down.
It's important to note that King do have the bottom inhibitor, and if you are going to have one for the second Baron, it's probably the most important just because as long as they can keep that down, they can play with that pressure point on the map. So you either come and you stop us at Baron, we can stall you out, or you lose your base to super minions on the bottom side of the map. Also very important that both teleports will be available, so we'll see how King set up that play in the next 17 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they do want to secure that 4th Dragon for themselves. First, you've got EDG on the other side of the map setting up for the Baron. Dragon's going down fast, but not too fast, as finally it's going to drop, and they managed to secure it.
This is clever. So EDG have already taken advantage and set up. Oh, Mako was spotted out. They were trying...
Teleport. Insect from the backside doesn't have Meganar, but he's locking EDG into position, trying to seal in the flavor for when King manages to catch up with them. Oh, the death sentence gets dodged. Insect is going to be able to take the Lantern out of there. Amazing J is slowed. He manages to get onto Korn once again. Name and Korn are stacking up. That's not where they're supposed to be. Flash gets Name out of there. A great slide from Korn, kicks all of EDG in, but he doesn't want that. He's taking so much damage right here. The GA is popped, and suddenly with Name and Korn dead, King have got to back away, and EDG are on top of that Baron.
A huge ultimate from Bayming turns that fight, forcing Insect and Zero away. This is a free Baron, and this is what we were talking about. King, game 1, post-traumatic stress disorder. This is exactly what happened to them.
They're trying to recall right now, but having some trouble getting the recalls across.
Insect's trying to trade the inhib.
Yeah, he is right now, but the empowered recall gets them there back in time, and on top of that, it increases health regeneration and provides a movement speed buff. They're catching up to Insect. He bounces away. Bayming makes sure he's in melee range before he finishes him off.
Oh, wow. King must be kicking themselves.
Oh, yeah, making the exact same mistakes from game number 1. On the upside, they have 4 dragons. They've got that going for them.
Yeah, win condition is on to that 5th dragon. That said, EDG firmly in control, at least for the next 4 minutes while they have that Baron buff and they're able to manipulate the waves on the map.
What are those minions doing?
Just chilling. They don't actually exist.
They're just hanging out.
Yep.
They don't even like the Baron buff. They're like, we don't need your stinking Baron buff.
Here we go.
Yeah, here's a breakdown.
So what's really important here is that Baymy's flash is burned, but just the counter engage and just how much damage Baymy's is doing. We talked about late game Cassiopeia, and look at this ultimate, bam, right across 3 different members, and there's just nothing King can do. Great use of different change CC, and again, layering those abilities. Mako following it up, finding the Tibber stun on Name in the back, so big issue also was that Insect didn't have his Meganar until the very back half of that fight.
Yeah, that was also kind of a problem. And despite an excellent slide play out of Korn, he and Name were sticking with the buddy-buddy system just a little bit too much.
Mako punished them for it.
Oh, he definitely did. And now we can see Mako with the Righteous Glory dropping ward after ward deep into King's jungle. They still have the Baron buff for about another 2 minutes. So we'll see if they can make anything happen with this buff as they look to be setting up a pressure point on the bottom side of the map.
The difference when you itemize correctly on a support, and you take a Righteous Glory as well as Distortion Boots, so you can empower what your support actually does.
Yeah, it seems like Zero was a little overzealous off of that early game, and EDG is very strong right here. Insect gets his Meganar pop. Not quite able to find anything just yet. EDG sitting, waiting, wishing.
Just need to continually run King around the map, shore up the discrepancy between the towers, look for that 5th dragon. They know that they need to fight King for it, but they have at least 2 minutes before they need to worry about it.
Ooh, EDG with a pressure point on the top side. Look to take down that top tier 1. Mako still has the Baron buff, so yep, the empowered minions get under there in time, and the turret is going to end up going down as Amazing J helps to polish that off. And all in all, that's now 2 turrets taken for King on both sides of the map.
And very quickly, what was a 7K gold lead has shrunk to a 3K gold lead for King.
Yeah. Deft, very scary as he completes his 3 items. And man, Bayming is a monster. Involved in 13 out of his team's 15 kills right now. He has been all over the place, and his damage is so scary.
And again, it's about fighting for your power spike. So I'm glad the fact that you pointed out not only Baymy's build, but also Deft's build. Having those 3 completed items, the penetration on the a Last Whisper, the Zeal upgrade in the form of the Static Shiv, and the Eye Edge. So this is where a lot of traditional AD carries really find themselves, and one of the strongest is when they have that 3 core, whereas Corki's going to have a mid-game power spike since he's really just relying on the completion of his Trinity Force. So this is when Sivir's going to start to take off as far as just putting out ridiculous damage.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to really shred through targets, as Dragon's now up in about 85 seconds. There's a lot of deep wards from EDG that King are desperately trying to clear out right now. Hui going so aggressive to clear out that pink. He knows Amazing J is right down there, and EDG are kind of panicked by that.
I love how Rek'Sai like break dances on wards to clear them.
Yep.
Insect trying to hold on to his Mega Gnar. Now remember, a big issue in the last fight on that Baron was the fact that Mega Gnar wasn't procced until pretty much the fight was over and done with. Insect can be sure that he will not make that mistake again.
Yeah, he's losing his Rage Bar right now as he hasn't been in combat for a little while, and it seems like it might decrease completely by the time that Dragon's up. He's going to have to start rocking it just a bit. Yeah, finally he gets it. Starts to build it back up just a touch.
So here we go, 40 seconds. What are the big ultimates that need to happen here? Pointed out before, the Mega Gnar is very important, so be sure to watch how Insect is handling his rage. On the other side, keeping Bamey alive. You have tons of tools in the Sivir ultimate, the On the Hunt, as well as the Reset, the Cask, to chain the CC and to keep Bamey safe and putting out sustained damage to this fight. So if Bamey goes down, if Insect can proc Mega Gnar properly, or if Bamey can stay alive, will mean the difference between victory and defeat for this game.
Amazing J with a timely recall should be able to make it back in time, as he's playing Hecarim right now with that home guard teleport ready and rearing to go. Dragon spawns. King are in the pit. Wards left, right, and center for EDG. They do not want this thing to be stolen. Insect trying to proc that rage. Don't let it fall too low before the fight breaks out. Finally gets it building again. Here comes the teleport from Amazing J. Let's see if he's going to be able to get in there in time. He rushes into the front line, but can't quite commit to it as Clearbub flanks from the side. King out by that pixel brush.
Insect doing a great job managing his rage. Here he goes.
And they get it. He is going to get to Mega Gnar in time. Dragon actually resets. It looks like EDG are just going to get onto the back line. There's the Gnar Slam, but it doesn't find anyone. King is able to kill Bamey. Deft kiting it out on the backside, but Huey's right on top of him while it's chaos in the pit. Insect stacking up all of his AoE as best he can. Amazing J goes low. Corn slides so far. He finds Amazing J. Styles Zonia's, but King just don't have enough damage on top of it. Deft finally ends up going down. Hui continues to chase him out. Zero's Guardian Angel procced again. He's turning now onto Clearlove. Amazing J tries to chase him out of the fight. He ends up going down. Hui is the last survivor. EDG are going to be able to turn this around. He finds Hui. He's going to end up getting the ace. No! He makes it over the wall. And a completely chaotic fight. Why is he recalling there of all places? Oh my goodness, EDG are going to scare Hui away.
Corn, what are you doing? That fight was so good for King. Bamey immediately deleted off the map, but Corn completely threw it back to EDG by dashing into the middle of them.
Oh man, the Dragon's still up. Amazing J with the home guard dashes to the pit faster than one of Santa's reindeers.
What?
And EDG are going to be able to take this Dragon away. That's their first. You do see Name rushing there as fast as he can, but he's got to compete with 2 smites. There is the Void Rush available, but no tunnels to go to. Name's trying to get there as fast as he can.
He's competing with 2 smites.
Yeah, he's not going to get it. And there it is. Clearlove secures it. Amazing J hops the wall.
Everything almost went right for King for that fight. We talked about what are the win conditions for the team. Here we go. Insect does a fantastic job managing his rage bar. We have the Mega Gnar at the initial part of the fight, and what's so important is that Bamey is taken out very early, but likewise, he does manage to take Name down with him. Now here's where things start to get a little hairy. If Corn had just kept kiting back and let his front line work for him, as opposed to putting himself in the entire middle of the team.
Oh, looks like a fight for Baron right now, and EDG actually managed to secure it there. No, it's actually King who secured the Baron, but they managed to kill Insect. Guardian Angel is now popped for him. Zero is already dead. This is going to be Insect going down despite trying to hop the wall. 2 kills. Whoa, Hui, why are you recalling in the weirdest places?
Okay, so what I'm going to assume happened is that it was a desperation Baron to King, although it looked like it may have been a still. I'm sure we'll get the replay on that one, but what I assume happened is EDG had to back after securing the dragon to deny 5th dragon from King, which then allowed King to look towards the Baron as a quick rush. And again, this late into the game, it's very easy for either of these teams to burn that objective down. Azir's Baron control is absurd, as well as Cassiopeia's.
Clearlove waiting in the wings, looking for Name, doesn't quite find him, just zones him off of the tier 2 turret. And despite having Baron buff, King cannot commit without Insect. And they decide to back away and let the tier 2 turret fall. Now it's only about a 3,000 gold lead between these two, and this game is remarkably similar to game number 1. In fact, almost identical.
The difference is that King got the 2nd Baron.
They did.
So...
And they've got more dragons this time around.
Sigh of relief. They are actually in EDG's position. Their chances are still open.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, we saw how King have made some questionable decisions. Hui's recall locations, Korn's dashing into team fights.
Zero's Guardian Angel.
Which has come into effect now twice. I don't have words, but here's the dragon. Looks like King tried to
Okay, yeah, so it was a desperation Baron. They knew that they had outmaneuvered EDG simply because EDG had committed to that dragon fight to deny 5th dragon. They immediately ran to the Baron. EDG don't quite make it in time, and King secure a very nice sigh of relief.
Insect actually runs back into the pit instead of just hopping over the wall to try saving Hui, but Hui is a little bit trickier than that on that Rek'Sai. So now Baron is secured for King. We're 40 minutes in. It's a 3-kill difference between the two. Only 3,000 gold. This is an incredibly even game as objectives are traded back and forth and back and forth. Though there is that bear inhibitor on the bottom side of the map. King should be looking towards that as their next objective.
Can we talk about Insect's build? Look at that. That is a Frozen Mallet, a Black Cleaver, a Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah.
There's no Randuin's Omen. There's no Frozen Heart. There's no Spirit Visage. There's no respect.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, you saw the banter that he had earlier on with the popping up and down the taunt onto EDG. Just not quite able to find it, though. Once again, King sieging bottom. They still got the Baron buff grouped up nice and tight for that
the dream is
onslaught
alive.
of shadows. Here comes Mako, throws the Righteous Glory. Name waiting for the aggressive flash to try to flash out on his own.
Zero is doing a great job making sure that he's not spaced next to Name. He expects Mako to flash Righteous Glory on top of him. He has the Crucible available, so finally has itemized an actual support item.
Yay!
To assist his AD carry.
Oh, Death Push being set up now by King as they retreat into EDG's jungle.
There's no reason for them to go over there.
No, Nami's trying to bait it out. I don't know, it just seems like it might, though, as they find Clearlove. Not quite able to find anything, however.
There's literally nothing over there for them. There's no reason for them to be there at all. The fact that they did face check into it was a little bit concerning.
Yeah, so King once again returned to the siege. They still have Baron buff for another few minutes. Trying to take down that inhibitor. Legacy of Shurima turret ends up going down as Insect. Oh, is this Mega Gnar gonna pop? No, it's not quite yet.
Headbang.
All right, now it is. There's the barrel coming out from Clearlove.
And
now
with
they back off.
that Mega Gnar forced out, pretty much King are like, okay, we've sacrificed our big advantage there by holding that and applying pressure. So they immediately back up. They should respond to their building wave in the top side and reset the map pressure, which is why you immediately see EDG erupt out of their base. They need to start getting deep vision and control over the bottom side of the map.
Oh, interesting play from King. Looks like they do want to try swinging back down to the inhibitor. Deft's there to defend it. Big wave again, building on the top side of the map. I think they want to keep pressure down here until that dragon spawns, because Dragon 5 is up in a minute, and EDG are on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed timing window. There we go. So Insect's finally responding to the big wave top. They need to back, refresh their sight stones, their wards, things like that, and start setting up their vision for the dragon. Because again, that's the big win condition for King, is that 5th dragon. They know that EDG has to fight them, and they just have to prep for it accordingly.
Yeah, you can see they're clearing out that wave on the top side of the map. Dragon now 30 seconds away. No vision for EDG as they had to let it all fade away for the duration of that Baron buff. Dangerous position to be in. Sight stones being emptied by both Mako and Clearlove, while the sweepers of King are going wild trying to clear these wards. 15 seconds for that dragon is up. Scuttle Crab has been secured. Everyone is sitting and waiting in anticipation for this dragon.
There is no upgraded Oracle's trinket on the side of King.
Not a one. Dragon spawns. EDG are around the side. They finally sweep that ward out. They're in the pit right now trying to get some poke across. Let's see if they manage to pull it off.
Okay, again, it's all about the Insec and his Meganar. Juggling that appropriately. Baby needs to stay alive.
5v5, the Baron's going low now. 2,000 health. It's
Doesn't
secured
hit it.
by EDG. Will they try to turn this into the fight? Insect's holding onto it. He knocks Amazing J away. Mako dashes in for the flash stun, but it's not enough. A huge dodge gets them all out of there. Korn is still alive in the back. Once again, flashes aggressively forward. Zero, Hui, and Korn are on to Baby right now. Insect's GA is popped. 3 members of EDG are dead. Name is now going to run around the outside of the pit. So far, none of the members of King have died. They're going to find Clear Love here. He goes down. That's 4 members dead. Amazing J is going to try to buy some time for his team. But King are going to rush down towards the base. Can they end the game? They're trying as fast as they can to get to the Nexus. Amazing J is their sole hope. Will he be able to do it?
If Insect kills Amazing J here, he can just teleport to a ward and tank for his team on the Nexus towers.
Yeah, he just had to go back in, waited for the stun to come out from Nexus. Insect has his own. Home guard procced. The sole hope for EDG. They're very low health here.
Oh, he misplayed that. He should have gone back and healed and then teleported. I still think they'll get it.
Yeah,
They've got too many death timers.
Number 1. Now they're going to be looking for Nexus turret number 2. Amazing J trying his best he can. He's looking for Name. Can't quite find him. He actually does kill Name. The Nexus is going low. Is he going to be able to save it in time? It's so low health. It finally pops. King split the series 1-1 with EDG.
They finally execute the composition correctly, but look at their faces. Zero does not look happy.
Yeah. Poor Deft. Oh, man. What an amazing game he had.
Oh, okay. From game 1, we said King. That's not how your win condition is played. You have to stack Vladimir ult on Victor ult. Never happened. EDG mow through them late game. This time around, they fumble initially the Meganar with Mako on a sweet flash Tibbers play on that mid inhibitor, but in the last dragon fight, playing around that 5th dragon win condition, they finally get it right. They take out Baimi, and without Baimi, EDG didn't have the late game damage to shred through the tankiness, the double GA of King.
Yeah, the double GA. Oh my goodness, what an amazing play from King. It seems like they were getting a little bit silly after a very oppressive early game, the very aggressive lead that they have, but eventually EDG started to punish them for it, and by the time we got to the mid game, EDG were looking to overcome them once again, but just didn't happen.
Just a little bit silly.
Yeah. The Quicksilver Sash Guardian Angel, did he still have that at the end, or did he sell it?
He had it.
Oh boy, that was an item.
That said, congratulations to King. Obviously, they split 1-1 with EDG. Should be noted that EDG won their game where they were experimenting, playing with kind of a different composition. When they go back to playing true to EDG, the Sivir, the Cassiopeia, the Hecarim, things like that, they end up losing the series.
Yeah, curious enough. And again, that was with Baimi and Amazing J. So Koro and Pawn are going to be coming back soon. So hopefully that can sort of clean up some of those mistakes. I mean, we've seen how it's been Koro, Pawn, and Amazing J. And then they add Koro and Baimi for the different styles. So it should be unique.
That's one word. That was a unique set.
Yes, it certainly was. But that's King splitting the series 1-1 with EDG. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get the next game set up. Don't go anywhere, and thanks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and I kind of don't want to talk about that last series, Spawn.
Yeah, that was unique, to say the least.
It was definitely an interesting game. Of course, EDG not necessarily looking like the sort of top team in the LPL like they formerly have been.
Yeah, they're definitely struggling at the moment. They're using this flex roster. They're bringing Amazing J in. And don't get me wrong, it's not the players themselves. It's more the cohesion that they're bringing to it. Bamey even looks solid during their laning phase. But then they just can't get done in team fights. They're playing a little bit differently, not really the control style until 30 minutes, then win through objectives and Baron and being able to push down turrets like we're used to seeing. Right now, they're not even trading objectives well, and they're just falling behind in the early game.
Yeah, it seemed to me like their early objective, just control in general, was just woeful. The fact that they were giving up so many, not necessarily getting the work done like they previously have been. So we'll see whether they can continue sort of, you know, moving forward throughout this split, whether they can get anything back as we get further down the LPL track, because we're well and truly halfway through. We're just over, Spawn.
Yeah, the problem with EDG right now is that they don't have any pressure in the mid lane, and that means that they can't play the style they will, where they're pushing up aggressively, taking turrets, counter-jungling the top side of the map, and just giving up dragons. They used to give up first 2 dragons every single game, but they would get a meaningful objective in the top side, really get Def snowballing in ahead. That game we saw that Name was just taking it to him 2v2. Mako really is the only person that still is playing up to scratch. And as you take a look at the game, it went for a very long time. You know, maybe Zero's build extended it. Some interesting tactics coming through from Insec.
Most certainly.
But Korn did have a good game there on Azir, able to get into the bottom lane early and affect how it was going.
Yeah, and definitely had some aggressive plays there. May have gone a little bit too far forward in some of the team fights, but was making things happen most definitely across the Rift. But I'm surprised that Insec didn't get a mention here, and we're going to have a look. Here's the Emperor's Divide, and this was the bottom lane. They got it all going for King.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, they clean up here 4 for 1. They grab in the end. Insec was just going off, putting out all the damage. See around the Dragons as well. Korn doing a great job of being able to use that Emperor's Divide, and he had some on and off moments throughout the game. You know, it wasn't a good 45-minute performance from Korn, but he showed up when he needed to.
Well, honestly, it wasn't a good 45-minute performance from a lot of the players.
No, anyone. Just throw it out there. No one played well for the entirety of that game. But, you know, in the end, King able to pick up the win, and it was much needed.
Yeah, they didn't quite play as badly as EDG did. Something like that could be coming out of that one. Although, you look, it's a little bit mean of us to go that far, so I'm just going to move on. We're just going to leave it at that. We're going to go into our next matchup. It is going to be, of course, M3 taking on RNG. RNG, of course, formerly a little bit of Gamty, a little bit of King, a little bit of this and that, but of course, the M3 lineup still very, very stable.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, they're slowly improving. They previously split with Vici, with QG. Unfortunately, they lost 0-2 to Snake, and I think that was a major setback for those guys. They would have been at least looking to split that one.
Yeah.
Dade, very much on the rise at the moment. Looper was looking good, then had an inconsistent series against Snake. And, you know, M3, they need to really get it together towards the second half of their split, because you could tell coming 9th in the first, in spring, they really weren't happy with that, and they've kind of burst back in here, but their bottom lane, SMLZ, just does not look good at the moment.
Yeah, and it's difficult to talk about the bottom lane of M3 when it used to be Candy and Love City down there, and they got a lot of praise for a lot of the plays that they were able to make. But we are going to go through the M3 lineup, and there in the top lane first up, it is going to be Looper, former world champion, but hasn't quite found his footing here on the M3 lineup.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't. You know, he had some really good performances, and that's why I brought it up, because I thought Looper was the one that was turning the corner, but against Snake just did not look good against Flandre. Connie in the jungle, playing some Evelyn and Lee Sin. I much prefer him on Gragas. They really do need to secure that pick if they are going to look like their dominant self through the mid game.
Yeah, and it's just Condi unable to really utilize the early game at the Lee Sin quite enough. But there's Dade. He's had some brilliant performances, trying his very best to carry this team, but of course in the last series just wasn't quite able to get there.
Yeah, he had a really good game one in particular, 4-3-1 I think he was. We take a look at SMLZ playing a heck of a lot of Caitlyn. He was a Caitlyn and Urgot main before he came onto the team, and Love CD, Nautilus Thresh, that's what you can expect out of him. Anything that has a hook, slightly tanky, Love CD will play pretty effectively.
Yeah, let's hope that he brings out the Blitzcrank in one of his next games. But
let's not.
I would definitely expect something like a Nautilus there. He's been favoring that one most definitely. But look, Love City's played a heck of a lot of things. Of course, his Thresh paired up with the Callista is definitely something to talk about, but we'll see whether SMLZ is able to get that. It seems to be sort of the weekend for letting Callista through and giving people a shot.
Yeah, it certainly does. Callista Rise are two, I guess, champions that people let it through once, get beaten by it, then pretty much ban it the second time around because they don't want to have it happen again. But M3, you know, their early game has been a little bit better. Dade still does like to scale throughout the mid game, so they've been throwing a lot more resources into Looper, it looks like right now. But as I said, their bottom lane is the one that needs to get going. SMLZ, Caitlyn just doesn't seem to be working out for him.
No, isn't really the thing. Whereas we have a look over the other side of the Rift. RNG now, of course, another team that is in a little bit of turmoil there. It's going to be Let Me in the top lane, of course, formerly of Gamty, heading over here. So is with a little bit more of a champion pool than some of the other options RNG have. But MLXG, this is a guy that this team really gets around and really does have a lot of power in the early game.
Yeah, he certainly does. And, you know, he plays a Gragas well. Rek'Sai is a champion to look out for. He's the Echo player on the team, although I'm sure Xiao Hu can play it. And this is their star player. Xiao Hu really does do a lot of the heavy lifting, especially towards late game. Plays a lot of champion plays, all of them fairly well.
Yeah, of course, he's very eager to sort of move up with the meta as well. You can see there the Jace coming out, of course, has been sort of one of these picks that has been discussed, not necessarily seen as much as we would have expected otherwise. But as we move through the lineup there, Whoosh and Liam. Here in the bottom lane, of course, the old King bottom lane of old. And they've definitely got some synergy there, but now they're going to be up against SMLZ and Love City. We'll see whether this is sort of going to be more their turf.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether they can take it to them. One thing to note about RNG is they are one of the only teams to flex Varus, meaning that Whoosh is more than happy to take it in the bottom lane for some strange reason. You know, the mobile AD carries are hard to pull off down there, especially with the likes of Maokai Hecarim running around the Rift, but they seem to be able to get some form of success with it. So set up well around turrets, especially when they pair it with something like Azir. I like that composition only because Azir can keep you relatively safe. You need something like a Janna or Alistar in the support position, though, for some added disengage. But RNG, they do mix it up, especially with Let Me in the top lane. Very happy to play a wide variety of champions and, I guess, different compositions.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they are going to mix it up as we head into this game, of course. It is sort of the time of the split where you should be trying out new things, making sure that you're keeping your opposition on their toes, and there's not as much to lose necessarily. But as we see, M3 more than happy to win on the blue side, haven't quite found it on the red side just yet, whereas RNG most definitely mixing it up.
Yeah, they just split everything, you know. They're not going to win on the red or the blue, but right now, RNG are kind of the team that you think they need to get it going before playoffs. I'm actually expecting them to not start mixing it up. As other teams start mixing it up in the LPL, you can get some sneaky wins in there if you play very standard. Looking at LGD right now, who seem to be doing that, not running anything bonkers because they need to get back into the playoff run, but
still unfortunately only splitting their series.
Yeah, can't get it done. And, you know, RNG is one of those teams that would love to be able to sneak into the playoffs, secure one of the last 2 spots there. And right now they look like if they can find some form of consistency, they might just be able to get it done.
Yeah, and they have a lot of the best parts of both GameT and King on this lineup as well. So, of course, Xiaohu there in the mid lane, a bit of a prodigy coming into the LPL, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to make it with the big boys. So we'll see whether he can pick up something and really give it to Dade. And this is a definite matchup that he really wants to prove himself in.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially because they share the Azir in the mid lane. They both like to pick it up there. Happy to play some different things. Dade's actually defaulted back to Kassadin, which is kind of okay against Azir right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if they let that one go through, but it's M3 that banned the Echo, and this is a champion that I thought Dade would like to try and get his hands on a little bit more.
Yeah, but I guess they probably don't want to first pick a mid lane Echo just because it is a little bit more susceptible there to some form of counter pick. So
yeah, and MLXG has shown pretty good prowess for that one in the jungle.
Yeah, more than happy to pick that one up. But of course, a couple more bans to be coming through here as Alistar and of course Cassiopeia Callista have been banned away as well. Dade not going to see the Snake Lady, and focusing a few bans on Dade definitely a worthwhile idea. M3 definitely taking their time on this final ban, though, and it is going to be Azir, so Dade was considering whether or not they wanted to first pick that one up, and it is going to be taken away from Xiaohu instead.
Priority now on Victor, you know, on the M3 lineup. These are the 3 mid laners that Dade has liked to play. You can throw Kassadin in there as well, but Cassiopeia, Azir, and Victor is what he has been defaulting back to. And, you know, that's the first time we can say that about Dade. List 3 meta mid laners that he really has begun to master.
Yeah, the other crazy thing is the fact that they're now sort of in a bit of a corner. They have to ban either the Ryze or the Victor, and it's going to be difficult. Letting the Ryze through, definitely a flex pick for M3 if they pick it up.
Yeah,
Looper's going to waste no time and lock it in.
Yeah, I like the fact that you pointed out Ryze as a flex pick. Looper is actually a very good mage top laner. You feel the tank meta hurt Looper the most out of everyone, and he loves to play things like Ryze up there in the top lane, but Dade also a terrific Ryze player, so if they go something that has very good, I guess, skirmish potential or something that you can see automatically like a Maokai that's going to be a lane swap, they can just chuck it in the mid lane and give him something like Nah. Looper's shown that he's completely fine on that as well.
Yeah, M3 definitely able to move around as much as they like. RNG considering locking in their bottom lane. We'll see whether that is going to be the idea here, but still a lot of picks available.
Yeah, that's a very... I guess with Gragas and Rek'Sai, you don't really need to prioritize one right now. But picking bottom lane just means that you want to counter-pick the top side of the map. Something that we haven't seen in a long time, and especially because Corki went out of the meta a little bit. Now coming back, especially in the LPL, we'll have to see whether Whoosh is able to make it work.
Yeah, and I guess the Corki pick can open up some sort of poke option. We haven't necessarily seen poke work just yet. RNG may opt for something like that, but look, not exactly snapping up the priority picks over the side of RNG. It is going to be Gragas the consideration for Condi. Of course, MLXG able to pick up a lot of his early game junglers, such as the Rek'Sai, like you mentioned, or perhaps even in Italy, of course, was playing that one very early on in her reign of the jungle, and it is going to be The Janna locked in here for Love CD. Definitely a standard pick for him.
And this is why I'm surprised they went with Corki, because I honestly think that Condi's best champion right now is Gragas. You know, he's played a lot of Rek'Sai, but Gragas just seems to be where he is most comfortable, apart from the Lee Sin, of course, which he is known for. But
yeah,
now with 2 disengage options, Janna's Monsoon as well as a Gragas barrel coming out there, means that if any hard engage does come through, they're going to be able to kite back well. And they also have some good consistent CC to help either Looper or Dade out, whoever takes that rise.
Yeah, RNG looking to consider a whole lot of mid-game pressure here with a possible Rumble pickup. Not going to be the case, though, as Nautilus is the consideration in the end. Locked in there for Lei. It is going to be...
Let me.
You reckon Let Me's playing it?
Well, that's a Thresh. That is the first pick, so I'm going to assume.
Yeah, well, look, I was going straight for the Thresh 80 carry. I guess that's not happening, as Xiaohu would probably like to take the Corki into the mid lane. SMLZ, though, going back to a comfort pick here on the
City in the bottom lane, you know, just Thresh Nautilus.
Oh, if only. If this was the last series, I actually wouldn't put it past them, to be honest.
No, Name is the one serious person on King.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, but it is going to be another top lane Nautilus. And, you know, this is something that is very good in the 2v1, which is why it consistently gets picked up now in the LPL. Able to get a lot of damage down. You just shove out waves. It's hard to fast push against Nautilus, and you cannot dive him because he has, like, CC riddled throughout his kit.
Yeah.
Nearly suicide to go in there. And Vladimir picked up on the other side of the rift.
Yeah, double flex picks here for M3. They can swap them between Looper as they see fit.
I actually think that's a mid Vladimir coming through there.
Well,
Dade does like to play it, and Looper will prefer to take, I guess, the rise up there in the top lane. So we'll have to see whether that is the case. A lot of magic damage so far, and that's why I think they've gone with the Sivir, because, you know, people like mentioning Sivir's ultimate as the reason that you pick her, but also does AoE AD damage, which means that you cannot ignore and just pick up magic resist, because Sivir shreds, especially towards the later stage of the mid game.
Yeah, and if you can make sure you can get a clumped up team fight as well, whereas M3 actually with a whole lot of disengage if they want to, but their all-in is fantastic with that Hemo Plague. Of course, Looper running around with his ultimate, such low cooldowns as well, being a machine gun rise. They do have a lot of damage if they need it, and then if they need to get out, just Explosive Cask and Monsoon their way out of there. So M3's comp definitely making me pretty happy here, as Xiaohu is going to lock away the Jace. So a fair bit of poke damage to come through from this side, but not sure whether it's enough damage.
It's not a poke comp, it's a siege comp. So getting in there, it's going to be the Jace trying to shove people off turrets. Then Jace Corki shreds through them very quickly, especially with the overdrive coming through from Jace. So I actually like RNG's comp right now. When you see disengage, siege is a very good option.
Well, we'll see whether it does work, as we are going through the lineups here. Very standard in the jungle here, as Gragas is going to meet the Rek'Sai. And in the mid lane, this is where things could get exciting here, as Dade on his Vladimir, of course, definitely a tried and true champion for him, as Xiaohu picks up his Jace for the second time around. SMLZ, though, he's going to be on the Sivir, and Woosh going to have, you know, some fun with the Phosphorus Bomb. Just hopes that it doesn't get spell shielded away as Love City on the Janna against Lamb. So a bit of a disengaged battle, as Lamb's going to have a little bit more engage power there with the Death Sentence.
Yeah, certainly does, but Love CD will be able to, I guess, negate any aggression coming through here from the Thresh player. And, you know, Sivir versus Corki, this is one of the matchups that Corki, it doesn't look great on paper, but can actually shove back relatively well and stop a lot of the fast push that can come through. RNG, they have a very mid-spiking composition as soon as the Triforce and Mana Mune are finished up, and let's see if they can make it work.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, M3 taking on RNG for our third matchup of the evening. Of course, game one right now, M3 starting off on the blue side. Xiaohu in his fancy skin is going to be waiting around. No early invades to come through, just a 5-point defense system.
But one important thing to note is already Sivir in the top lane.
Yeah.
Looking to see if they can, even if the deep wards go through right now, Sivir has snuck up there nice and early, but SMLZ backs away.
They're going to be heading back to base, so they do have a whole lot of wards. There's no way that RNG can get through. Lei's just cancelling auto attacks over and over here. Shock Blast not going to find the mark, as Xiaohu whiffs that one a little bit, but
that is
nothing given away.
That is what makes that skin. The sound of the non-accelerated Shock Blast.
Yep.
Actually frustrates me when they accelerate. It doesn't sound as good.
Well, let's hope that Xiaohu never actually
uses
the
gate.
Just never levels it. Don't even need
I know
to.
he can level it. He's just not allowed to use it.
All right. So that means that you can use your
hammer
knockback.
one, yeah,
your knockback in the hammer form. That's good, because that one's useful. Gate, what does that do?
Key
Really
versus
powerful.
Rise, that hammer. Oh, he's against Vlad. This is over.
Yeah,
Ben
it is
and
most
Shift,
definitely.
Atlas.
Yeah, we're done. We're done. Move on. Whereas we are going to have standard lanes here as RNG are going to have Let Me there up in the top lane. Just waiting around in the brush for now, but those minions are going to meet and everyone's going to be most definitely happily in their lanes as per usual.
Yeah, and long sword here with 3 pots means that Xiao are going to be able to stay healthy in this lane. Doesn't need to be able to sustain because Dade's going to try and poke him early game. Do have to watch for Jace's level 2 all-in though. It's one of the things that sneaks up on you because he's able to get that empowered auto attack through in the hammer stance.
Yeah, and if he can get it before Dade hits level 2 as well, he's not going to have the pull in order to get away, so a lot of free damage could come out of Xiao if he's able to shove this one out. Of course, is going to land that level 2 now, but not going overly aggressive just yet.
Yeah, just trying to shove him in, and this is what you like to do against Vladimir. Otherwise, you get harassed under turret, as it's very even.
MLXG struggling against the Crimson Brambleback.
Yeah, died.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Descent's actually going to land here in the bottom lane as well as SMLZ trying to use that spell shield to stop some of the CC. They're going to get his flay removed, but RNG with some decent harass damage on the AD carry.
Yeah, actually just pretty even across the board there. Yeah. M3 able to equalize with a great Janna Monsoon and already zoning up here in the top lane is Looper. That lane looks like it was fairly frozen. Didn't get a good look at all the minion wave. Yeah, it is frozen, so Looper just doing his best to force him off there. Missing some CS.
Yeah, both sides actually missing a bit of fun. There is Dade. Cute little sidestep, going to dodge the shock blast.
Dade doing the same thing now that the jungler isn't a threat of ganking because, you know, you saw him execute. Wow.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, Xiaohu with a fair bit of damage there in the mid lane. You mentioned the level 2 all-in. Wasn't expecting the level 3.
Yeah.
Still pretty similar.
No ignite though, so not very much kill threat coming through. They're looking for more of the poke.
Yeah, doesn't want to get hemo-plagued, I guess.
Oh, round 2, MLXG versus Red Buff.
This is the hot matchup here, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got smite, so he's fine this time.
Okay, down to 400 health, but nails it. We definitely need to give him the props for it, as Condi is going to get spotted out there by the ward that MLXG just placed down. And Let Me does need to be careful there on the top side of the map.
But that's even more CS denied up in the top lane.
Double shields there for SMLZ as he just needs some extra mana. Oh, blocks the body slam, does MLXG. Gets the flash out, flashes over as well.
Jace is going to beat him here.
Yeah, red buff's there. No knock-up to come through from the Unburrow just because he'd used it before. The gate is available for Xiaohu. There's the next knock-up. Auto attacks from the W, and Xiaohu able to get the damage down, but MLXG gets the kill.
Yeah, MLXG really stuck with that. More action.
Yeah, meanwhile in the bottom lane, Lei going very, very low as Whoosh, overly aggressive, flashes forward, picks up the kill. He's going to trade his life for it, but Love CD grabs that one. Is this going to be a double kill for the Janna? There's the flash forward. Howling Gale locks up the double. And M3, I guess, win that trade in the bottom lane.
Yeah, but the gold went over to Whoosh on the other side of it, so going to be a little bit accelerated here as a support. See whether he goes for the GA option that we saw popularized by Zero.
I don't know whether popularized is the right word, but Xiaohu's going to find Dade here. Not a lot of mana on the Jace as he's wandering around. The pull is going to be used, so Dade going to be safe for now. Pops the Ghost. He's just going to wander away. Transfusion keeping him more healthy than he was before.
Yeah, so able to get back in here, start farming up because Xiaohu is relatively low on mana at least. So Dade going to stick around. Actually, now looks like he wants to recall. He's going to do the sneaky thing and just go transfuse wolves until he's healthy.
Ah, cute. Not actually going to try and kill them though, because these guys are angry.
Yeah, they're Don't get too crazy.
Yeah, do they crit anymore?
No, they don't.
Thank goodness. And Xiaohu just going to accelerate a shock blast. You're exactly right. Noise nowhere near as cool. Let Me just going to clear out this minion wave. Utilizing that passive, of course, the extra little dot that you get from that Titan's Wrath as well. Pretty useful for clearing out these waves as SMLZ is going to hang out, freeze this wave up just a little bit. He can hold it there with the Eye of the Storm as long as he likes. And Whoosh now with the makings of a Phage.
Yeah, and because the combine hasn't come through just yet, it's still a fair bit stronger on the Sever as Condi has been spotted by SMLZ.
Oh, body blocks the Prey Seeker.
MLXG, sorry, too many letters.
SMLMXG. That's a bit ridiculous down here. City and SMLZ getting another trade in their favor. SMLZ now with a bit of a level advantage as well as he made it back to lane a little bit before Whoosh did. Got a little bit more of that minion wave stacked up as well as Couple of wards there in the bottom lane for M3 as well, going to make sure that they know that there's no MLXG sneaking up on them. And creep going to be missed.
That was just a really snowball Sightstone coming through there for Love City. So the benefit of picking up a double kill means that the AD carry, very safe, can push up if he wants to.
Oh, MLXG still makes his way in. Ooh. There's the death sentence, alley-ooped onto SMLZ. He's going to get knocked up, and this is most definitely a kill. Whoosh. He's going to lock that one down and now have some free time in this lane.
And I was saying, feels very safe, but you know, the danger of warding deep against Rek'Sai is the fact that can tunnel under those walls, able to get in, effect a very good gank, and all of a sudden, SMLZ goes straight for an Avarice Blade, just abandoning the lane. Corki now a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah, and of course, Corki with that earlier power spike anyway was going to be difficult for Siva, so just saying, okay, well, I'm going to sit back and farm. I'm pretty much done here.
Yeah. Want nothing to do with it. MLXG looking to get busy again in the mid lane this time around. Dade staying very healthy with that revolver, but you have to say that early game jungle, even after MLXG went down to his red buff, has been fairly in RNG's favor.
Yeah, well, I think this is why MLXG actually opts for more ganking. He's just a little bit frightened of the jungle. Tends to get the better of him. Another empowered shock blast there.
Yeah, Dade just doesn't care anything.
No, he doesn't. Transfusion is there to the skies from Xiaohu, but just transfuses it all back up. The revolver is, of course, there for Dade, so more than happy just to hang around, cop a whole lot of harass, and just keep using that Tides of Blood. Doesn't even matter.
Looper still a little bit ahead, but Spectre's Tower has been picked up by Let Me, so that top lane going to be very hard for Rise to push the Nautilus around now. And I think it's really going to come down to the bottom lane. Mid and top, just both happy to farm and scale up, but right now it's on Whoosh to see if he can keep pushing SMLZ around. This has been the one question mark for M3 lately. And once again, it seems that the bottom lane, even though up in CS, is struggling.
Yeah, well, of course, Corki here with a bit of an earlier power spike. Oh, Dade went incredibly low. Hemoplay going to go off into Xiaohu, but he's going to be fine as well. Keeps the cleanse at the same time, which is important. Dade just going to keep transfusing his way up. MLXG looking for a little bit of a catch here as the empowered shock blast comes through. Nice use of the pull. Dodges out of the way of that one. That's a brilliant reaction time there for Dade.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is a frustrating thing about Vladimir. He's not dead until you actually put the final nail in the coffin. MLXG now a risky invade. Gragas is just on Wolves. If he smites that, no, he hasn't got it available. They're going to get it.
Yep, Xiaohu easily going to be able to come through, just smacks it away, and Dade going to continue farming, but there's no blue buffs.
Spotted.
Oh, he's going to have to use that flash to get over the wall. Condi actually finds him. There's the explosive cast. Locks it down for himself. Dade makes his way around as well. The pull's there. Baits out the flash. The slow's still going to be available, but MLXG not going to get barreled. Then M3 just going to steal away a red buff by the look.
So Condi gets one back. Able to get a kill on the backing Xiaohu, who probably should have just left. There's more action in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Death Sentence not going to find anyone. Was trying to sort of pick his way through the Jukes, but like probably outthought himself just a little bit there.
Yeah, I don't know if Love City could have ran that quick
to
actually get across.
Would have been an interesting flash too. Not entirely sure. Oh, that was a big one. That was huge into the back of SMLZ and Love City. There's the flash into the box as well. SMLZ very, very slow as he throws out the Dark Passage. Whoosh, gonna take the shield. Flashes again for another kill. Double teleports for both of these top laners as Looper. He's pretty strong, but they are gonna back away as Love City very, very low. And with Let Me turning up as well means that they can't turn anything around.
Yeah, Looper wanted nothing to do with it, especially as soon as Nautilus was in there. All the lockup CC meant that Whoosh would have had a field day. And it's just the sheen and the components of a Phage. As soon as Whoosh gets his Trinity Force, you feel that SMLZ is going to be in even more trouble.
Yeah, and you're looking at this lane as well, and if SMLZ had picked up a couple of those kills early on, it could have been a very different story. It's definitely the difference between the likes of a BF sword and a pickaxe. So, look, this Siva not exactly as happy as she could have been in the early stages of that one, but look, they'll take what they can get at this point, and M3 still ahead in gold by about 200.
Yeah, so M3, they are farming a little bit better in the top lane, especially in the jungle position. You have to think that Condi makes up a lot of that gold differential right now.
Thanfully, he took away the red buff from MLXG.
About 500, so yeah, jungle going in Condi's favor, but everything else right now seems to just be slightly in RNG.
Yeah, well, 400 gold, of course, not very much at all. Blue buff now going to be locked down by RNG, and they did grab the first dragon as well. So after everything's said and done, 500 gold for a dragon seems about appropriate at this stage of the game anyway. Xiaohu not quite able to estimate the damage of the Shock Blast, but in the end, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, and he's got the Manamune already in there at only 11 minutes into the game. As soon as that Trinity Force comes through, expect them to start grouping around their power spike. Jace is one of the few champions that doesn't need the transform of the tier. Loves it to come through, don't get me wrong. Means that the overdrive, the W, just does so much more damage. But actually just needs the mana to continue to siege down turrets, and has it already.
Yeah, and probably just be happy to pick up possibly a Brutalizer as his next option, as Dredgeline going to be used by Let Me just to get him out of trouble, as Lupa with a massive CS advantage here of just over 20. Condi going to be taking down some Raptors as well. A lot of vision on the top side of the map for M3 as far as RNG's jungle is concerned, and Jahu forced to clear away with an accelerated Shock Blast, but that blue buff definitely helping him out. And it's the bottom lane. This is the story of the game.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is where a lot of the action is going to happen. If we just hit top lane, as a MLXG spotted out here,
he's going to tunnel himself away. Gets slowed down by Love CD just a little bit.
So Let Me is behind, you know. Don't get me wrong, he's about 30 CS now, and Lupa's doing a great job. But you saw how he was playing with the brushes. Wow.
Okay, Dade getting a lot of burst damage down, but it is going to be traded back there from Jahu as he cleared out the minions. Turret gets a bit upset at Dade, and Condi just going to find MLXG here as well, who's going to clear out the pink ward.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is when you play against Ryze at the moment, it's really important to be able to play around your brushes. So as soon as he gets that 5th stack up, what you want to do is you want to run through as many brushes as you can, and Ryze generally drops a ward in the first one because he wants to catch you. And
yeah.
Because there's 3 brushes up top now, you can avoid a lot of the damage, and that's exactly what Let Me was doing. Soaking experience hasn't really been able to see as effectively as he would like, but going to be useful just through the CC and how tanky he gets with the Titan's Wrath leveling up there. So not a horrible story, you know. Ryze is a very good lane bully against melee top laners.
But is the story of the top lane sort of more about keeping the Ryze down as opposed to having the lane go even against the Nautilus?
So Ryze actually is really weird in that he does a lot of damage and is great at going forward, but he's actually pretty squishy right now if you do catch him out of position. So Nautilus's CC, especially coupled with MLXG, is going to mean that they can always get at least an even trade going in there as Lupa puts down some damage.
Yeah, the overdrive there as well. Going to get locked down again is our MLXG as he just takes so many spells. Lupa cycling them so beautifully. Couldn't even take the land.
Yeah, and that's why it got changed next patch. So
yeah.
Has been changed now on live for only the queue to be able to do that, so you can get 2 or 3, but that was 4 Rune Prisons in a row.
Yeah, if you're expecting to be able to go into solo queue and do that sort of thing to people, we have definitely made sure that you're not able to do that. My goodness. A little bit ridiculous there as Lupa demonstrating exactly why Ryze such a high priority pick at the moment. 1,000 gold now the lead for M3 off the back of that one, but we'll see whether RNG can use the fact that their champions are all spiking right now. We've got, of course, like you mentioned before, the Manamune for Jiahu, but that's a Trinity Force here for Woosh at the same time as Dade taking more damage from Jiahu.
So what Xiaohu's doing to get all that damage down at the same time is using the W in gun form, then jumping and making sure it's the hammer attacks that come through. A little bit more AD added to them, allows him to combo it with the E and the knockback and then get the swap back into gun form in case Dade wants to try and return any fire. And that means that he's able to trade effectively. But right now, Dade is staying up in CS in that lane, making sure that he's always healthy.
Yeah, and he's got the transfusion as well, already back to half health here at the same time. So Dade is going to eat minions over and over again. Condi looked for a steal there on the next red buff, but not going to find it as blue buff has already been taken. Can at least be able to grab that one away. Jiahu not going to get a sneaky one more time as sort of a battle of health versus mana here in the mid lane is once again Jiahu going to go aggressive. Transfusion on top of him, but he's got the W doing some work. Transfusion is down. There's the pull at a great time. Jiahu, oh, the flash from Dade over the Shock Blast and gets the 1v1.
And this is a Dade we've been waiting to see the entirety of the time in the LPL.
Yeah.
Hasn't been playing to his usual standards and just able to get in Xiaohu's face. Xiaohu overcommitted, thought he was bullying the lane, and Dade just shuts him down.
That was a flat-out outplay. Wonderful stuff from Dade. And look, this is what they were expecting from this star mid laner from Korea.
Yeah, it certainly was, and he's gone very smart itemization. This is something that I love to point out with Dade. Early arm guard, as soon as he has that revolver picked up, no CDR coming through, actually goes into the Zhonyas already, so he is team fight ready. Can get in there and really mix it up. Able to get multiple spell rotations through, but Nautilus is in bottom lane, able to pick up a turret.
Yeah, Let Me just going to move on down here, and they're going to zone them away from a whole creep wave that's hitting that turret at the same time. MLXG going to keep clearing out wards.
Really good timing coming through there from Let Me, actually, because Dragon also available right now. Let's take another look at the outplay in the mid lane. Dade just trading back, making sure he's autoing with the spells. Drops the ultimate, pulls all the damage out of the hammer form, then flashes forward after the shock blast goes by, just to really rub salt into the wounds, I think.
Most definitely. It is going to mean that RNG do pick up their second Dragon, though. M3 probably not too worried about that, just considering the fact that RNG are just spiking in power. They've just got a little bit more in their arsenal at the moment as far as the whole team is concerned.
They've only just started scaling on the top lane Rise right now. He just picked up the Rod of Ages. 17 minutes with a tier in his build is absolutely massive, especially with boots too. And Sivir hasn't even got a completed item. So right now, M3 are more than happy to just let their top and mid laner scale. They're going to get much stronger as the game goes on. And RNG are kind of on a race against the clock. They've got this Siege comp. They've got the mid game Corki and Jace. Need to make work happen now around the Rift. Otherwise, by about 33 minutes, the game will probably be out of control if they haven't got about a 5,000–6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it seems to me like Looper as well is a bit of a ticking time bomb. Already 40 CS in the lead as Let Me just sacrifice that top lane. He's going to be able to pick up a few creeps here on the bottom side of the map, but it's a little bit too little too late. As M3 actually closing on that side, and look at the vision available from this M3 lineup. They have got so many wards, and they're so aggressively placed.
Yeah, just protecting the top side of the map, making sure that where Looper and Dade were the two players that were getting ahead are nice and safe. And right now, they're sending more people into Looper's lane. They recognize Rise a huge threat. Very hard to push against Let Me because of the cooldown reduction, cooldown that he'll have on the E. Able to get in there, and they've caught MLXG out.
Condi looking
they're going
bad,
for
man.
Top lane.
Yeah, Dade's actually on a ward here as well. Might find himself a little bit out of position. There's the Death Sentence Phosphorus Bomb as well. Dade going to use the Zhonya's. He's got the pull here as well. There's Xiaohu's going to come around. He's going to finish the job there. As actually, Dade trying to get away. Doesn't quite have the Ghost. Xiaohu is going to be able to lock down that kill. No summoners expended. Dade just going to sack his life just for being a little bit out of position.
And they got the turret trade, so not really a bad thing right now for M3. Will trade back, but they'll get a lot of damage onto this tier 2.
Yeah, and M3, of course, don't need to move out of this bottom side of the map as well. They know exactly where everyone from RNG is, and they know that they're definitely not on that bottom side of the map. So
Two turrets for one. Good trade.
2 for 1. Kill under Dade. So still a little bit back for RNG, but Loop is going to die as well. So 2 kills for 2 turrets.
You nearly got a kill in a 1v3.
That's a little bit silly. Rise, ladies and gentlemen. M3, though, once again, they get another turret. So that is 3 for 1 turret and 2 kills. So I'd say definitely worthwhile.
Yeah. And RNG looking to get a little bit more ahead in this one, try and take a tier 2 for themselves, but not able to grab it. Ultimate burn.
Yeah, on the hunt from SMLZ. They're speeding up Love City as well, who's warded at least the brush here as Ignite goes down onto MLXG. Whoosh, just given up to the Wolves as he's trying to trade. Not going to happen. SMLZ locks down that kill. And MLXG may still die.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for it. Can be ulted back.
Yeah, there's the explosive cast. Condi completely out of mana, though. There is going to be a Dark Passage. Flashes on top of it.
Rise is behind
going to be okay. Oh, the teleport in. Looper decides he can't make it.
Yeah, but they get the inside track on the mid lane again, going to get even more damage done to structures. M3 right now just rotating around the map better than what RNG are.
Lemmy is going to make his way in here, so Dade not exactly able to get too much extra damage down on the turret, but that does not detract from what you said at all. The fact that M3 have just been in the right places at the right times this game, especially over that last 5-minute period.
Yeah, so blue buff will be secured here. Maybe Looper giving Rise even more ability. It's just that Rise is mana-gated. He doesn't need the cooldown reduction at all. Yeah. He tends to go by the time that his combo's over, so
the fact that he wants to just walk around pressing Q as well, which is a little bit of a problem for Rise at the moment. But Wish is going to be able to pick himself up a red buff. And how much of this damage spike do RNG have left, or is it even dissipating now?
No, they still have a lot of damage to come through. You know, they've picked up all the core items on Xiaohu, but they still need the second one to come through for Whoosh. Bad news is the fact that Sivir got the shutdown, so is actually doing relatively well in the matchup now, especially because we're sitting on Avarice Blade for so long. Love CD uses the ultimate, but this is the siege that we were talking about. Corki, Jace, oppressive in the mid game underneath turrets, and they have the ability to dive whenever they want.
And they've got Let Me there as well if they need to disengage from anything. Of course, the counter engage from a Nautilus, fantastic as well. MLXG with a fair few knockups in his own right. They are going to be able to brute force this mid lane. RNG easily able to take that one down. And M3 just looks like they know exactly what you were talking about as far as the siege capabilities of this RNG squad, and they move all the way away. This inner turret might even go down. Yeah, looking to be able to set it up. Looper is behind them looking for a flank. Might be a little bit dangerous here as RNG might find him first, but he is just going to be unseen there. Massive creep wave in the top lane, though, means that RNG are just going to try and escape. Xiaohu just going to help MLXG take down that Rift Scuttler, and he's going to be able to grab that. Condi just going to get prey sought. So that's what the RNG composition is designed to do, really. Siege up around turrets, get a mid-game advantage. The problem is right now, M3 with a better late-game scaling comp have the 3,000 gold advantage, and their two mages are very much just run at you and burst you down kind of mages. And when you throw them together, Vladimir and Ryze scale very well, and Vlad is going to make sure that Ryze's damage doesn't drop off this game. So see whether they can make that work. Next Dragon Fight is probably where they want to go for it. Condi being caught out a little bit, but 30 seconds and we'll probably see our first real 5v5 of the game. Yeah, Dade actually already with the distortion enchantment as well, so it wants to be flashing and ghosting everywhere this game. Gets the movement speed increase with it, and it's just so important on Ryze. Oh, MLSG does steal away his blue buff. He's going to die for it as Condi going to explosive cask him in the face. That was a really bad decision. You can't take the Lantern when you're rooted, and Dade was on the other side of the wall anyway. Not worth it because they've given up the first dragon of the game, and that was really the last win condition RNG were holding on to. Their comp's going to start falling away. They are behind, and now they can't race to really that 5th dragon position by about the 30-minute mark. Very unfortunate. They do deny a blue buff, but when there's not too many people that really wanted it. They didn't even deny it. Went on to Condi. He's the one that wants it anyway. Oh, well, I guess he did manage to actually kill him. Yeah. It's the gold, though, man. For the kill? I agree. That's why he shouldn't have done it. MLXG, though, still struggling in the farm department. It's pretty ridiculous. 35 creeps from the jungle here at 20 minutes. Not something that we're used to seeing here in the LPL, especially not from MLXG, who is sort of one of those players on the side of RNG that's expected to help this team be carried through. Xiaohu now might be well and truly out of position, but in the end it is going to be M3. I thought they were going to engage on that one. They didn't have the ultimate available from Gragas, which is why they didn't go for it. But yeah, you're exactly right, and this is the importance of securing Gragas for Condi. This is his best champion, and able to really make it work in this game so far. It doesn't help that MLXG had to fight the red buff level 1 by himself. Yeah, he had a buff red buff. He must have pushed. Going to get his rocket dodge, but still able to get a lot of damage down. Acceleration gate going to get him out of there as well. And Gragas are behind them. Yeah, Looper trying to close in here. Is so much damage already from SMLZ. Boomerang's going across as well. Let Me is able to stop this one up, and Lei's going to be the first one to die. Monsoon in the backline there, keeping M3 safe. SMLZ flashes forward as Valkyrie comes out from Wooch, but they're trying to get away. Nice use of the Riptide from Let Me. He's going to make sure everyone's slowed, and RNG, they only lose one. Yeah, full disengage coming through, though, and M3 are rolling. Looking at Baron, actually, this early in the game. Ryze tears it apart. It is important to note, but teleport still available on Let Me means it is a risky, I guess, idea. Yeah, risky proposition. Look how much damage Looper does. That is silly. Dade as well with a lot of consistent damage as well, not to mention SMLZ. So 3,000 health now on this Baron. Teleport's coming in from RNG. Oh, MLXG went for the steal. He's not going to find it, though. Condi very low in the back of the pit. He's going to flash out of the way. Let Me tanky as all heck as Xiaohu tries to get in there, but Dade just pulls up. He's going to die as well as SMLZ going to pick up the credit for that one. Actually, Dade got that. Very, very nice. And the minion waves in top and bottom, all pushing in M3's favor. It means that with 3 people dead, they're going to be able to rotate in, take away at least top, and SMLZ starting work on the mid lane. M3 just outplaying RNG. This has been a strategical somehow Love CD got that kill. Yeah. Janna. Well, the Janna does have a Magi. So it's important. 3-0 and 6. Great game coming through from Love CD. And after a rough early start, even SMLZ starting to get in on this team fight action. Yeah, 237 creeps as well, so he's 20 ahead, and they're going to take down an inhibitor turret. And the amount of global gold that's available for M3 in comparison to RNG is ridiculous. 3 turrets to 7 that M3 have managed to pick up. Now with the Dragon buff as well, the extra 6%. And this is a scaling comp. 10,000 gold ahead as a scaling comp. We said if RNG weren't 6,000 gold ahead at this time, that they were going to be, I guess, struggling to win the game. And M3
have still got Rise, still got Vladimir, double Infinity Edge. That has to be a misclick SMLZ, although you've run out of base, so it doesn't matter if it is.
Okay.
No, it's not. It is.
It's double Infinity Edge.
Could be a visual bug. We'll wait and see.
No. I believe in you, SMLZ. Wants the extra crit. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that one, guys, but...
Because it moves around, you know.
Yeah, and they removed the crit.
No, but client auto moves your items, and it looks like it is cheaper than the other ones. So.
That's a good point.
But, don't know, could be.
Well, I guess they'd both be in the same relative slot. They are both Infinity Edges. Okay, well, either or. He does have a lot of yellow items, so it definitely is color coordinated. I like that. Looper is standing here on the bottom side of the map, just waiting for that creep wave to approach him. Dade going to continue split pushing in the mid lane as well, continuing to have a whole lot of vision control as well as M3. RNG trying to get some back. MLXG's cleared out a whole lot of wards.
And Dade, because he's gone with this Zonya's Hourglass first up, hasn't prioritized any CDR. We normally see a lot of CDR coming through for Vladimir just for the consistent damage output. He is all about the burst right now. Got the Death Cap, got the Spell Pen boots as well. One rotation from Dade will clean up a team fight right now.
Dade actually built that Rabbidan's Death Cap outright as well. So if we thought that his damage was pretty putrid before, it is most definitely filthy.
Yeah, it certainly is. So with the Rise and the Vladimir going to be able to in there doing the consistent damage, Looper with the Hemo Plague, he's got the Transform and going a little bit tankier now. See whether M3 are able to get in and close this one up nice and clinically. We said that they are one of the, when they're ahead, M3 are actually one of the better closing teams in the LPL. Don't muck around too much.
Well, they've already got that inhibitor turret in the top lane. They are sieging that one down now. No more Baron buff available for M3. There's the poke from Zhao, who's still ringing true onto Dade here. SMLZ, though, looking for an inside track, does sort of throw out a very pleased spell shield as MLXG looking to try and get in on this one. Condi getting it knocked up, but it is just going to be the disengage immediately. Beautiful ultimate from Condi, immediately exploded his layers. They do actually answer one kill. Looper dead very early on as Dade with the Hemo Plague down. Whoosh does need to be so careful. Blows the heal to make sure that he doesn't die, but Let Me not going to get the same treatment as they are going to be able to take down this inhibitor. RNG with only 3 remaining. They're going to be able to hold on to the rest of their base, but not for too much longer.
And there's just too many threats coming through. You see they turn around, blow up Looper with all the consistent damage that came through. And then Dade flies through with the Ghost, doesn't even have to burn Flash. Gets everything out of Whoosh and then ends up being able to take down the tank in the top lane. Let Me. Right now, M3 are just way too far ahead.
Yeah, I just love this Hemo Plague comp as well, if you can call it that. Just because it amplifies all damage, so the AoE aspect that you mentioned before about Sivir, so much more effective when you've got that Hemo Plague on your target.
Yeah, it certainly is, and right now you look at Sivir, there's so much magic damage on the team. You see Banshee's Veil, Merc Treads coming through for everyone. No one has picked up armor.
Yeah, that's why there's 2 Infinity Edges there.
SMLZ just having an absolute field day in this game, able to claw his way back in after a rough start.
And we just saw his items there outside of our little item pane that we've got. And yeah, most definitely 2 Infinity Edges. So, look, it's a new build.
It's actually not. It was done a lot when Infinity Edge had more crit.
Yeah, it doesn't anymore, though.
Yeah.
So I guess it's new now that the Infinity Edge has been changed. I'm not going to say that it's good, but it's new.
It's got lots of crit, it's got lots of AD.
It just seems rude to me, you know. There's no Infinity Edge yet on Whoosh. He'd be more than happy to grab one, and then SMLZ's got 2.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he would trade it for like a Trinity Force or something.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe put the stuff, honestly. Even though it's a little bit less expensive. RNG, though, looking to try and consolidate. They have pushed out the top wave just a little bit, but M3 move towards the bottom side. They're going to let the Super Creeps do the work for them on the top side of the map and just try and pressure this bottom inhibitor turret, and we'll see whether RNG can hold on.
Yeah, and you see big dive potential coming through right now. They've got Condi. He's a super tanky member. RNG kind of looking for that last-ditch engage, you feel, but M3 just trying to spread them thin across the map and continue to push in. Dade's still in the mid lane.
Dade just pressing up this wave as much as he can. A whole lot of wave clear now in this Vladimir, as SMLZ just going to use that spell shield. Eat up a bit of the poke from Whoosh.
And you see that they're respecting the engage coming through from Let Me. Does get caught there, Condi, but he's not the member they want. Top lane minions already in the base, probably one more wave. and RNG will have to back off to deal with them. So you can see they're trying to get it going.
Yeah, Xiaohu looking for Dade here, but he's not going to be able to continue any further. These minion waves are just falling so quickly. The wave clear from the mid laner and the AD carry.
They're sending Lay to try and keep them off. MLXG now joins him. That might fall. Dade getting back to full health.
Yeah, and M3, they know that there's no Rek'Sai around here. A whole lot of the CC, they are going to be able to push forward a little bit more. Whoosh is going to get caught. Valkyrie's going to get him to safety relatively, but RNG now with their carries at such low health can't do anything as there's a Rune Prison onto MLXG. Death Sentence not going to find Looper as he's got so much damage. It is going to be the turret falling. MLXG going to fall to SMLZ as well. Acronyms dying left, right, and center and picking up kills as well. Dredgeline onto Dade. Brilliant target selection from Let Me, but they don't have MLXG. There's the explosive cast. Hemo Play doing so much work. SMLZ just eats through the members of RNG, and this is a new M3 lineup spawn, and I'm so impressed.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned people have been doing the we'll let Kalista arise through game one, and once again, they're made pay. Looper had a very good game, but it was really Dade. It was just so much pressure around the entirety of the map, and even though RNG were able to camp out bottom lane, get it ahead early, SMLZ and Love CD did a good job staying relevant, and then just able to cut through the armorless lineup of RNG.
Yeah, SMLZ just, I think, having a giggle to himself about the fact that he managed to pick up 2 Infinity Edges, still managed to win the game. MLXG a little bit upset there, forlorn on the desk, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to get some revenge in the next game, because RNG, they don't want to let, double Infinity Edge Sivir take them down, but that comp from M3 was something that I hadn't necessarily seen before, but worked very, very well.
Yeah, it certainly did, and it shows the flexibility of the comp. Lots of mid lane bans thrown out there. We asked what Dade would default back to. It turns out it was a Vladimir, played very well. Xiaohu went with, I guess, his choice of champion, and you could see what they were trying to do. They really wanted to force the issue and get ahead early, but Looper was just too big in the top lane.
Yeah, just not a whole lot they could do, but I wouldn't expect Rise to get through one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a short break, but when we get back, we'll see whether RNG can really take it to M3 in Game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas. This is Spawn. We're in for Game 2 between M3 and RNG. M3 in the first game, though, ridiculous performance. And I just want to bring us back to Dade's outplay there in the mid lane. This is one of the first times that I've seen Dade really perform to the level that he was hyped to, like getting to the LPL in the first place.
I mean, you didn't watch him last year. Dade is a fantastic mid laner. And
I did. I just didn't watch the right games.
Apparently not. Didn't watch any games. Wow. Yeah, Dade really did have a good game, but it's Condi that picks up the MVP. Really took it to MLXG in there in the jungle. MLXG fell behind because of that Trixie red buff, and then Condi from there able to catch out Zhao, who pick up a kill with a dunk, then invaded in on the red buff. Really got things going for his team. And as we see here, just able to land Gragas ultimates. This is where he looks the most comfortable when he is playing Gragas, and was just instrumental throughout every team fight.
Yeah, and I'd expect that Gragas to be potentially banned away as well.
Needs to be picked. You know, they gave up Ryze and then just prioritized their bot lane. The counter pick to Ryze seemed to be Gragas, to be Nautilus. Didn't necessarily agree with that one in the top lane, and we'll have to see whether RNG go back to the drawing board and come up with something new.
Yeah, well, of course, they are going to be on the blue side this time, so potentially it could be their Ryze this time around. We'll see whether it is going to be the case, but I have a feeling that M3 are going to be respecting that pick most definitely. Both of these top laners actually playing Ryze just once thus far, now twice for Looper, as he's more than happy to pick that one up if it is going to be left open, but probably not.
Yeah, and you know, they could have even flexed it into the mid lane if there was a counter pick coming through there. Dade more than happy to pick it up. Had a great game on Vladimir. Surprised we actually didn't see him as the MVP because I thought he controlled Zhao, which is the key to RNG incredibly well. We talked about the kill, but it was also just how he was farming out the lane, able to collapse and roam around. In late game, we saw the power of Vladimir, just the Hemo Plague, but he was able to do so much damage with the build. He went no CDR, straight into the Zhonya's and the Death Cap, just was doing work.
Yeah, it was all about the fact that he could go untargetable for so long, wait for those cooldowns instead of just spamming them out from a safe distance. He was getting well and truly amongst it. We saw that maybe even being caught out of position a couple of times, but that's just how Dade was playing, confidently moving up the lanes, and this is what happened. He got picked, but they managed to get 3 turrets for it.
Yeah, he was just able to stall out for long enough, run away, and you know, we have a look at the RNG lineup. They really do need to bring something new to this because M3 are looking like one of the more improved teams coming into the LPL Summer. And we mentioned their ability to close out with the lead. RNG had a team comp that needed to get ahead early. Their bottom lane did. Credit to Whoosh. Able to get in there and really mix it up. But just wasn't, I guess, enough in the end.
No, it just wasn't enough. And you saw their MLXG just looking so dejected. Let me know as well, with some concern on his face, most definitely. And look, we'll see whether this RNG lineup can turn it around because, of course, momentum and sort of this emotional state that you can get in after a pretty disappointing loss like that can really get under your skin. We'll see whether RNG can pull it back around.
Yeah, especially when you feel like you lost it in pick ban because you just looked at how well M3 scaled and there was too narrow a window for them to really get ahead in this one. And you see, once again, same bans coming through from both teams.
Yeah, and it's a lot more time as well when you lose from pick and ban because you have to spend the entire game thinking about the fact that, yeah, that pick and ban was awful. But you're exactly right. Back into the pick ban phase, thick and fast. Civ are going to be banned away from RNG this time around. Kalista going to be the answer from M3. So not quite as many bans towards Dade.
And a blue size Ryze ban. Wow.
Let me just not wanting to play it.
Yeah, doesn't want to pick it up there. Xiaohu not a fan of it in the mid lane either. Hasn't seen it in there. And that's a lot of respect given to Looper up there in the top lane.
Oh, yeah. And RNG might just have a different idea. Might want to first pick away the Gragas. Understand that Condi definitely wanting to grab that champion. Not going to have it this time around.
Gragas or Azir will be the ban coming through here from M3. You have to think. And it is Azir that gets taken off the board.
Yeah, we'll see what he decides to pick up instead. Whether he just thinks, okay, Nautilus will be fine, but he's going to be Victor the consideration now for Xiaohu in the mid lane. Dangerous to pick your mid this early on, but when you are blue side, you're not able to get that counter pick in. It does make a little bit more sense over this side of the rift. But
yeah, it's also
leaving the Gragas, man.
Control mages were all taken away. So, you know, you got Azir, you got Cassiopeia, they're gone. Victor, the last one remaining. That's what Dade has shown that he prefers to play right now. And you're right, it leaves the Gragas up, but it will give Xiaohu at least priority in this mid lane.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can use it to great effect as well this time around. RNG looking to try and tie this series up with M3. Alistar and Gragas, though, two massively high-powered picks for this team. especially for this team, because Love City loves to get on the cow, and of course we just saw Condi pick up an MVP.
Yeah, Condi really does excel on Gragas. We've been through it, but let's talk about Alistair. Great in a lane swap situation. If you put together a kill lane, has a lot of prowess down there as well. Very tanky. It means that you can go slightly squishier in the top lane and still have Condi and Looper running around, and Love CD running around as these big tanks. And as soon as I see any team with Dade and they lock in 2 knockups first up, I just automatically think Yasuo.
Automatically pray for a Yasuo.
Pray for Yasuo.
But on the other side of the Rift, RNG, they're going to take us on a magical journey as the Pony's locked in as well as Bard. So look, definitely with some ideas on their side of the Rift. And look, you said that they've got to mix it up. They most certainly are.
Yeah, and look, Hecarim let me second most played champion up there in the top lane, I believe. Able to get in, run around, and cause a lot of havoc. Is going to go teleport smart, so we'll be beefier, more of that scaling late game Hecarim as opposed to the assassin pony that takes Ignite and just tries to trod all over your AD carry. And it looks like once again SMLZ going to default back to Caitlyn now that Civ is banned away.
Yeah, a lot of extra range, as well as the fact that just a ridiculous lane bully on that side. And Shyvana is going to be locked in for Looper as well. This is exciting. We saw Flandre experimenting with this particular thing. Flame actually trying that one out as well with the Smite teleport. But into the horse, the guy that just arguably does it better.
Yeah, so definitely team fights better Hecarim, but I'm not going to say split pushes better. Very hard to keep Shyvana down, and the frustrating thing is, as soon as she disappears, you know she's in your jungle because she just farms it so incredibly quickly. And it looks like they're going to swap it up here. Maybe send Hecarim into the jungle and go with the Fizz top lane. Definitely a better duelist in the 1v1. Or it could be a Fizz mid. No.
Or a Fizz jungle. MLXG has done some interesting things in the jungle.
He hasn't played Fizz yet.
Yeah, he hasn't, but he's done a whole lot of other stuff. Wouldn't put it past him.
Nah, definitely would not. I played a lot in solo queue, but, you know, don't take my word for it.
I didn't know it was you playing today. Wow, you got a bit of a commute to get to the game.
Yeah, trust me. Sleepless nights. BRB, Sydney to China in 16 seconds.
Oh my goodness, though. Dade was considering for a moment the Zed. And look, we probably shouldn't be talking about hovers here, but more than happy to have a discussion about the Zed if you'd like to there, Spawn.
No, I don't want to. I want to talk about Twisted Fate because this is another throwback champion.
Oh my goodness. We're going back to Season 3 Worlds, was it?
Oh, Dade's played. Yeah, he's a legacy Twisted Fate player. Played it for a very long time. You're talking about Ozone when he was able to pick it up there, but also played it a lot last year. And he was the guy that popularized Kog'Maw Twisted Fate, double mobility summoner spells. That's why we see a lot of Ghost Flash coming out of him. And against Xiaohu, going to be ridiculously safe. Sit at long range, throw out those the wild cards, make sure he's just shoving the lane, and try and impact the rest of the map. Because realistically, you can't push Victor in, and he's suicide to try and 1v1 against.
Yeah, but I just want to talk about M3's draft phase, because the last draft, phenomenal. The fact that they could all climb on top of Dade, utilize the fact that there's the Hemo Plague there for these amazing team fights. Now they have one of the best split pushing comps I've ever seen.
Yeah, they certainly do. Able to get into Looper's lane as he's going there, change things into 2v2. With that pick right there, Dade has picked up Twisted Fate. Xiaohu going to be going with Victor. They threw a lot of priority on him, and he needs to win the laning phase.
Yeah, he does. And he's got the extra range there on the Death Ray, but of course, Dade with the consistent CC, the fact that you're never going to be able to get away from a gold card once it's launched at you, definitely something that can be utilized if there is going to be more ganks from Condi. And we saw Condi in the last game, MVP performance, able to get around the map like nobody's business, and we'll see whether he's going to be paying a lot of visits to the mid lane.
Yeah, and once again, they go with this magic damage comp. Shyvana, very magic damage heavy top lane. Gragas, Twisted Fate means that SMLZ, once again, this time on the long range Caitlyn, going to have a field day auto-attacking priority targets. And if M3 can get rolling, you're right, their split push comp, the ability to scale, still there. It's going to be a very tough game coming through for RNG.
Yeah, and RNG probably didn't want that situation, but without further ado, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for RNG versus M3. Game number 2 here for our third matchup of the evening. M3 able to take the first one in, look, emphatic fashion would be how our friend Spawn would definitely describe it, as Burnout going to be used from Looper to get away from a couple of members of RNG here in the top side of the map. More wards cleared out. They've actually killed 2.
So they need to get the lane swap here, RNG, because they've got a Vayne into a Caitlyn lane, which has historically been bad during the laning phase. As soon as Vayne gets a Blade of the Ruined King, more than happy to 1v1 the Caitlyn, of course. FLICKR and Shyvana both farm incredibly well, and I guess the last pick we need to touch on is the fact that it is a Fizz jungle, so have to see how MLXG builds this one. I'm thinking it will be a Brawler Fizz with the Cinderhulk coming through, practically what we see in the top lane. Maybe a late Trinity Force for some extra damage, but always the potential to go Magus and just destroy someone.
I would be very excited for that, of course. MLXG, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be this guy. Did like to play the Nidalee, of course. Is used to at least finding Magus in the shop. So we'll see whether he does it this time around. I have a feeling he's probably not, though.
Yeah, probably just going to go tanking.
Boring.
Let me MLXG. They'll be able to start on 2 different camps because MLXG, he does the Krog completely fine. And it will be the 2v2 lane here.
Lay just getting some aggressive Brad action onto the cow. Dade looking to lock in some cards onto Jahu, just shoving out this lane as much as he can early on.
Yeah, Twisted Fate's one of those champions that you cannot fall behind level-wise, so you need to continue to shove out with cards at level 1. See if you can get that level advantage, because you don't want to be shoved in.
Unfortunately locks the red card. Going to lose a bit of mana from that one, but MLXG now at level 2, half health, moving into the enemy jungle, of course. We are going to have topsy-turvy laning, but Condi might find himself without a red buff.
Yeah, MLXG going for the aggressive invade early on. This time, probably not going to fall down. Fizz is a really quick jungler, by the way. His W, especially to those large camps, does work early game.
Yeah, and he's got the Gromp up there as well, so MLXG going to have a little bit of an easier time taking that one down. It is going to be the Raptors taken from Condi. Is MLXG just going to trickster over the wall, pick up maybe some Krogs, actually decides not to.
He's just
going to head back to base.
Yeah. Oh, he is doing them, actually. He just smart.
Yeah, hanging out. Picks himself up a Krog buff as well, so he's going to be able to go back after
That's
denying
a lot of
that
counter jungling done. The top half of the jungle gutted for Condi. He's going to have to go through, clean up all the little creeps, but right now, this is what we're used to seeing out of Vayne versus Caitlyn. Caitlyn just shoving in, making sure she's using the headshot proc to chip Wushin down, and it really is up to Bard to keep Wush healthy.
Yeah, and Wush actually with a little bit more sustain there, considering the fact that Bard is in the lane, but Triumph and Raw are going to be helping SMLZ stay healthy at the same time. So Wush...
I would actually say that Alistair sustains better than Bard, not because he heals more, but just because it's a lot less mana. He can stay level 1, Triumphant Roar, and spam it out as minions die, whereas Bard takes so much mana, particularly early game, to get your AD carry back in a position to fight.
Where does Condi find all this farms from? Because he's now 10 ahead.
Well, he took 3 little raids, 2 little red buff.
Yeah, that's true.
5.
Bunch of Cinderlings.
So half of them are just useless.
Yeah, that is a good point. Well, MLXG is going to be taking his own blue buff now by the looks of things. He's going to be able to take that one down now. Looking for a gank in the top side of the map. Does have level 3 now as well.
That is the most terrifying sight ever, by the way. When you want to trade with a Caitlyn and she shoots you once and then gets a headshot proc, you're like, nope.
Yep.
I do not want to trade anymore. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, Magical Journey being looked for here by RNG. Is Playful Trickster from MLXG going to get him towards M3, but look, it was a lot of abilities and stuff, but nothing really happened.
Yeah, very well scouted gank coming through there. Able to get away from it. As we take a visit to the bottom lane for the first time, Hecarim versus Shyvana. Shyvana started with the Doran's Blade. Looper actually maxing E, so wants to be able to fight Let Me. Also does jungle camps very quickly with E, especially the big ones like Grom.
Well, Jahu actually looking for Dade here as MLXG finds his way in. Condi's here as well, so MLXG actually decides against it. Gold card lands as Dade uses that Ghost in order to get himself into a better position, but both of these mid and jungle just going to be moving away. MLXG actually still playing aggressively. Goes over the edge to look for Condi. There's the Urchin Strike as well, as he's getting a lot of damage down with the passive. There's the gold card. MLXG not going to be able to trickster out of that one, but he's going to have it back up again. MLXG, we know that he's aggressive, but man, that was pretty mental. There's the headbutt pulverize onto Woosh, though, who's going to tumble out of the way of the Peacemaker. Nice work there. But SMLZ still sort of winning the trade by accident more than anything else. Caitlyn is just a pretty horrendous laner.
She's oppressive, is exactly what she is. She's able to get in your face at all points of the game. It's just the range that comes through. It's not even, wow.
Okay, missed the headbutt.
Alistair he's got the funniest animation after he casts a spell, because if you miss it, it honestly looks like he gets really mad and starts stomping the ground in disgust at himself.
Yeah.
As another gank coming through onto Xiaohu.
Yeah, he's moved a little bit far forward here as well. Gold card is going to land as he immediately cleanses it, moves out of the way of the wild card, sorry. Gets himself a shield, and actually he's going to be fine. But
yeah, summon a spell expended for just a gold card though, and Dade continues to be shoved in here. Needs to be careful he doesn't get dove.
Yeah, it's a 6 CS advantage here for Xiaohu as well. So really sort of having his way with this lane this time around. Condi going to get spotted. Ward over the wall going to be cleared with that Raptor buff.
Once again.
Oh man, this Wolf Spirit's like, he's there again, boys.
So I like that smite. People, when you look at Wolf Spirit, on paper doesn't seem to give you the same amount as what other buffs do, but if you're invading, very good to keep tabs on the other jungler, and if you're being continually aggressed on, gives you a lot of room to not have to waste wards in your jungle, but tell you when you are being invaded like that by an overly aggressive fish.
Yeah, or at least a fishy person there, as SMLZ is going to get maneuvered away as well. Nice use of the playful trickster from MLXG, dodges the headbutt, but once again, M3's bottom lane, in the top lane, just going to wander away.
But eventually this is going to start wearing thin, because you can see he's already falling behind in levels. He's started to fall behind in the farm as well. So he's trying to get aggressive and start winning out on lanes. But Condi's just taking his jungle every time he does it.
Yeah, MLXG now going to be able to take away a Grump, so that's one more bit of farm. That's a big one though, so I guess helpful there. The numbers going to skew that just a little bit, but not going to be enough here as MLXG once again just hasn't quite managed to pick up the farm button.
Yeah, so 19 behind. You know, we mentioned it when it was 10, but right now that is actually a big deal, and Let Me gonna be dope.
Yeah, there's the ultimate. Destiny comes through. Let Me heads back under the turret again, but
finds a Gragas for himself. He's like, I don't want to be on either side of this.
Yeah, he's got the Onslaught of Shadows. Does get a fear under the tower here as M3 going to take a lot of tower bolts, but Let Me then just teleports from the brush. Not going to be able to do anything as the gold
picks it up with
there.
a straight E.
Yeah, cute little Flame Breath. Going to lock down the kill. Xiaohu just going to be able to shove up this mid wave, but a little bit less than he'd want as far as that first blood is concerned, and that goes down to Lupa.
Yeah, now going for a roam on the top side. Remember, SMLZ's flash was burned. They must know he's on the way here, not backing out. Xiaohu going to be able to get behind the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're looking to try and get the kill onto Whoosh here, as well as another headbutt and the Pulverize from Love City. Headbutts over. There's the stun on the wall, though, as the Condemn goes in. Whoosh locks down the kill. Love City doesn't have the ult just yet, and the teleport was cancelled from Lupa.
Yeah, so not able to get in there and affect anything with a counter gate. Great play coming through from RNG. Layering of CC just meant he was going nowhere. And that's the danger when you burn a summoner spell and continue to play aggressively, that will made pay.
Yeah, Lupa now does have himself that Cinder Hulk, as Whoosh going to get knocked into the air, but not going to be too worried about that one. The Dragon Lady going to help out.
Love CD was just holding the wave for Lupa there, making sure it didn't hit the turret. They have gone back to the bottom side of the map now. The Dragon is a little bit more relevant at this part of the game. And Lupa even stops Vayne's back, so Whoosh going to be stuck in the top lane a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's going to wander under the turret, tumbles there as well, so he's going to be able to head back to base.
But that's probably like half a wave of farm that he's just being cost, maybe 10 seconds more. He was kept up there, and MLXG finally caught back up in farm. Going to hand off this blue buff to Xiaohu.
No, caught back up in farm is an interesting way to describe it, but most definitely not feeling as bad as he was. Looks to be going towards that Cinder Hulk as well, depressingly, for our love of the Magus enchantment. It is definitely good, but look, it's not as fun.
Cooldown reduction just means that you can keep your W up even more, and it's just such an impressive farming tool, especially if you have any form of attack speed coming through there. And we're just going to have SMLZ trying to freeze out this lane, respecting the fact that he doesn't have summoner spells this time around.
And MLXG once again looking for a gang. Hasn't had his way with anything just yet, as it was the mid laner that came up to pick up the last one.
Aggressive item build actually coming out of Dade here, going for a Sheen first up. No cooldown reduction, no extra ring, means that he's relatively squishy. MLXG going to look for him here.
And looking to head over the wall. Condi's going to show himself first as Xiaohu's coming down. There's the fish onto the Fat Man as Dade tries to get the gold card. Lands on MLXG, who's relatively low on mana, but they trade a few spells. Not going to get too much more, but Condi blows his flash.
Yeah, Condi had to use flash. MLXG uses the fish in that one, so means that maybe not as much gank pressure going to come out of Fizz at this point in the game. Dade probably happy that his jungler was there to absorb that one for him, and Looks like Whoosh just struggling to get any form of farm. 20 CS behind SMLZ. Hasn't picked up the Blade of the Ruined King yet.
He was only behind by 4 when they left the top lane. It was the fact that that back was stopped really has hindered this Vayne's progress in this game. Let Me, though, definitely farming okay. Actually, as I look at it, 99 CS for Lupa. Shyvana definitely doing her
You can't deny
job.
Shyvana farms. That's just impossible. She does this. She attacks you and then gets all the creeps in the wave. What an annoying champion.
The nerf. And also, I believe, had a Grom buff as well, unless that was Let Me. I have a feeling it might have been, as M3 now going to start themselves up a Dragon. Looks like another day in the office for this team, as they're almost 2,000 gold ahead. With only 2 kills down here, no turrets destroyed as well. It's just M3 farming better, playing this game out better.
And Let Me's had enough of it. He's trying to force Lupa off any farm right now. He's like, stop doing jungle creep. You're getting too far ahead in experience. You see it's a level 10 to a level 8, which is even more impressive than the CS, honestly, because that's harder to come back from. And Lupa going to continue to run circles around this Heck room.
Yahoo once again looking for a pick onto Dade here as he moves around. There's the Chaos Storm immediately flashed there, but Chum the Waters lands onto Dade, and MLXG is going to be able to pick that one up. So the first kill credit for this Fizz is going to be on the mid laner.
Yeah, see whether he can get anything rolling from here. They really committed to that one, by the way. Dade with a great predictive flash, able to get out of the Chaos Storm, but nothing else going his favor. And Fizz, as I said, with the max W, execute damage coming through just means that very good at getting those ganks off early game.
Yeah, Conde going to absorb this minion wave as it heads to the mid lane turret, so not going to be able to get any extra pressure there as Yahoo. With that cleanse back available now as well, not as afraid of these gold cards. Whoosh now with a level advantage after taking the little Krugs in the bottom, the Krugs in the bottom side of the map. He's going to be fine. Let Me actually blows. No, it doesn't actually. That was Lupa. Throws down a smite just for the fun of it. Shyvana needs no help farming this one out, and he's now 30 CS in the lead.
Yeah, so continuing to build that advantage coming through here, Lupa. See whether he goes for something aggressive like a Blade of the Ruined King or whether he goes tanky. Does look like he is going towards the tank build. Picks himself up a Ruby Crystal as well as Ninja Tabby at this part of the game.
Yeah, Ninja Tabby as well, just a fantastic item for a Shyvana because you want to be moving around the map. You want to be grabbing all the camps that you can, and it's actually going to help you jungle a little bit more effectively as well.
Yeah, it's actually the best jungle item in the game, apart from the 3 that you build out of Machete, because it just makes camps do no damage to you. As cute use of the Q there gets Yahoo enough movement speed to poke out Dade with the laser beam.
Yeah, Yahoo definitely no stranger to the Victor play here, as he's able to lock down that cannon creep as well. As he's got a few visitors in his mid lane, and they're going to turn actually going in aggressive one more time. Shows no fear on this Fizz whatsoever, does MLXG. Let Me trying to clear out this mini wave, but Lupa just relentlessly shoving, and you can see that twin bite just doing so much work on that turret.
Yeah, just chipping it away one little bit at a time. It will eventually fall. In fact, Let Me just going to give it up on this minion wave, and Lupa, not only has he got 30 CS, he's going to pick up his turret in a 1v1 lane at 14 minutes.
Yeah, of course, a lot of effort was put in by SMLZ. As there's a Destiny to come down. MLXG going to get caught up. The fish goes down under Dade. Tempered Fate comes in as well. Blocks a whole lot of that damage. Dade's going to fall immediately. M3 getting this turned around on Chaos Storm on top of Love CD. But more importantly, Conde's going to fall down. Onslaught of Shadows onto SMLZ. As Lemmy's just going to destroy him. Uses the heal. But a double kill for Whoosh on the bottom side of the map, and 3 members of M3 are dead.
And it looked like Lei had really messed that up with the Tempered Fate coming through there. Actually stopped MLXG's ultimate from affecting anything, but in the end it just didn't matter. Let Me there a little bit earlier than Lupa. They clean up 3 kills, 2 of them onto Vayne, who had finished up that Blade of the Ruined King, so it was definitely fight ready. And they're able to rotate into the mid lane and take out their first turret.
Well, what that Tempered Fate did, it gave the Playful Trickster back to MLXG, waited out those extra couple of seconds, and he was able to get himself to safety. It was actually genius from Lei in the end, when you're exactly right, looked bad.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look like it was going well. Stopped the first part of the laser. Still think it was a little bit of a miscommunication coming through there.
I like to give him credit.
It's the difference between me and you, Atlas. Call a spade a spade.
Yeah. I'm an optimist. You're not going to take that away from me, Spawn. I'm not going to take it. You can't take the joy from my life.
I will try every day.
I know you have. MLXG is going to be able to clear out cheeky little ward there as he smites away some puppies as well. So he's going to have a little bit of a spirit there to help him out in this jungle.
Right under their noses, Condi able to clean that one up. And this is what I was talking about. Getting in there, uses a fish. It would have been a double knockup.
Yeah.
And it also blocked the laser beam. I'm 100% calling that not a good ultimate from Bard.
Well, everyone did manage to get into position as well.
Oh, my
almost
goodness gracious.
Died. If MLG had died, yes, I would have agreed with you, but in the end, he somehow manages to live. So I'm going to call it plan.
Oh.
Okay, at this stage, I just know that it's making you mad, so I'm continuing it. It is only about a 600 gold lead now for M3, though, so nothing to write home about. RNG have managed to claw their way back into this one, especially in the jungle. MLXG only down about 5 creeps.
And he's up 2
stage.
kills and an extra assist, so he's doing work at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Hasn't gone for the Sightstone as well, so much more combat ready on the side of RNG's jungler, and they're going to have to wait this one out. Lupa still incredibly ahead, will do a lot of work split pushing against Let Me, but map opened up. That's Vayne's Paradise. Now got the Blade of the Ruined King versus the Infinity Edge, so still needs to be a little bit careful, but should be able to take SMLZ in a fight.
Yeah, Destiny actually going to be used into the bottom lane here as well, as Dade's going to find Whoosh. He does utilize the Blade of the Ruined King as Dade getting it turned around on him. There's the Condemn, but the headbutt pulverizes there. MLH3 is going to lock down the kill. The Tumble going to get away from the Peacemaker, and RNG turn around the Destiny.
And Lupa being collapsed on in the top lane as well. It looks like Zhao who's up there, although Let Me needs to get out.
Yeah, just does jump onto that cannon creep, continues rampaging these creeps as well. So RNG actually more than okay here, as there's the Onslaught of Shadows going to find Lupa. He's able to use the Dragon's Descent to get himself to safety there as Gravity Field going to slow him down for a second, but it's not going to be enough here as Xiaohu trying to close the distance, but they just... Oh, the Tempered Fate almost gets there. But RNG have to give up the chase.
Yeah, Lupa just able to run circles around the map. Do not chase the Shyvana. Will open up Dragon for M3, so they get an objective off it, but you have to say that right now, Whoosh's Bane is getting into a very good spot to carry this game through.
Most certainly is. I'm really glad that you said don't chase the Shyvana here in reference to Lupa as well, of course. The Singed player of old, more than happy to be that, I guess, distraction in the top lane would be the way that I'd describe it. Jahu going to use the cleanse, but he can't cleanse the rest of it. M3 with 4 men strong. Going to try and follow the magical journey. Dade with some really nice wild cards. They're going to get a little bit more damage on delay, but now the pressure is on in this mid lane.
Certainly is. Siege is continuing. They bring Lupa across. He is so tanky right now that a dive is a very real opportunity.
Yeah, there's the double knock-up. MLXG and Let Me tanky members, but they're not tanky enough. Dade locks down the kill onto the horse as Whoosh and MLXG have to watch the turret die.
They're actually not really tanky at this point. They've got Cinderhold and then a lot of HP on top of it, but no resistances, which means Caitlyn and all that magic AP coming through from Dade just rips them apart. And it will be an aggressive build coming out of Lupa. It looks like he's had enough of these games, going for a Blade of the Ruined King. Already finished up a Cutlass.
Yeah, he's got sort of 2 resistance items, you know, Spectre's Cowl, Ninja Tabe, that'll be enough. Let's grab more damage.
Coupled with the resists that come out of the ultimate for Shyvana, actually gets a lot for very little by just getting a level advantage in this game, and means that it's going to be continued pressure as Condi needs to be careful.
Yeah, there's the Playful Trickster as well. Body Slam going to get Condi to safety as they're trying to take down this red buff. MLXG just cheeky auto attack. He's going to lock that one down. Doesn't even waste a smite that wasn't even up. So I don't even worry about it. MLXG is going to spot that ward there, sweeps the brush. And M3 do have to respect this Fizz.
Yeah, so Fizz trying to zone off the turret. Lupa, meanwhile, taking the entirety of the jungle on the top side.
Yeah, Lei is going to be able to get that bottom outer turret there with the help, of course, of Wushin. 3 members strong there on the bottom side of the map. But Lupa, you're exactly right. He's the problem right now.
Yeah, and he's also a lot of the solution for M3, because as long as they can split this team comp up, make sure that Xiaohu's not getting these huge ultimates, take the skirmish advantage away from SMLZ, puts a little bit of a spanner in the works, because right now, Vayne excels at like the 2v2, 3v3, scrappy little team fights. That's what Fizz is really good at. Xiaohu wants to get his ultimates through and really zone with those abilities, but Lupa is just going to continue to run around the map and really force people to come to him, opening up the port through from Dade, making sure that they're able to affect the map the way they want to. And maybe the answer is put Whoosh in Lupa's lane, but right now he's so far ahead.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to really help out too much there in that case. Destiny's going to be used one more time. MLXG is going to be the consideration, but they are going to look for Lei. Magical Journey, but he's going to get exploded back. Nice Flash is going to get him to relative safety as Whoosh trying to turn it around. Lupa going to get condemned into the wall as MLXG. He's going to get caught up. Dade with the amazing Zhonya's. But that Tempered Fate was god tier from Lei. Thank goodness he survived as the Chaos Storm did a fair bit of damage, but Letme gonna die in the backline. That's a full health Caitlyn that RNG have to deal with, but in the end, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of M3.
Yeah, Dade just escapes with his life. Great heal coming through from SMLZ. And you know, we said his Caitlyn hadn't really been stepping up that much. Had been playing it a lot. All of a sudden looking fantastic in this game. 1-1-1, was able to get the early laning phase that he wanted.
And it's looking fantastic at a stage of the game where Caitlyn should look dreadful.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to chunk through because there's just no armor on the side. That's where Caitlyn really falls off after that first major armor item comes through. Hasn't been completed yet. It's actually an emblem that was coming through from MLXG, and that is very snowball. Quick Locket of the Iron Solari coming through there. 3-1-3. He's having a great game, but don't know whether it's going to be enough at this point.
Well, as we're looking at it, it's another kill onto the Vayne. So one more time, it's going to be
in a
Whoosh
great position.
Yeah. See whether it is going to be enough, though, because you mentioned M3, all the members looking strong at this stage. Condi now as well, 2-2-2. He's doing fine.
And you feel that's going to be the turning point when Whoosh is able to successfully 1v1 Looper and chase him out of these lanes. Because when that happens, means that a lot of things have started to go wrong for M3. As Collapse coming into that top lane, MLXG.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Whoosh is going to try and tumble away from the ace in the hole, but he can't actually do that. MLXG going to be able to lock that one down.
That was great return damage. Dade with the ultimate one more time, looking for it.
Yeah, Destiny trying to find someone here. Dade hasn't ported in just yet. 5 members strong of M3. He's actually going to just go back to the mid lane. Not quite a successful one that time around, but they can't all be good.
Yeah, it certainly can't. As you see Lei get blown up here on the back end of that fight. Gets a good ultimate through, as you said, successfully locking up 3 members. But that Zhonya's right there from Dade was absolutely fantastic. And SMLZ really helping out his mid laner meant that Letme, although he kept chasing, was zoning Dade away, just wasn't able to get the work done he needed.
Yep. Couldn't make it available, but of course keeping both of their carries alive might speak okay for the late game for RNG. If they can keep Victor and Vayne doing damage.
They scale much better this time around. You know, the major problem with last game's comp was once they fell behind, they stayed behind.
Yeah.
This time around with the Hecker and with the Fizz, in fact, all 4 of their top side of the map members really do scale well with items, and Bard just always has that impact in game. Cosmic Binding, when the cooldown goes down, so easy to hit in these 5v5 team fights.
Yeah.
The ultimate, great at catching people out, but also disengaging. So right now you feel like RNG, even though they're a little bit behind, they're going to scale up incredibly well.
I actually really like Cosmic Binding with the double dives that are they're going to come in from Lupa and, of course, Love City as well. I mean, you're going to Dragon Descent, Headbutt Pulverize, and then they're going to be in the same position, Cosmic Binding, and it locks them up.
Yeah, definitely agree. Going to be able to get a lot of work, especially because people will prioritize Ninja Tabby this game because our Whoosh is a big carry, and looks like another Dragon going to be started up here, this time by M3, looking for their 3rd.
Yeah, looking to try and grab themselves a movement speed buff as well. Fantastic for making those rotational plays and especially denying the Dragon away from RNG. They want to keep that 5th Dragon opportunity available there. They are going to be able to take that one down. Fish onto SMLZ, somehow snuck that one through as Wildcard's not going to find anyone. Explosive Cast going to be used. Double knock-up onto the RNG tanky members. Locket of the Iron Slurry trying to keep MLXG alive. Somehow that Peacemaker didn't land, but no one dead just yet. M3, they take the Dragon.
Engage.
Yeah, they're looking for something. But looks like M3, they say, we've got the Dragon.
Yeah, successfully disengaged, and you know they have this great kiteback comp. We've already talked about TF and all the mobility he brings. SMLZ, just such long range, doesn't really care about any of the engage coming on him right now, just able to stay safe over the back end, and look like RNG wanted to rush the Baron, maybe even just the top side turret, but good rotational play coming through from M3 means it won't happen.
I guess if RNG have anything, it's a lot of Baron damage. If they actually can sit there and get it down. We'll see whether they can actually put it to any use here as M3 continue to have a fair bit of vision control. At the moment, not as aggressive vision. M3 understands they're not as far ahead as they were last time around. Destiny going to be used. Teleport actually immediately into the top side just to defend.
Yeah, and I like how MLXG is playing this Fizz as a very skirmish-heavy jungler, following around Wushin, who he knows can also back him up in these 3v3s. And Dade pulls the trigger on an ultimate just to try and save top turret, although now it looks like it might go down because they're still up here trying to push it in.
Yeah, and MLXG as well. I guess he's following Woosh because M3, they probably want to follow him as well. So if MLXG wants to get any ganking done, it's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, certainly is. He's the member they need to shut down, try and catch out. Already has a QSS coming through there. Of course, doesn't really benefit early from having Blast Whisper, so able to get that item a little bit more
down the track.
Yeah, early on, and will mean that Dade isn't able to lock him up and get the start of the fight going onto the priority target.
Well, Lupa just going to continue split pushing, answering Let Me at the moment, who's still down about 60 CS to Lupa's ridiculous Shyvana.
Yeah, and wow, 2,000 gold. So the gold lead right now is Lupa.
Yeah, almost entirely. And you can see everyone else not too much in it now, as 600 approximately for the jungler in the mid lane, actually only about 400, 300 for Condi in advantage. And that's the extra turret potentially as well, just in that alone. He's going to be 300 in the lead for Woosh, though, over SMLZ. That's the big deal. It's the Vayne for RNG that's really going to try and keep them in this one.
And we mentioned the ability to split push right now. They're dragging them all over the map, M3. They've got the Shyvana. They've got Dade as well on the Twisted Fate. Going to be...
Oh,
wow.
Cheeky Lupa.
Even
and he's
worse,
going to be able to get
the afterburn of that laser probably would have killed him.
Yeah.
Lupa just not respecting Xiaohu at all.
No. A little bit sad. But MLXG and Lei just going to clear out some vision in the top side of the map, where it all seems to be heating up. There's the QSS as MLXG going to use the Payful Trickster, but loves it. He finds his way, and that's a triple knock up at his Woosh. He's going to flash out of the way. The Destiny comes in for Dade. Immediately uses his Zonya's Woosh. Going to get caught by the Tempered Fate. Actually uses his own sort of Zonya's there, but it's not going to be anything good as MLXG's trying to run away, burnt down by Lupa, and M3. What an incredible engage.
What a decisive play out of Dade. Pulls the trigger on the ultimate straight away in the middle of everyone. Locks down the priority target, able to get the gold card in and the Zonyas. And now it's going to be another early Baron coming through for M3.
Yep, Dade, he's in China now, so definitely going to be making the Messiah plays as Xiaohu. He's going to get headbutt pulverized, tries to cleanse out of it, but it's a difficult one to cleanse there. He's going to be forced to flash out of the way. Both summoner spells down, but the Baron also at about 1,000 health. SMLZ helping clearing that one out, and Condi, he's going to lock it down with the smite. And RNG, they just lose a whole lot in no time at all.
Yeah, and it was really off just the back of a really clear call from M3. You could tell they wanted to fight. And we mentioned how well they played with a lead. They're able to pick a meaningful one up for the first time this game at least. Go back by and then use all that 1-3-1 split push power we talked about. Dade, Lupa in separate lanes. All of a sudden you got Caitlyn sieging up underneath your turrets with an Alistar and a Gragas to defend her. This is going to be bad things, but if we take another look at it, Dade gets in for the first one. Really good three-man headbutt pole combo coming through here. But this is the play. Gets in, stuns up Woosh, and then immediately Zonya's. Everyone gets knocked back by another good Condi ultimate. And on the back line, you see how effective Lupa is versus Let Me, who's just not having fun at all. Just continual CC, love CD, and Dade always there to really peel for SMLZ. Means that the team fight goes their way.
Yeah, and Dade actually ate a Gravity Field and a Chum the Waters with the Zonyas as well. Yep. So both of those really sort of high-impact CCs, just not used that.
3 levels in the top lane.
It's insane.
We keep talking about Lupa, how well he's been playing. Uncontested now. It looks like they're pulling the trigger on a desperation fight.
Yeah, nice use of the QSS there from SMLZ. MLXG still trying to get on top of him as RNG just back out, and that was a whole lot of acronyms for
Dade can just go mid. Actually doesn't decide to, just hops a wall.
Yeah, gets over to the red bar. Okay, well, Lupa is going to be able to take down an inhibitor turret, so that's probably more worth talking about as M3 is going to set up a siege. Nice use of the Tempered Fate, going to get Lupa out of the way.
See, that's a good Tempered Fate.
Yeah.
Saves the inhibitor turret. We'll lose bottom side of the map.
Possibly the game, but it was a cool Tempered Fate.
This is what the thing that I really enjoy about Bard is that he just does things that no one else can do. Defend a turret, I'm just going to throw my ult at it.
Yeah, no worries. Well, MLX are going to try and help clear out this wave of minions.
Just methodical play from Looper. You see, Lemmy doesn't scratch him anymore.
I don't think many people do. Blade of the Ruined King completed, now has a whole bunch of life still on top of the fact that that's a Randuin's Omen. So Looper now with the Cinderhulk Randuins and the Spectre's Cowl as well, giving him a bit more health.
And 4th Dragon coming up.
Ridiculous.
They do need to fight this one. It's already below half health.
Yeah, Late doesn't have the ult available, but they are going to lose the Dragon. MLXG wants to get over the wall, but he can't. Chum the Waters goes down, but he can't do anything. M3 now just turning this one around. There's the Dragon sent over the wall. So much damage from every member, but look at the Chaos Storm. That's insane from Xiaohu, but he just gets exploded for it. There's the explosive cask, and Condi one more time on the Gragas, definitely showing up here as Lei does land a pretty nice Cosmic Binding, immediately cleanse, but SMLZ can't close the distance.
Yeah, and that's 30-second death timers for everyone. Might be able to tank up this turret. Condi is incredibly beefy, and you mentioned it, his Gragas has been so impressive tonight. You have to wonder why it wasn't on the ban list for Game 2, or at least prioritized a little bit more, as once again, the Bard ultimate stops the turret. Actually goes down, so, you know, ignore me.
Stops the turret for about 3 moments. Loopy going to get stunned there as well. And look at him caring about it, guys. Can you see him caring about it? I certainly can't. Might care about this one, though. Skirmish and Saber goes down. Actually, I tell a lie. Certainly doesn't care about very much at all. Destiny going to be popped as well. Dade just going to get
2 turrets down now.
Dade just looking for a blue buff there. He's been using the Destiny on cooldown. Actually, I have a feeling that he's almost used it on cooldown every single time.
Oh, step on the flower. Dade doesn't want to give away his position.
Yeah, cute stuff. Actually, does it show up on the map?
Don't know.
No, neither do I.
But if it dies, you're like, hey, someone just stood on that.
Yeah, I guess, but if it doesn't show up on the map, then you can't see that it dies.
Huh, maybe. Have to try it out. I'll play a Bard game with you later.
Oh, cool. I'm excited about that.
I haven't played him before, by the way.
Yeah, don't worry. It's probably still better than most of my champions. Dade, with the Lich Bane now, as well as that Rabadon's Death Cap, decides that he doesn't really care about a Void Staff at the moment, wants to just amp up those auto attacks as much as possible. He's been bit of a split-pushing threat this game, taking down that inhibitor turret in the top lane, but it's mostly been these Destiny plays that have been really fantastic, and not necessarily for his damage, just for engaging the correct fight.
Yeah, it certainly is, but now he's got the Joyo threat. He's a very much assassin on this Twisted Fate now that he's picked up that Death Cap. Xiaohu, especially if his cleanse is ever on cooldown, needs to be very careful in these team fights. You see that Lei is trying to go towards a Crucible just to keep his 2 carries very safe, but with the 1-3-1 split push, it looks like the pressure is just going to mount, and Whoosh has to find a team fight right now. He's the guy that still can carry this game. Definitely is not over, but a huge gold lead, 13,000, means it's going to be incredibly hard.
Yeah, still found.
Wow.
Oh, actually, yeah, Xiaohu. Look, we were telling that story just moments before, but it looks like Xiaohu's still with a fair bit of burst damage.
Yeah, it certainly is. MLXG goes in trying to clear out this wave.
Yeah, it doesn't find himself able to at all.
Another ultimate.
Yeah, Tempered Fate not going to find anyone though as M3 trying to turn this one around. It is 5v4. Xiaohu making his way in as well, as now Looper just going to use that Dragon's Ascent to get away, but there's the ultimate from Let Me as well. They're trying to take down the Shyvana. Raid boss being attempted is going to go down to Whoosh, and now they're trying to turn their attention to the rest of the players. Solo laners all dead as Whoosh makes his way in to take down Love City. There's the Condemn against the wall. Double kill for Vayne. MLXG looking for Condi, but I have a feeling they'll be able to escape this one as SMLZ. Dude, you need to be careful. Okay. But that's probably why. Yeah, Super Creeps are going to be on the Nexus turrets here. They are going to lose one of them. RNG are able to clear them out before they take down a second, but that is a big deal.
We mentioned the fact that, you know, even though they're 13,000 gold, now only 10 behind, RNG still have the tools to be able to win team fights, and you saw it was a beefy Shyvana frontlining, and Wushin just cut through him like he wasn't even there. Has picked up the last Whisper now, so that Thornmail not going to be doing as much work for Looper. And Whoosh, he's a very good Vayne player, 6-2-2. A lot of pressure is on him to really carry through with this. Xiaohu's going to do meaningful damage as well. As we take a look at that kill that we missed in the bottom lane, this is why you don't go near brushes.
And it's also why it's very difficult when your gold card is on cooldown to be able to do anything.
Yeah, he had cleanse, he was dead.
So dead. Well, yeah, that's a good point. I was just more talking about the gold card killing him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do a fair bit of damage at the moment. But Xiaohu able to get the drop on him. Ace in the hole one more time. SMLZ more than happy to play a pretty non-interactive game of League of Legends at the moment. with this Caitlyn.
So that was the tactic against LeBlanc all that time ago, where you just pick it and shoot LeBlanc every time because she had no health pool to speak of, and just force him out. Xiaohu, very similar situation. You saw it was nearly half of the HP of Victor gone.
Yeah.
Just from the Caitlyn ultimate, and now they have control over this Baron area with a huge dragon in the bottom lane, still farming out.
Yeah, MLXG now looking for Dade as well, as Lei's going to get stunned off. There's the headbutt pulverize. They are going to be able to get the Bard. Actually flashes out of the way of the Peacemaker. Destiny to come in here. Dade just getting himself the heck out of dodge. Actually goes into the back of the fight. MLXG might have this turned around on him now as well, as Love City going very low. The horse out of the fight. Whoosh is dead as well. M3 just spreading the fight out and taking it in little skirmishes as Lei. He's going to fall down for the triple kill for the Dragon Lady. This Shyvana now up against her lane opponent, more than happy to go toe-to-toe. 2-level advantage now as well, as the Blade of the Ruin King comes out, and look, still trying to chase down a Hecarim. That is ridiculous. Dade going to certainly help out with that one as wildcards actually go wide. Skirmisher Saber going to be used on top of Dade. Pulls out a sweet card. He's going to be able to take that one down, but meanwhile, M3 are going to win the game.
And this is the M3 people have been waiting for. Looper and Dade showing up big. SMLZ finally arriving. And they're just clicking at the right times, as even Condi had a beautiful series.
Yeah, fantastic series from everyone actually on M3. They just played a beautiful, cohesive game of League of Legends.
And two very good tactics.
Yeah.
Two very diverse, different ones. A very big AoE kind of team fight composition. Game 1, pulled it off very well. Game 2, go for the 1-3-1 split push with this Twist of Fate that can dive the back line, and once again, played exceptionally well.
Yeah, and they picked skirmishing champions and then broke every team fight up into a series of skirmishes. There was no sort of way that RNG were able to get any fights on their terms in either of those games.
And I also really enjoy Twist of Fate against Vayne. Didn't get a chance to say it during the game, but nullifies that ultimate that comes through with the tumble, means that Whoosh can't really skirt the edges of the team fight and use the stealth. Dade every time just locks in, gets the gold card, and Looper was always there to blow him up.
Yeah, and the Lucidity boots bought very, very early. Destinied every time it was available. Dade did not waste any time. Some of them were to get over a red buff wall or get to a blue buff, something like that. But the rest of them, flanking in these team fights, landing on all of the CC tools and then using his Zhonya's. He was playing that Twisted Fate so adeptly, and you expect that from Dade. This guy's been playing Twisted Fate since the conception of League of Legends.
Yeah, you know, you say you expect it, but this is Dade. He's actually played himself back into form.
Yeah.
Can play the meta champions, now comfortable enough to go back to the throwbacks. 2 very good games in a row, and I hope for M3's sake that this continues.
Yeah, most definitely, of course. We've been waiting for that level of Dade for quite some time. We'll see whether it continues next week, but we still have one more match, ladies and gentlemen. World Elite going to be taking on Vici Gaming right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. Let's just go back and discuss M3 versus RNG. I'm sorry, one more time. I've just been thinking about M3. I actually forgot that RNG was even in that game because M3 were playing so impeccably well, and this is a completely reinvigorated M3 squad. They have been splitting series, but it hasn't been that decisive yet.
Yeah, well, they're tied for third now, so they've been playing pretty well, and you know.
But look, this honestly, like, they haven't looked like the top team in the LPL.
You know, they haven't looked like the top team. I still don't think they're quite there yet, but they have been stringing together a little bit more consistent performances. Looper especially played really well that series. Credit to SMLZ for pulling himself out of... He was probably the last player that they needed to rip out of the slump. I think the champion pool will be the only thing that we question here, and it's not on Dade for once. Dade been playing everything. Really is Condi and SMLZ, but as we take a look at that last game, you can see 14,000 gold they finished on. Looper was a menace, just taking all the structures, and he definitely deserved that MVP.
Yeah, 14.0 KDA. Pretty dang good on that Shyvana, who just had so many levels, was just jungling all day, every day. There was no way that you could keep that guy out of a lane, and just a complete menace across the rift.
Yeah, he certainly was, and you know, catching MLXG in the Dragon Pit here. You see the gold card coming through as well, and then diving over the wall was just completely unstoppable. Chases down Whoosh and just peels very well for his carries afterwards. So hard to actually kill in these team fights. And you see him once again, he just dives straight into the backline, turns around this time to deal with Whoosh by himself. And once again, credit has to be given to Dade because that ultimate's on right now, and Looper is just continually diving Whooshin on the backline because stealth just isn't meaning anything.
Yeah, just really didn't get anything done there. And of course, having a massive Shyvana there in the front line really helping out, but I just loved how M3 actually played these team fights. They used the explosive cast to such fantastic effect just to break them up, make them scrappy, and that's exactly where TF is fantastic at. You have little burst trades, you run around with the Ghost, you get into a new position and create havoc, and with all of this disruption, it's just fantastic how Dade was playing that game.
Yeah, it certainly was. His Zhonya's were on point both games, able to get rid of a lot of the spells coming through there, make sure that he was untouched in these, played aggressively, but within himself, which is what Dade's really known for. Great team fighter. And, you know, Condi was my MVP in both games, honestly. On that, Gragas was able to get in there and impact exactly how he should. MLXG had a better second game on Fizz, but Condi really controlled every single team fight he was a member of and moved around the map pretty impressively for someone that we don't normally see play to that standard.
Yeah, we don't credit Condi with a whole lot of sort of massive plays in the LPL, and picking up this MVP is actually a big moment here for M3. Hopefully they can get on the back of Condi. If he can work on his other champions, perhaps maybe get off the Gragas, get on something else and have an equally decent performance, that'll really put M3 in good stead, because as soon as that Gragas gets picked away, you have to feel that M3 will look a little bit different.
Yeah, they do. You know, he still can play Rek'Sai. Lee Sin is seeing a little bit more play, and that always helps Condi out because he is a Lee Sin player. So it's not like he has the shallowest champion pool. It's just that right now, Gragas definitely looks by far and away his best champion.
Yeah, and sort of the early game pressure jungling is Condi's sort of playstyle. And when we were seeing Sejuani, the likes of these sort of more later game scaling junglers, just wasn't really Condi's day. But at the moment, it's looking okay.
Certainly is. And, you know, once again, just touch on their bottom lane. The fact that they were able to keep Whoosh a very good AD carry down. Whoosh and Lei have been a pretty good bottom lane at the moment, and they were just able to consistently try and force him off farm, and Whoosh did get going on his vein. You expect him to, but the rest of the team were able to deal with him.
Yeah, and it's the fact that M3 were just playing so fantastically as a unit that was really, really impressive. But let's move on to our last series of the evening. It is going to be World Elite taking on Vici Gaming. Vici looking in top form at the moment, but World Elite, they've picked up some victories for themselves.
Yeah, they certainly had them. World Elite, you know, I've got written on here, did they get Sion? Yes, they won the game lately. Did they not get Sion? No, they didn't. I have to caveat it. There is one Nautilus win in there.
There is.
So I will give him Nautilus as well as a legitimate second top laner, but I want to see what Dandy does. Because Dandy actually had a breakout top lane performance. That Rise game there was stunning to watch.
Sensational. And as far as sort of these junglers that have transitioned into the top lane, or especially sort of anyone that's moved around roles, Dandy has really stood out as one of the top performers. World 6 as well. Definitely doing a decent Dandy impression in the jungle there. Vici not really feeling the lack of a jungler on this squad.
Yeah, World has been playing better. Rek'Sai, Gragas, Ares, big champions. Also plays the Echo. Hetong has been once again very up and down.
Hot and cold, most definitely, is Hetong's aim of the game, but he's been playing a whole diverse range of champions, but has definitely felt comfortable on these control majors. And Endless fitting into the lineup a little bit better than Vasily may have, but has definitely had some questionable plays and was playing a bit of a melee Sivir the last time we saw Vici.
Yeah, certainly was. And, we'll touch on Marta. Very good support player in the bottom lane, playing a lot of Nautilus, a lot of Thresh at the moment, trying to be that engaging support for his team. Plays incredibly aggressively right now, teams up with Dandy fairly well in those lane swaps. And, Vici at the moment, they burst onto the Rift. Look really good game one. They've taken a lot of game ones. I think their last 3 that they've played. And then they just collapse in the second game. Teams really do adjust their bans and try and take away important things from them. So I want to see both teams, we haven't really seen the real Vici gaming since the swap came through. You have to give them some time to get it back together. And we think they are starting to do that right now. And World Elite, you never know what team is going to show up when they enter the Rift. They can take EDG to 5 games, or they can play the first half of the split.
They can also just...
like a last place team again.
Yeah, and they can beat EDG in sort of straight games. But I mean, saying that, there's a lot of people that have been getting pieces of this I beat EDG pie. We saw it once again, splitting another series.
But they beat EDG when they were going through the playoff runs, They took them to 5
true.
games.
Last split.
Yeah, this isn't a team that beat EDG on this downward slide. This is a team that gets on board their jungler. And this man here, the train driver, I know you're a fan, Atlas, to some very good success. And you see that when he plays Sion, they look much better.
Yeah, and he's actually managed to get it. Was still getting consecutive bans on that Sion throughout sort of the beginnings of this second split of the LPL. But since then, it's been falling off. Spirit as well, a fantastic player just in general. But some of his Gragas engages have been unbelievable. And Xie has had a decent performance there in the mid lane as well. Of course, top of solo queue in China when he did join the squad. And definitely has been earning his name there. And Mystic, he's most certainly been getting a lot of Jinx recently.
So this is a guy that's actually changed it for me. Mystic's been playing a lot better than what he was. You mentioned the Jinx coming in there, 2 games against EDG, able to take that off death. Conan coming through here, plays a lot of Morgana, actually surprisingly, one of the few supports that still goes with that one. But also happy to take the Nautilus if Aluka doesn't want him in the top lane.
Yeah, and actually Morgana being the top pick here for the support role for WE, actually, throughout these last couple of splits as well. So interesting stuff. World Elite just playing around that Morgana a bit more than other teams.
Yeah, certainly are. And, last split when they were playing it a lot was very meta. This split, even not when it isn't as meta as the other champions coming through, does like to play it.
Yeah.
As FLICKR likes to point out, one of the few things that can counter Nautilus in the bottom lane in the support position, able to get rid of the knock-up effect coming through from the ultimate. So we'll see whether that is something that they want to take down there and try and affect Marta's champion pool.
Yeah, well, of course, affecting Marta's champion pool, a pretty difficult feat. You saw 4 unique champions there in his last play, but there's even more throughout the history of this player. Of course, not too much can really rattle this guy, and you can almost throw most of your bans at him and he'll be absolutely okay, but the rest of the squad, we'll see whether they can get behind this guy. You saw him having a chat before they pulled out the book. Marta was just discussing the strategies that Vici are going to be using. Of course, definitely a brain for this squad. And look, we liken him to POL. POL, sort of the Chinese Marta, is something that FLICKR says a whole lot. And look, it does make a whole lot of sense that he'd be the brains behind a lot of these Vici operations.
Yeah, it certainly does. He's the guy that leads the warding charge, and that's what we talk about a lot when we talk about Vici gaming. Able to get those deep wards, try and get in amongst and win unfair fights just through how well they control vision. See whether that is something that they can bring to the table against WE today. Because WE is a team that, we had a look at them last split and they changed up massively, subbed out 2 players, and we thought that was going to be the rise of WE. They certainly did get much better, made that late playoff push, got into the 8th spot, but then just fell away again. And, now we're waiting for, once again, a resurgence to come through.
Yeah, and both of these squads looking similar on the graph, but it's just a bit bigger for Vici.
Yeah, it certainly is. A little bit better in most areas coming through for Vici.
Just a larger doily to put their setting on. If you guys are aware of what a doily even is, you got access to Google. You can check that one out. Of course, pretty cute. But we'll see whether they can actually live up to that standard, because WE have been sort of coming back through in the latest stage of this split.
Yeah, they certainly had. When they went back to playing things that they were more known for, the Gragas coming through a lot more often for Spirit, even through a couple of Nidalee games in there. Aluka now on Sion and Mystic down there in the bottom lane on the Jinx have looked much better with scaling composition, so we'll see if that is something they want to employ against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and there's the fact that sort of Aluka gets underestimated game after game. And is this going to be the game where he just doesn't get the Scion?
Yeah.
And it's going to be WE looking the same as they were?
Yeah, you know, potentially it could be a ban that comes through there. I'm sure Dandy
They've got
really
3.
mind.
You may as well throw 1 at him.
Yeah, he doesn't need much more than that, honestly. Although he played a fairly impressive Lulu when Nautilus wasn't available.
True.
Sorry, Scion wasn't available. You know, the Nautilus is there. Yeah. I'm still yet to be convinced. I have to compare
you're not
notes
exactly
with
on
other people on that one. I am not on it at all. But it gets a ban, you know?
Yeah, the first ban here, of course. You can just say that it's aimed at Conan. Conan played that about 3 times in his most recent games as well, so more than happy to pick that one up. Actually played it in his last 3 games consecutively.
Well, we'll see, because if this is a Scion ban, I'm going to say it was definitely targeted at Luca, and they're just trying to shut him down. But it's not. It's Cassidy.
Yeah, GA not going to pick up that Assassin champion. Of course, GA's champion pool pretty wide there in the mid lane, but focusing that Cassidy means that he can't get as in amongst it and create all of that late game havoc on that very slippery champion. Rise, of course, going to be banned away here. Luca not wanting Dandy to be able to first pick that one. Had a fantastic performance a few games ago. Actually, a couple of games ago, picking up that victory against QG there as well. So Alistair going to be banned away from Marta. So focusing a little bit onto that support Masters champion pool.
Yeah, Alistair's just so good right now. It means that you can 4v4 teamfight without your top laner and have a legitimate second tank coming through their world. We'll grab a tanky jungler, probably either Rek'Sai or Nunu at the moment. Does play a little bit of Gragas as well, but hasn't really favored those ones. And we'll see whether they're able to get in there and really affect it. And it's actually the Maokai that gets banned.
Aluka's Maokai banned away.
I hope they first pick Scion. That would be hilarious.
Oh my goodness. And then World 6 plays it in the jungle.
I don't care where they play it. It's actually going to be... No, it wasn't. So, you know, we'll just wait as they circle through some things.
Well, the Gragas does make sense here. 3rd time in a row for World 6, so more than happy to take that one away from Spirit, who's had a whole lot of his most impactful performances on that champion. So, understandably taking it away, and WE, we'll see whether they lock in the Scion straight away. And Luca's face just says, may as well pick the Scion.
Yeah, he's not impressed at all by what they've thrown at him. He's
like, I don't play
Maokai as we are.
Oh, very confusing. But GA more than happy to pick up the Victor. Has been favoring that a lot, actually. Played it a couple of times just recently. They are going to lock these ones away. And Mystic delving away from the Jinx and onto a champion that doesn't necessarily do so well in that particular matchup.
Yeah, it is his most played, and Jinx is just so good Sivir is so good right now.
Yeah.
Can't really pass it up. Is a facilitator, gets the jungle and the top laner in. That's what World Elite seems to be about right now. And they're flashing it.
It'd be amusing. Marta might be sort of... They lock it in. Is this going to mean that we're going to get support Gragas another time?
Why would we get support Gragas? Why can't they play at top lane?
No, you wouldn't play Scion top lane. That's no fun.
What?
I don't know. I just want it to happen. Okay, not going to be happening this time around, though. I just got my mind set on the jungle Scion.
I don't know why, though.
Neither do I, really. I was just very excited about it.
We have actually Gragas.
Well,
he's like the best jungler in the game.
Beast played it in the last series, okay? So look, it has been happening. Shen being considered now. And if you want a super tank in the top lane, you may as well pick up a Shen. That does make a little bit of sense there. And who would know the counters to Scion more than Aluka? I don't know whether there could be anyone here. He's getting some pats on the back there as well. It's like, all right, Luca, take the Shen. Never leave your lane unless you want to use your ult.
It's a 20-minute FF. We didn't get Scion. Move on to game 2, boys.
That is not how you carry a good storyline for a video game there, Spawn. As Endless and Marta thinking about their 2 champions.
Top lane Janna, the curveball coming out.
Stop it, you're being mean. Okay, yeah, but not necessarily picking up the most powerful bottom lane in the early game.
Play 2 seasons ago in the NALCS top lane Janna.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There was that guy that only played Poppy in top lane Janna. What was his name? I can't remember.
Oh, wait. Zekin.
Yeah.
Talking about Zekin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually loved watching his Poppy stream. It was fantastic. But let's get back to the game, Spawn. Because Spirit's hovering is Nidalee, which could be very, very exciting, is going to mean that it's not going to be a Shen jungle. Which could
that
be
was
another
fairly safe assumption, as it is Nidalee locked in. So You know, they've got one half of the puzzle right now, an aggressive jungler for Spirit to get in there, really try and take it to World, who is one of the newer junglers in the LPL. So we'll see whether the veteran Spirit can really try and keep him down and carry his team to victory.
I just want to talk as well about the fact that their team fight coming through from World Elite, if they catch Vici in the right position with the Shadow Dash as well as that gravity field, could be massive here for WE, really locking down some targets, getting the Chaos Storm in the right position and tearing them apart with the AoE of Sivir.
Certainly could. And the other thing that I do like is that Spirit is at his best when he's aggressive, and that Shen pickup right there means that he can go in, try and assassinate someone, get the big shield coming through there. Will be Dandy on Sion. Unfortunately, World will have the Gragas in the jungle against Spirits in Italy.
Oh dear. Hatong is going to be taking the Azir against the Victor here in the mid lane as well. So seen this matchup quite a few times. Of course, Victor with a little bit more range as far as that death ray is concerned, but Azir able to take control of that lane, you have to feel, as the game progresses. Endless now is going to be on the Vayne. Pretty popular pickup against Sivir, but with mixed results, as Marta's going to take the Janna into the Thresh of Conan. So Conan mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, well, the thing about Sivir versus Vayne is that Vayne should be able to get the upper hand as soon as an item comes through just because of the dueling potential. But that relies on you going even in lane. And it is so hard to do if you're being repetitively shoved in, turret dove, you're being pressured by a jungler like Spirit. So they need to massage this one through laning phase. Expect them to go for a lane swap, especially against someone like Shen.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I'm excited to see Spirit back on the Nidalee as well. But with that, let's get straight into the game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Vici versus WE for our final matchup of the night. Game 1 coming up right now as both teams have hit the Rift and very defensive starts on both sides. But lane swap already opted for by WE.
Dandy spots out Aluka.
That is so cute.
And thematically, that is probably the only Shen skin that makes sense because he's like a samurai in it, and they're nothing like ninjas.
Yeah, it's true. Pretty happy just to ride a horse into battle. Yeah, I saw Last Samurai. See, I don't know what's going on there, Spawn. What is wrong with me? Okay, Luca just going to be scouting out now as well. It's actually going to be backs coming through from the WE bottom lane at the moment on the top side. Decided to cancel them now at the moment as well.
Furiously pinging around their top side of the jungle. Want to make sure that they secure that for World. And it looks like lane swap has actually been initiated by WE here. Maybe thought that Vici would go for a blind lane swap, tried to guess it out, but they're going to miss it. And they're going to take a little sentinel on the bottom side of the jungle just to get the experience advantage and then run into lane as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, Dandy is going to get pinged out immediately here. You can see the WE bottom lane making moves towards the bottom side of the map, but
yeah, they cannot recall right now. That is way too late to try and get back into a 2v2 lane.
Yeah, not going to be able to get there before those minions move around. It is going to be double jungling ensuing here. So WE go for a bit of a mind game, but it doesn't quite pay off unless they were actually looking for a lane swap here.
And they grab both sentinels on the side. It means that they're not going to be there in time to grab the wave, but I guess even more gold secured for Endless there.
Yeah, Endless just wanting to have as much gold as possible here, I guess, as Jay and Hatong just clearing out minions. Hatong with a little bit more of a push, but the AoE a little bit more available for this Azir in the early game, just considering the fact that Death Ray not taken.
This is Dandy without Spirit without a leash. So check out how healthy he is able to jungle without it. He will go low on this one, this camp right here, but as soon as he is past the big camps, he's able to jungle so quickly without going low. And without a leash, that is just incredibly impressive coming through here. I really enjoy watching Spirit take jungle camps because he just does it really quickly. He's probably the fastest farming Nidalee in the LPL right now.
He's also one of the most skilled Nidalee players that we've seen thus far here in the LPL as we've moved forward. So see whether he can get things done here this game around. Has been thwarted in his Nidalee attempts in the past. Just not quite able to
battle over
up.
the Scuttle Crab early in the game, but Spirit's going to be able to pick it up. And as we said, that's 3 camps done with double potions and he's full health, able to get back into the top side of his jungle.
Yeah, and it was a double jungle coming through here as well, as Spirit actually alone as Aluka was just sort of following him around there. So
well, Aluka started Krugs, took that away with the help of Conan up in the top lane. And wow, nice trade coming through for Hatong. So they were able to get a separate jungle start there for the Shen, whereas it was a double jungle nearly the entirety of the time after Oluka took away the wolves by himself, it looks like.
Yeah, so very even there in the mid lane as far as that's concerned. But you're right, so double jungle now going to be ensuing here for WE. Things just going as a lane swap does. Pretty standard at the moment.
And this is how you tell.
Scuttles.
Yes, I was going to say that is. There is no better feeling than double Skelter Crab. Look how much vision he has captured for his team.
Look at those circles, man.
Speed shrines, counter jungling now comes through.
Not too bad. Shadow dashing over the wall is Oluka. Sneaky ninja here in the jungle.
He is not sneaky at all.
Okay, we understand that, but we'll see whether Oluka can be sneaky. Wolf Spirit now going to no, that was taken by World 6. Thought it was a cute little spear from Spirit, but not actually going to be able to lock down anything. Just going to get a little bit of damage down as Hatong was sort of cheating towards the top side. 4 members strong now at the moment. Actually, Mata getting taken down to half health here as Barrel only going to find Oluka. Fairly tanky now with the door and shield as well, so not going to be worried about that. Happy to have a drink, and it's going to move back. Mata losing half his health.
And both AD carries just being left by themselves at the moment. Actually, Conan sticking around a little bit more. So Mystic falling behind in experience. They need to be careful that they keep an eye on that, because Sion is so good at going into 2v2 lanes just to leech experience, and Shen might struggle a little bit more.
Does have the Vorpal Blade for a little bit more sustain, but you're exactly right. Probably not going to have sort of the availability of that Sion does have, just with the blatant tankiness that he has available to him.
Well, it's more the fact that he can just Q the wave. It's such a, I guess, impactful spell as GA caught out.
He's going to get caught out here as Luz goes down incredibly low. There's going to be the flash. First blood for World 6. Able to get away. Heal's going to be popped by Hatong just in case he was going to fall. I have a feeling he probably would have been okay, though. And Vici, easy kill.
Yeah, I think it actually was a good heal there. He probably would have died, and that was just lazy window shopping coming through there from GA. He gets caught out, then wanted to save his flash. Got greedy with the summoner spells and made pay.
Yeah, double greedy. Definitely not what you want. Mystic with a pretty deep freeze here. Is Dandy able to get at least a little bit of experience? This wave may actually make it to the turret, unless they can just tank it up, which they're going to. But WE holding onto their wave. Dandy trying to be a menace as they do so, but not going to be able to get in there.
Yeah, Mata heading up to the top lane. Looks like to be able to give Dandy a little bit more support. Probably should just back and take a jungle camp, but does need to push out this freeze eventually. And in the bottom lane, we have Oluka heading down there by himself, but about to be ganked by World.
Yeah, World 6 actually moving exactly the same time. Endless now with a 2-level advantage. Those Silver Bolts actually doing some work onto this Shan. Death Rate is going to be used by GA, but he's going to be much more careful in this lane now.
Oh.
Only down a couple of CS, but you're exactly, yeah, that wow makes a whole lot of sense to me as now with the Fiendish Codex, Hatong doing a whole lot more damage.
Yeah, Hatong, that is the kill build coming through there with the Fiendish Codex. As we see, just very long extended lane swaps coming through. No fast push. They're just trying to get the top laners further and further behind. Finally, Spirit comes into the bottom lane. A first gank going to come down onto Endless.
Yeah, Spirit looking to try and get in there. Is actually going to make it in unspotted.
Endless going,
very close. Oluka not wanting to use the flash at that stage to lock down the Shadow Dash.
Yeah, it is a level 6 Vayne coming through there.
Wow. Yeah, GA actually throws down the Chaos Storm, just trying to get some extra harass damage. Tries to pick himself up a back if he can, I believe.
Sends a message by standing in it to CS.
Yeah. Well, doesn't actually do a whole lot of damage towards the end, the old Chaos Storm. But Hatong more than happy to send that message, exactly right. Death Rate's going to clear out the rest of this wave as GA trying to hold on to what semblance of a lead he had, at least in the creeps from earlier on, but he's down by about 3. He's going to be evened out here by these few that are making their way towards the turret.
I think he's going to miss one of the trees. That was so hard.
Well, did he?
Yeah, he did, actually.
Yeah, see?
Wow, Atlas the Prophet.
Yeah, well, gotta have a skill.
I am sorry, sir. I take it back.
Key strike being used by Luca there to clear out these minions. Death Sentence going to go down, but not going to find Endless there as well, as Mystic just actually hanging out underneath his tower. Not wanting to play too aggressively against Dandy here. Decimating Smash, a little bit of a dangerous maneuver, because he's got a lot of ways to break the spell shield actually, as Mystic wanted to play too far up. But 12 CS to 18 as far as these top laners are concerned in the lane swap situation. So Luca still doing fine. Dandy now able to get at least up to the creep wave in the bottom side.
He's going to take a lot of damage for that.
Oof. Tried to get the Death Sentence off, but not able to find Mata there as Eye of the Storm now onto the Vayne. Nice use of feint there by Luka, keeps him at least a little bit more alive. But Vici with so much control on the bottom side.
Yeah, so we really long lane swap actually coming through from both teams, and you have to think that Vayne is getting the better of this. We mentioned the fact that doesn't want a 2v2 until Blade of the Ruined King has been finished up there, and Endless has a very good CS score right now, 83 at only the 9-minute mark, so he's on track for nearly that 10 per minute as they click over here. And you'd have to think that a very fed Vayne going into the mid game is probably worth a little bit more than Sivir at this point.
Oh, we'll see just how they use their Sivir with this particular comp. We mentioned the fact that they have a fair bit of layering of CC, especially in that small area, and whether they can utilize that effectively will let us know exactly how this game is going to go. Because when you have an execution-heavy comp, and it's on a team like WE that has been pretty sporadic with their play, it'll be interesting to see how this one works out.
Yeah, certainly will be. And Spirit so far has just put his jungle on farm. Actually took the second blue buff as well. We didn't see whether that was a counter jungle blue or whether he just secured it for himself over Xie. Means that he finds himself 13 CS up and a level advantage at this point in the game. So as we said, Nidalee, one of the quicker junglers, and it looks like lane swap will finally be reversed back with already Cutlass and Rika both picked up for Endless. So nearly that Blade of the Ruined King versus Giant Sword, BF Sword in particular. Wow, Giant Sword.
Giant Sword gives you health?
Even bigger.
Whoa.
Giant Sword, yeah, Giant Sword.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know. Look, maybe we'll just invent a new item. Spoiler alert, spawn with a Giant Sword. Let's not talk about new items. Great.
You talk rubbish sometimes.
Sometimes? Did you miss some? My goodness. Yeah, now just going to clear out some minions there in the mid lane as the 2v2, as you mentioned, has been met up, but by the looks of things, Mystic having a decent time there, just the wave clear, winning out as far as Sivir is concerned, able just to clear the wave and then exit.
Yeah, and still needs to be a little bit careful here as Endless because, you know, we mentioned the fact that Blade of the Ruined King is the turning point right now. It's probably still a little bit in Sivir's favor just because of the shove, but they send World down there to help out with maybe a gank.
Yeah, Dandy now with Roar the Slayer active. Aluka just a little bit upset that Dandy was able to get the Scion and he wasn't. Has been seen in that brush. World 6 no longer hanging around. Definitely a 2v2 at the moment. And we'll see whether Vici can get the best of it like you were talking about, or whether we're just going to see more farming. A little bit more respect being given to this Vayne as they just shove the wave forward. WE not moving.
Actually looking for first dragon at the moment, Vici Gaming. So they're trying to accelerate the pace of the game at least a little bit. Going towards Xie's turret. This might be a 4-man dive. No, it's not. They're going to back away.
Not looking for it just yet. Song is able to clear that minion wave. Endless moved up towards the dragon. Teleport's available for both of these top laners, but both of them with ways to cancel out either one's teleport at the same time. Aluka with Stand United as well, and that needs to be spoken about because this Shen double abilities in order to get to that bottom side of the map. Oh, Spirit caught out. Yeah.
Something to worth noting, Nidalee mechanics. Transform is an auto attack reset, meaning that you can Q and then get out and auto attack really quickly. Oh, useful with the new jungle item especially.
Well, on that note, Nidalee not going to be around this dragon and is going to be taken down pretty efficiently at 12 minutes in for Vici.
But they've pretty much traded first dragon for 20 CS on Spirit because he really hasn't been looking to pressure any lanes. He's just put his jungle on farm. He's ahead of Aluka right now in CS. And yeah, doing a very good job. Also stacking up that tier. So Nidalee going to be a menace in the mid game. It's going to be like they have another AP carry with how fed Spirit currently is. And it's not through kills, it's just through farming.
Yeah, and what does that mean for their mid-game team fighting? Because what does a Nidalee necessarily bring as far as a team fight is concerned?
Well, right now, Vayne is the one that needs to be concerned because Spirit, as I said, with that Shen shield, is going to be an assassin on Nidalee. Also means that sieging is much easier. You got GF for a little bit of poke through the laser, as well as all those spears flying out. You only need to catch one on Hetong or Endless, and it probably will mean a turret going down in their favor. So with a Sivir being able to push so quickly, just helps, I guess, the overall win condition of pushing down these structures.
Yeah, Dandy just going to clear out this lane with that Soul Furnace. And
what an interactive laning phase.
Oh, I know. It's wonderful, isn't it? Talk about wet noodle fights. I'm pretty sure that is the epitome of that one. It's Spirit finally going to give over a blue buff. Now going to go back. Not sure whether he goes back or whether he's just like, oh, my mid laner stole my blue, I'm leaving.
And Blade of the Ruined King finally finished up for Endless here. Boots 2 elected by Mystic. He has built himself a CS advantage, but right now does need to worry about the kill potential coming through from Endless. Although Janna not really going to add much apart from some AD and good disengage if the gank does come through. So they still need to be slightly careful, although that auto attack with the shield.
Yeah, the fact that you can put that Eye of the Storm on a little bit late as well, still get the damage on the auto attack before it actually makes contact with your mark. Definitely effective as Mystic felt that one. But still able to clear out these minion waves very, very effectively. Endless now with another shield as well. Just being used on cooldown there by Marta just to make sure that everything's okay. But Marta, this is another thing that we haven't mentioned, is that he's back on the Janna. Definitely a champion that he was known for in Korea.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's one of his best disengaged supports coming through here. And with all the dive coming onto Endless, you understand that he wants to get Aluka and Spirit back away, even Conan, be able to reset the team fight and really open it up for Endless to be able to weave around the outskirts. Because something that you need to point out about Vayne is she is happy hitting the closest target to her at all parts of the game because of the itemization of the build. Blows up squishies, but also deals with tanks relatively effectively. And throughout the entirety of this game, it's been a 14-minute laning phase, 15-minute laning phase. It's actually WE that's picked up an 1,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, and look, you mentioned that it was potentially off the back of Spirit, but this
could
be first blood here as Mystic going to get condemned into the wall. There's the ultimate from Aluka, but not even going to be able to pay a visit to this lane. It's Vici going to catch out Conan at the same time. Endless might find himself a kill off the next tumble as he's trying to get in there. There it is. Going to reset that auto attack, pick up the kill, and that's 2 quick ones for Vici.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, this Vayne is going to be an absolute terror. We'll catch up nearly in CS as well. Picks up the kill. Blade of the Ruined King. That was a purchase that we're waiting on. All of a sudden, gold back to equal, and a lot of that is now sitting on Endless.
Yeah, and it was just the fact that WE, I guess, thought that they'd gone back or something like that, just didn't have vision in that brush, and they were made to pay for it. Stand United now on cooldown as well, and no impact was able to be made by Aluka.
Yeah, just couldn't get into the fight, you know, and Luka, he has picked himself up a slight CS advantage, but first turret of the game looks like it's going to go over to Vici Gaming, and we said that this is what WE really wanted to do with the Nidalee, be able to poke out.
Wow. Oh, misses the first spear here to Spirit. Is actually Chaos Storm going to do a heck of a lot of work, but without any sort of ignite, not going to be able to lock down that kill as the heal came through from Matong, going to keep him alive.
But they are going to be able to shove through onto mid turret, get some work done here. Nidalee with the heal will be able to chunk through relatively quickly. They get about half the health on that minion wave. See whether they can push through on the next.
Yeah, WE do have some spare time as well. World 6 the only man available in order to defend that one. Dandy's actually moving down to try and give him a little bit of help. But WE might try and actually trade for this bottom lane outer turret as well.
Yeah, and that's one thing you have to point out. With the attack speed coming through and all the flat AD, Mystics tears through these creep waves. Not able to get the turret down, but is able to keep about an 18 CS advantage in the bottom lane. Going towards a Zeal as his second item, so not wanting to finish the Infinity Edge, maybe just didn't have the gold for it and goes for more of a gold-efficient purchase.
Yeah, maybe WE actually not looking to team fight as well, just wants the extra effective stats that'll be useful against turrets, so attack speed over crit.
Yeah, definitely could be a potential coming through there. And WE, they look like they're content to continue to scale in this one, and against an Azir, a Scion, and a Vayne late game, that is a pretty brave call coming through. 1 minute on Dragon. We'll see whether this is something that they can start up and try and get control over some objectives.
Yeah, let's see whether they can pressure for it. 300 gold now the lead for Vici after those 3 kills that they managed to pick up. Actually 2, of course. Very much earlier. Endless now just farming here on the bottom side of the map. So they took down that outer turret. And WE now forced to play back. And it just looks like Vici now just knowing that they're a bit stronger.
Yeah, especially on the AD carry position, so they don't want to fight this one as yet. Marta doing a great job of controlling the area around Dragon, making sure that as that one respawns, it will be Vici Gaming in the correct position. Now, Conan and Spirit trying to clear it out, but Siege is through on mid lane.
Yeah, and this is a very weak turret as well as the Death Ray not going to be able to clear out the minion wave yet as Death Sentence lands onto World 6, but I don't think Spirit's hit a spear yet.
Yeah, they don't want to siege through on that one as well because the Sun Turret had already been set up. So have to get positional control back over this part of the Rift, and Dragon 2 going to be going over, it looks like, the Vici Gaming.
Yeah, all of a sudden a very one-sided mid lane there as Vici try and set up their own structures. He's going to be destroyed very quickly. An extra 100 gold going over to Mystic on the Sipper. Going to be happy with that one as Vici now, that speed shrine being definitely put to good use.
Yeah, and they started up. As you mentioned, Spirit not having a great showing on this Italy so far. Vici, take it away.
Yep, are going to easily lock down that one. Lands his first spear, so that's going to get on to World 6. Actually believe that he landed one a little bit earlier on towards the bottom lane, but didn't really do too much, if I remember correctly. So I take it all back, Spirit. That wasn't you first.
Wow. And Lucas still split pushing in the top lane using Shen, trying to shove down the first turret of the game. Two have already gone over to Vici Gaming, and you can see right now this is just a very slow, methodical game so far from WE. They don't want to fight, very uninteractive, and they're just trying to scale into the late game.
Yeah, and I guess we haven't seen a whole lot of Shen just recently, so Spawn, do you want to take us through exactly what Shen achieves towards the late game? Is his split pushing still what it used to be?
Yeah, he definitely is. And, you know, if you go something like a Trinity Force as one of your final items, synergizes well with his kit. He actually does good persistent damage, a lot of magical damage at that. Sunfire Cape allows him to push out waves a little bit quicker, but he's just not going to be able to push into Dandy. Dandy's a super tank, has a Sunfire Cape of his own, and as that Frozen Heart gets built up, it's just going to affect all of Shen's attack speed. See 4 members in his lane right now. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, only has Conan here as well for the defense, as it's a 3 versus 2. Nice use of the Shadow Dash, going to get onto Dandy there, but no. Going to be able to take a lantern out. Nice Spear's going to land there, but they do lose the turret.
They're finally in a position to maybe fight. No, they back away again. 5 members were rotating up from Vici, so all 3 outer turrets going down, and WE is slow playing this and just slowly losing any advantage in the game.
Yeah, and it's not like sort of strategic slow play as well. It just looks like they're slowly conceding everything.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. They might be able to grab their first turret of the game, but they need to be careful. Fast push in the mid lane now. You've got a Vayne as well as an Azir going to rip through structures. You can see they want to trade.
Yeah, well, Aluka going to stay here. Does have to stand united in order to get himself back there. They just don't have the minion wave just yet. Aluka might follow that one in.
But once again, Vici, really clear shot calling coming through here. Able to pick up a tier 2. And it looks like Aluka might be able to grab this turret, but Dandy's still up there.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to pick that one up, but Dandy's still going to be able to pick up all of the farm. Happy to concede that one, but that inner turret in the mid lane, that is a big deal, considering the fact that it's now opened up so much of the World Elite jungle.
Yeah, and just means that Spirit, who was doing a great job farming, needs to defend ward defensively. You see, that is the case. WE are definitely on the back foot this game. You can see all their vision is concentrated around their side of the map, don't want to get invaded. Maybe looking for the first proactive play onto Endless in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Conan is going to have to land some skill shots here as Endless going to immediately flash away. Boomerang's going to find him, but WE, no joy there. They get the summon as well, but that's about it.
And they get the ultimate out and see whether they can get the turret for themselves. Good wave clear.
Ooh, Death Sentence very close on the World 6 there. A Spear is going to go a little bit wide from Spirit. Aluka still hanging out in this top side, just making sure that he's not visible so that he can get that stand united off if needed.
Yeah, so in the end, really good play. Pressure Endless off the turret in the bottom lane, able to pick it up. Gold back within 1,000. Just really the Dragons right now that are in Vici's favor, and you feel that if a team fight does break out, they've got so many tools to fight back and keep Endless safe, who's already on 2 items, going towards that QSS already. Going to be hard to deal with this Vayne.
And I guess now at least Jay is now a little bit more free to move away. Like if he manages to actually neutralize his lane, it's going to take a while for it to move back towards his turret that he has to defend there at the inhibitor. So at least he's got some free time to move around the map. WE now going to be able to clear out at least this pink ward. Vici with some decent vision around the map. You can see WE still with some forward vision towards this top side and around that dragon.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep all the objectives under control right now. Find safe places to farm. Void Staff is completed. Wow, he's throwing cannons right now. We said he was far ahead in farm. That's 50 CS still. And as I said, all it takes is 1 spear onto Hotong.
Yeah, still only 20 CS behind the top laners here is Spirit. So as long as he manages to actually start landing some spears.
He's the richest man in, apart from Endless, sorry. Ahead of everyone in gold but Endless. Yeah, pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold. And Endless as well, continuing to split push here towards the bottom side. Spear going to go wide on the World 6 there as Spirit was visible. There's a few traps down. Oh, Death Sentence very close there by Conan. Try and find something. That's 3 missed skill shots in a row by WE as Dandy, he's making his way in. Unstoppable onslaught straight into the wall. WE looking for the counter engage. They find a spear onto the Scion, but that's not who they want to engage on. On the Hunt has been popped, but there's the flash engage from World 6. Explosive cast comes out. Mystic forced to flash out of the way. Vici trying to get the engage on as Aluka just getting bounced around. Another double knock up there as Mystic is going to be the focus. Endless is going to take him down. And look at all of Hatong's damage in this fight. Double kill for the Vayne, and she's just tumbling relentlessly. Hatong takes a piece of that pie as well, and Vici just too far ahead.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're going to be able to take Baron away as well at this part of the game. Endless does it incredibly quickly. They've got a tank in World 6. Two members are going to stay and break the base, and it just looks like WE, once again, don't have any answers if they can't get Scion.
Yeah, and Vici have just been delivered this game by the looks of things. They're taking multiple objectives at once, not getting any answer out of WE at all.
Yeah, just no proactive play right now coming out of World Elite. Baron will fall. And this has been, as we said, very slow play coming through here as, Hatong looking for another kill, going for the Azir set.
That was a very cute pounce out of Spirit there as well, but Hatong dodges away from the spear. It's going to be fine. Sunturret put up one more time. And it's like WE feel like they're going to be able to scale into this game by the way that they've been playing, but it's just not
They
the
just
case.
can't get the look in here. They feel like they can't actually start anything because they just lost control of it too early. All the early turrets that went down after that great bait in the bottom lane for Endless in the brush just meant that he was too far ahead. Trying to steal a dragon here, but even that might be a bit of a danger.
Yeah, well, they do manage to actually take away the dragon here. Jie's going to get engaged on by
Dandy's
Dandy.
huge.
He's so tanky. Decimating smash onto a couple of members. Aluka not tanky enough as Endless just deals with him with those silver bolts. Conan might need to try and escape, but he has no flash. Not going to be able to get out of there as Spirit now trying to get around, but Endless is on a rampage at the moment. Dandy actually going to pick up Mystic, looking for a triple onto the Vayne, but at the moment, Endless, there's just no way of stopping it.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. Hatong over the wall. Oh, Jie.
Yeah, these auto attacks doing some work here as Marta's going to find him, and Endless in the end is just going to be able to clean up that kill. 6-0 and 3 on this Vayne. And look, when you've got a 90% kill participation Vayne who hasn't died, things are looking bad
Yeah,
for the
Spirit
opposition.
able to pick up the first kill of the game for WE. Takes out Dandy on the back end of that fight.
Endless was waiting in that brush. Spirit, of course, no vision of that one. Oh, no.
Pauses the game. He's like,
Spirit's like,
stop the
no. Let me back, please. Goodness me. Jie, you can see, still not looking as resigned, you know, as he potentially could be.
That's one thing that you have to say about WE as a team. They've actually kept this, the attitude of the team, I was going to say Spirits, the attitude of the team has been relatively good. You know, they like playing together. It's something that Spirit said. He really does love playing on the team. Aluka is the guy that brings a lot of joy to playing League of Legends. He's the one that's normally smiling, even if they are slightly behind. And you have to say that they play as a team. Right now, they're not playing as well around the map as they would like. You see communication still going on for Team Wii, but it's been a slow and, I guess, downhill slope. They just haven't been able to get anything within this game. They traded map objectives really poorly. They let the Vayne get out of hand early. Now she's 6-0 and 2. Doing a very good job is Endless in the bottom lane. And the lane swap just seemed to actually hurt Wii more than it hurt Vici Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. And it seemed like they were going for some sort of mind game, I guess, to try and pick themselves up. That lane swap sort of in their favor, like, get it counted on them with the Vayne moving towards the top lane, but in the end just did not happen. It just looked like WE from that point on just didn't really know how to react.
Yeah, it certainly did. You know, they didn't shove the wave out, just go back early and try and rotate around the map. They chose to stick with it, froze for a very long time. And as far as resourceless top laners go, Scion is really good. All he needs is levels, can get around the jungle incredibly quickly, as we see that Spirit did fall down on the back end of that.
Not sure where.
Right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's his body. Got it. So Spirit's dead. And, yeah, WE now trying to reconsolidate.
Yeah, 7,000 gold is the lead. 26 minutes through. Conan now caught out as well. The Tongs here.
Yeah, Talisman of Ascension has been popped here as well as the Q's been blown.
Wow.
Sand Soldier's doing some work. Death Sentence again not going to find its mark.
And 6-0 and 4 QSS finished up for Endless. He is a monster right now, split pushing because he feels like no one can really 1v1 him. Will finally go back to base and spend all the gold from the last skirmish. Last Whisper picked up as well. Aluka's going to melt like butter. He only has a Sunfire cape for armor.
Yeah, and he's also look, Endless now has Alacrity Boots. It's going to be even harder to get on top of this Vayne as well. And it's entirely your point about Aluka. Like, he can't be the super tank that he's used to being on this Shen at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he just doesn't find effectiveness in laning phase is what I think it is. It doesn't affect his team fight as much, but Aluka, when he plays Sion, is this really proactive player that likes to start engages for his teams, gets in people's face, able to use the ultimate incredibly effectively. On other champions, just hasn't seen the same effectiveness.
Apart from Nautilus. Forever defending. Vici, though, now moving towards this mid lane once again. Spears to come out from Spirit, but he hasn't really found the mark. And open inhibitor just going to be taken here casually. Endless with a lot of damage. They pop the Talisman, looking to try and break up this fight with the barrel. World 6 not going to even find that Spear, as the inhibitor just going to be taken in all of the turmoil. And WE, they don't lose any members, but they're losing their base.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they've just lost control of the game as Hetong bends the Sand Soldier around the wall. 1-0-6. He's having a fairly impressive game as well. Has been able to get ahead through all the objectives that his team has taken. Pressured mid-game, and Dandy, oh, the fight of the century is on.
Come on, bring it, boys.
No, Luca doesn't want any of it.
No, sort of can't be bothered.
He's like, you betrayed me.
Sion, why would you hit me? That's Dandy. Okay, Vici just going to continue moving up the bottom side, split pushing in the top as well as Endless and Dandy, more than able to deal with these three members of WE. And look, if they're not going to defend, they need to defend the bottom lane because they're losing on multiple fronts now.
Yeah, they've just lost control of every part of the map, and you'd think that WE, not a team that likes to go out with a bang, expecting at least a team fight to come through here. They have some, I guess, items to be able to do it. 2.5 items now finished up on GA. He's fairly fed. Maybe if he can get on top of Endless, he can try and blow him up with the distortion boots as well. Going to be running incredibly quickly. Mystic, he's on 2.5 items as well. So as soon as the last Whisper comes through, we'll be doing some good damage. But if they just keep playing like this, losing inhibitor after inhibitor, there is no hope for WE to get back in.
Yeah, Conan actually flashing forward into the box there, but just going to get Emperor's Divided out of there. Dandy now in the backside as WE converge on him. They're doing a lot of damage actually to the Sion, and without too much response, he's going to get locked down there, but the turret falls from Endless. Aluka bounce back into the side, and he's going to get taken down. GA now with a Chaos Storm. He's going to lock down Hetong. It's a 2-for-2 at the moment, but Vici, they've taken down another inhibitor. Nexus turrets are going to fall. Actually, it's not taken down just yet. Just doesn't have a health buff.
Yeah, Vici's still trying to continue with this fight.
Yeah, Conan going to fall down very, very quickly. Endless with shields for days, just tumbling forward. Spirit and Mystic still with a fair bit of damage, but you can see Endless able to answer back with a whole lot more.
Double inhibitor, 29 minutes. That's 10,000 gold, the advantage. Right now, Vici just dancing circles around Team Wii.
Oh, Spirit trying to get him unstead. He's going to get it turned around on. Beautiful Monsoon from Marta locks down that kill. And exactly like you said, they're just creating all of these advantages, and WE just too little too late with these aggressive plays.
Yeah, and you saw Conan got, in the end, just pulled the trigger on an engage, and you see they were able to trade relatively well. Dandy was caught out of position. WE were able to at least equalize the team fight. They lost more of their base, but that's just going to mean, at the moment, farm funneling in that they probably wouldn't have got in standard lanes anyway. And they needed to fight earlier, honestly. They just let too much of the game slip away right now. Probably too little too late, but at least it's momentum building for the next game.
Yeah, well, exactly. So if they can carry this sort of aggressiveness towards the next one, maybe Spirit was feeling sleepy or something like that because he just wasn't ganking like he's known to around the early stages of this game.
Yeah,
and I guess
3-0 and 11, World 6, 15.
Exactly.
14 out of 15 kill participations right now. I'm going to be able to counter jungle away that blue.
Yeah, it's a story of Gragas in these last couple of matches as well. I mean, has been in every single victory.
Now that all that
team.
MR's picked up, the Spear's not really doing much at all. Dragon number 3 going to go over to Vici. Baron's up in 11 seconds. You would think that's an uncontestable buff right now for Team Wii, but they need to be able to do something around the map.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can get there. Of course, Aluka staying in this bottom side can get in with the ultimate whenever he feels like. Haven't really seen it be effective just yet. The Spirit's looking for some spears. Oh, Talisman popped one more time. Spirit going to take a magical journey. Well, actually, no, it's actually going to be a dark passage, but in the end, we're going to have a gigantic Sion in the back line. Dandy maybe a little bit too far forward. Empress Divide under GA. Bouncy Castle for the victor, and he's not going anywhere. Mystic forced to use the flash. Shadow Dash finds no one from Aluka, who's just going to get decimated. And once again, Endless untouched in the back line, just going to town on these World Elite players. And Mystic and Spirit both limping away. Hatong tries to get in there. The heal going to be used from Mystic, I believe. No, it wasn't even. I don't think a heal is. Hatong is going to flash forward, picks up the kill, and Vici, they're going to dominate that whole game.
Yeah, that was a very one-sided affair. WE just couldn't get any momentum going, and credit for Vici, they starved them out. That was Samsung White-esque.
Yeah, it was. It was just no way in for WE at all. And I just don't think you can afford to play that passively in the early game.
Yeah, you definitely cannot. You see WE just kind of staring at their computers right now. It's like, what? Spirit was trying to counter jungle, get ahead through farm and try and translate to some kind of lead there, but the lane swap just didn't go their way. In the end, they had this Vayne that was passively farming, actually solo farming right there. Marta had left the lane, so had a level advantage. Sure, when they swapped back, Civil was able to push in, but there was never really any kill threat, and it just meant in the end, Endless exploded, got that kill in the bottom lane, and from there took over the whole map.
Yeah, Immortal the whole time through. We mentioned the fact that, this Gragas was looking absolutely insane, but you have to mention Endless, who was playing, melee mode Sivir in the previous series that we saw. We were asking some questions about Endless's play, but you can see what can happen when he manages to get a lead, because all of that aggression gets channeled into just decisive victories here for Vici.
Yeah, but honestly, it looked like WE weren't even trying to fight in that one. It will be interesting to see if they have a similar tactic going into Game 2, because you have to think that they need to at least try and impact the bottom lane a little bit more than what they were that game.
Well, of course, we'll see whether they can. Of course, one more game coming up in the LPL for this evening, for this week as well, ladies and gentlemen, as World Elite try to fight back against this massive-looking Vici Gaming. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn. We're here for our final game of the night. Vici Gaming just rolling over WE in the first game, but WE will see whether they've got any fuel left in the tank to really bring this one back. And I have a feeling they got a lot, because they didn't use very much in that game.
Yeah, they pretty much cruised through that one, as I said. Yeah. Didn't get Sion, just resigned to a slow and painful death, if I'm going to be honest. But you have to think Gragas becomes top priority right now for Spirit. He needs to get on a skirmish jungler that he can get into lane, start ganking, because he did not have a brilliant performance that time around. You can see only 3 kills. I think he secured 2 of them for his team.
Yeah.
I don't even know who got the third, but Endless on Vayne, 10, 0, and 6 picks up the MVP.
Completely gigantic performance by this Vayne player, and Endless really skyrocketing out of this one. You can see multiple times.
What started it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Able to get Mystic down. They cancel the ultimate from Sion coming in there, and he was able to pick up that kill, and from there, they just won team fight after team fight. That was actually started by a brilliant World 6 barrel, body slammed onto Conan, but then got the AD carry back into the rest of the team. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the fact that Dandy was not taking damage at all that game.
No.
So, yeah, that was definitely an interesting game of League of Legends.
It most certainly was. And I guess WE probably weren't expecting the Sion to be picked away from them. And when that happened, they were like, oh, right. I guess, what do we...
They banned Nautilus as well on the other side of the rift. So, you know, Vici Gaming just had a very good plan and they executed on it. You got to give credit where credit's due. Yeah. That's how you want to win game of League of Legends. Never gamble anything. They rotated smartly around the map. They were able to pick up an incredible turret trade through the mid game where they took top, then backed away and took mid tier 2 at the same time. And even when they were taking cross-map objectives, we saw Baron and the mid inhibitor fall at the same time, top and bottom turrets falling simultaneously. Vici Gaming just played that game so cleanly, there was never a window for Team We to get in.
No, and it was just strategic play, wasn't it? I mean, it was just the intelligence of the likes of Marta, knowing that they can move around the map, they can pick up objectives, and they can force WE into decisions that were never going to work out well.
Yeah, well, they forced them to make a bad decision, and and Team We's decision was to just never fight.
Yeah.
And every single time that happened, you saw they got a little bit further ahead. Vayne all of a sudden was this huge threat, dealing with the Shen, no problem at all. And Mata was there the whole time on Janna, ready to disengage, keeping the whole team safe. And it was never even really needed.
Yeah, and he was using that Talisman of Ascension now with a shorter cooldown, on cooldown as well, really making use of that slight buff to the item. And look, they were speeding around the map, being able to create all of the engages off the back of a Janna, who's known for disengage, but this time, Howling Gales were just locking people down so that they could be food for the Vayne.
Yeah, and you know, as soon as that started rolling, it was like the Death Ball comp all over again. Yeah. There was just no fight that they could take that was going to be in their favor. And, you know, we mentioned in Italy how fast Spirit was farming on it. 50 CS. The richest man on the map at about 8.6 thousand gold halfway through that game, but just wasn't able to get onto priority targets. You know, he killed Dandy twice, but it didn't really get him much throughout the rest of the game. Dandy was a feeder in that game, by the way.
He most certainly was, at least for Vici. If you were to look over the side of WE, things would look a whole lot better.
Dandy. It's death percentage, man. He had majority of the deaths on his team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because when he dies, he gets a whole lot more damage into his kit. You got to utilize the passive, man.
Yeah, no.
It's like Cogmos that refuse to die. I think it's ridiculous. A Cathian surprise does a whole lot of damage.
Why would you buy GA on that guy?
It's so silly. I mean, I know, he's a late game hyper carry that does a whole lot of damage, but a Cathian surprise, guys. Whoa. Okay, WE going to ban away the Azir and the Kalista first up. Nautilus and Gragas actually going to be the answer here from Vici. Intelligent work. They don't want that Gragas to be first picked away. They understand how powerful it is. And Alistar banned away once again from Marta. Not looking for that for the first pick. And Sion is going to be banned here from Vici. So Nautilus and Sion and Gragas here. Vici really hitting WE where it hurts.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, those were the picks that you thought maybe if WE could get their hands on them, they would be able to have a more impressive early mid game, but they're all taken off the board. Aluka looking at Rise. He has to because Dandy played an incredible game of it.
Oh, yeah. And they have to lock it in. GA might be able to play that in the mid lane if Aluka doesn't want to take that towards the top side, of course. We have spoken about Aluka not necessarily being able to play on anything that isn't a super tank, but there's not many of those still available. The Maokai snuck through the pick and ban phase.
Aluka does have one game on Rise so far.
Yeah.
I believe. So we'll see whether he is able to get a successful game through there.
No, that's correct.
If you're a gambling man, you're going to say it wasn't a victory because they haven't won many, but...
Yeah, that's a good point. But it wasn't actually recently as World 6. Now, considering his other options, Rek'Sai is, of course, there as Spirit probably would be opting towards something like that, but it is going to be hovered by World 6. Now, Dandy, with a whole lot of options still left on the board, the Hecarim is there, most definitely. And we have seen Dandy definitely go off on that champion as World 6, still considering his options, but Sivir looks like to be the one that Endless is going to decide on.
And we complimented Vici on their map movement last game. Now with a Sivir in their back pocket, the ability to run around the map even quicker, reposition themselves. And Echo, potentially a mid laner, maybe in the jungle as well for World 6 coming through there. It's just got high mobility again. There's these champions that come into the meta just able to win the 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes and then take objectives off the back of them.
Yeah, and you're talking about a Vici lineup that's very good at moving around the map. And now they can be moving the WE lineup into parallel convergence. They can move them through the jungle with that on the hunt that can just corral people. And look, WE now considering picking away the bottom lane from Vici last game. Interesting decision, and a lot of people have just been thinking that this Vayne does counter the Sivir, and last game it definitely worked for Vici. We'll see whether WE can allow it to work in their hands.
Yeah, it definitely is a soft counter. Do not get me wrong. If Vayne is able to get the Blade of the Ruined King at even or ahead, which we saw last game, Endless was able to do, it just becomes this ability where Mystic was never able to farm his lane. There was just too much threat there. Then he had to group, and even worse, he was hitting a Scion that was just laughing at him the entirety of the game. So you can understand the frustration. So they're picking it away. They're going with the Janna as well for the support. Gives a little bit more safety. Not the best laning duo, but able to trade relatively well within the shield, especially if you go for some tumble points early in the game. We'll have to see whether Mystic and Conan are able to make it work.
Yeah, well, Vici now with the engage combo definitely in there as Dandy is going to lock away the Maokai there. So no more sort of super tank options here for Aluka in the top lane if he doesn't want to pick up that Rise. See whether... We sort of assume that it is going to be the Rise taken towards the top side of the map, but Vici now with a whole lot of engage potential and a whole lot of CC for their lineup as well.
Yeah, and the other thing is that if Dandy ever gets on top of Aluka, World 6 will be able to dive in and dish out a lot of early game damage. The passive that comes out of Echo, even when built full tank, is difficult to deal with. And the TF comp might be the response here. We mentioned the fact that they needed to fight a little bit more. They've got a skirmish-heavy jungler. They've got the global now coming out of Twisted Fate. That's not a global, really. It's like a quarter-y global.
Half global?
Yeah.
Half global.
Able to port places at least.
Hemispherical. Can we call it a hemispherical?
I don't think we can. But Dade made it work last series. We'll see whether GA can do it this time.
Yeah, and Hatong, of course, on the Cassiopeia as well, doesn't necessarily have like a whole lot of range there, so you can just use the wildcards, farm from a fair way away, neutralize that lane just a little bit, but it is going to be the Thresh locked in for Marta. He's got a skin based on it, so definitely able to play that champion there, as WE probably going to consider looking for a lane swap themselves, as they've found themselves in the opposite side of the coin.
I actually think they still want to go 2v2 here because Aluka cannot be starved of farm. They've already shown that they can't play without that extra member on the map, and we'll see whether this time... So much pressure on Spirit. We talk about it time and time again, but he needs to impact these lanes, especially this one on the screen right now.
Yeah, and him and GA as well. They can both do it together. The Destiny plus that Void Rush, able to move around the map very effectively with a teleport as well. They can get 3 people into a lane unbeknownst very, very quickly. We'll see whether they're going to be able to do that, as World 6 going to try and disrupt any of those efforts as best he can on the Echo. Definitely a high priority jungler, has seen a lot of bans just recently. GA, that man on your screen really needs to perform this game, and Mystic as well. If he can do his best Endless impression and get halfway there, he'd be pretty good.
Yeah, he certainly can. We've actually seen some pretty successful Vaynes tonight. Even in the loss, Woosh was playing his Vayne very well. Has burst back onto the team with these super tanks in the top lane, and this time pressure on Mystic because he and Conan did not have a good game last time around.
Oh no.
We're bullied out by Endless and Marta, and we really need a win right now.
We do, Spawn. We need a... No, we don't. WE most certainly do, though, because they're looking to try and continue what was momentum moving in their favor, but since their last game actually taking a loss there against King, very unfortunate. Still a bottom-rung team here, so WE looking to try and pick themselves up into playoff contention, and if they drop this one, give the 3 points over to Vici, it's even going to be harder. But let's stop waffling, let's get into the game.
Waffle on, Atlas. Waffle on.
Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the riff for our final game of the evening. WE taking on Vici. And Hetong already with a few of those poison stacks already. Embrace of the Serpent really stacking up so far. Cleanse has been offered. And stop giggling at me, Spawn, for goodness
sake. That's an outright laugh now. It's not even a giggle. As we see the deep wards coming through from Vici, and then the stack trying to see if they can get anything done early game. There is a ward there, so they have been spotted out. And deep wards returned on the side of Team WE.
Yep, so everyone just... the classic lane swap wards are going to be put down here as do have the bottom lane of Vici Gaming towards the top side of the map, looking for what could potentially be a scouted lane swap. Vision, though, available for WE.
And there is a way to get into that jungle. Not that way, although they still can get there. They're going for a late 5-man invade to see if they can catch all of the members out. This would be devastating if it works.
Yeah, 3 members still waiting in that brush as well.
Six
Might be caught out just a little bit. Timewinder is down, but
no.
Descends onto Aluka, forced to use that flash to get away. Howling Gale across 3 members. Heal's been popped already as WE very, very low. Ricochet just doing so much work at this stage of the game. WE thinking about turning this one around. No flash on Aluka. Not sure what he's trying to do here as they're trying to contest this blue buff. It's a 5v5 already. Another Death Sentence. Spirit blows his flash as well as Mystic's tumbling around this one. Conan going very aggressive, but World 6, he nails the blue buff. And Vici, they're not going to lose any members, but they steal away the buff. And again, it's just WE not having the same aggressiveness that Vici do.
Yeah, but Vici had some spammable spells coming out there. The AoE of Sivir was doing work. The AoE of Hetong on Cassiopeia doing work. And Aluka went with actually the E start, not the low cooldown on the Q or something like the W for lockdown potential. Just wasn't able to get it done in lane, but they do get the 2v2. And Spirit should be okay to jungle on Rek'Sai. What is happening tonight?
Now, I'm not entirely sure. It's been some interesting stuff, but so far, Vici with 100 gold in, lead, with World 6 going down incredibly low to this red buff, is just going to back away. I believe he managed to lock that one down. Death Sentence one more time. That's 3 for 3 for Martyr as Conan. He's going to flash out of the way. He's going to just barely hold on to his life. It is touch and go, though, in this lane.
Yeah, and Conan already burnt through all of his potions. Hetong going aggressive on Jie. Once again, Vici have turned it up this weekend, looking like a much improved team.
Yeah, Mystic now forced to farm underneath this turret as well as best he can, losing creep after creep. 6 to 13 now, as Endless takes a whole bunch of damage.
Took a turret shot and the Silver Bolt proc, so that is what they needed to get back in the game right now. And Vici, they were able to go toe-to-toe. Oh. He saw the pause.
He was like, where
did my minion go?
So cool.
Yeah, Vici, they were able to take a game off QG. That was when Dandy went absolutely massive against V up there in the top lane. And now manhandling Team Wii as GA can't even land the wild cards. He's like, I am done with this game.
Miasma going to land as well. Poison on top of it. So much damage.
Doesn't
get the gold card. Reginald here in the mid lane. Not quite able to make it happen.
Yeah, but Spirit is in for a gank.
Oh, it was baited. No.
Doesn't have flash available, so not able to get in there. Otherwise, it probably would have been a kill with red buff.
No, so far, WE still holding on to what was their issues in the last game. I guess now playing with a little bit more, I guess, gusto.
Yeah, definitely. They're at least trying to fight more often, as Dandy has a huge creep wave score advantage in the bottom lane. It is only 6, but at this point in the game, that's not good news for the Rise, who should be able to
pretty
bully.
low.
Yep, exactly. Thank you for the backup.
Yep, you're welcome, you're welcome.
And they're scared of Mata. Like, they don't
I
want
would
to fight
be too.
this
He's
guy
landed
at all.
every Death Sentence.
And he's playing his own skin.
Oh, misses that one. Yeah, that's the cool part.
Oh. I think Imp did it first. Was that who did it?
I believe so. Oh, wait. Did he play Twitch and didn't play his skin?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
I think that's what happened, and we got really mad about it. World 6, though, stunning up all of these minions. Spirit actually going for an invade here as World 6 quite low. Can't find the Prey Seeker, though.
Yeah, so mid lane was there on the side of Team WE and wasn't there for Vici, so World 6 just gets out of dodge. Actually going for the pink ward that he had earlier been thwarted but will pick up this time around. So Spirit breathes a sigh of frustration.
He's going to be able to get it though. So Krog's going to be counter jungled away here from Vici by Spirit as well, who's continuing to farm very well.
Conan trying to get the spell shield out of Endless right there. Endless like it's just a rank 1W, dude. I don't really care that much.
No, Boomerang going to come across as well as Endless takes some more poke from that tumbled auto attack.
So he is skilling up Tumble. I actually like this in this particular matchup because you have to trade within your windows as Vayne. So getting Tumble with that extra AD that comes through from Shield, you only have to put like 3 ranks into it, then you can max out your Silver Bolts as your Blade of the Ruined King starts coming through and you shred the tanks a bit quicker. But does give him a little bit more presence in lane than he necessarily would have.
Yeah, you can see already W actually turning this one around quite well. A couple of CS in the lead, able to at least move up, create a bit of a minion wave to force Vici away from trading blows with them. Yeah, he's calmed down in the mid lane just a little bit. He's able to at least use that stack deck, create some CS for himself as well. So he's evened that one out at the same time.
Yeah, farming up very well in the mid lane. So, you know, map has equalized. Only person really suffering right now is Aluka, who's going back and grabbed his tier. So at least he is scaling up into that late game and mid game where Ryze does so well. And Spirit has put the jungle back on farm. We want to see if he can gank a little bit more as, oh, a good trade coming through from Mystic.
Yeah, I like the use of Condemn there just to proc the Silver Bolts, make sure that trade was locked down. Another tumbled auto attack from Mystic, but they found themselves with an entire creep wave.
Yeah, and they've got the freeze here if they want to. You can see Conan actually stopping that one in its tracks. And they're asking for assistance in the top lane right now, Vici Gaming. The Vayne coming up trumps in this matchup.
Yeah, Echo now forced to move towards that top side, so we'll see whether Spirit's going to be able to make anything happen towards the bottom. Really help Aluka out moving forward in this one. 10 CS the lead for Dandy. So the Maokai doing some work. Nice playback onto Mystic. Eye of the Storm is on him. Nice use of Tumble to get out of the way of that one, though, as the double Howling Gale knockup comes in.
And 4 members strong. Actually invading the blue buff again is Vici Gaming. They've got level 7 Cassiopeia as well as that jungler in there, and they're going to be able to take it away again.
Yeah, so Spirit doesn't have the Void Rush. He did have a tunnel there, but it's going to be removed by Marta as we speak. So WE unable to get their blue.
And this is actually a pretty big deal because you see the Lucidity Boots Rush come through for Xie in the middle lane. He wants to be able to use his ultimate, and the extra cooldown reduction that blue gives you means that it's just off cooldown a little bit earlier. So frustrating Xie there in the mid lane, even though he's come back quite nicely in CS. But it's all about this top lane right now. AD carry, Mystic actually doing a great job of getting ahead. He's 10 CS clear now, going to be able to shove in this wave and get his first shot through as Conan steals another creep. Come on, man.
He's so cheeky.
Trying to compliment you.
Yeah. But Mystic, we know that he's more comfortable in these hyper carries, the likes of Jinx, the likes of the Vayne, and you know, you might think that, you know, based on her low range, you know, the likes of Sivir, things like that would work out, but it's where the power spikes come in that really suit Mystic.
Oh, 6. In trouble.
Yeah,
needs help.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take that one out. Phase dive is going to get him at least to be able to kill the red buff, but you can't have Marta's help every single time.
That's a second clear. First clear, you can have an excuse for it. As lane swap comes back through, Vici want to prioritize bottom side of the map for some dragon pressure. Aluka catches back up in CS, going to be able to head into that top lane, and with Bork nearly finished up here for Mystic versus Avarice Blade double longsword for Endless.
Yeah, Endless looks to be rushing a Ghost Blade based on that recipe. Of course, might just want it as many.
I think he's going to sit on Brutalizer. He's just going for as much AD as he can. So sit on the Brutalizer, then be able to scale up as Spirit able to grab a Rift Scuttler and get back over the wall. So right now, 700 gold advantage once again for WE. They've looked much better in this game.
Yeah, and GA as well going to be passively getting a little bit more gold with that passive as well. So Endless just partying a little bit here in the bottom lane as Mystic is going to answer this swap back. And we do have standard laning one more time.
And they believe with the TF ultimate, they can defend Dragon without the teleport coming through. So right now, teleport advantage for Vici Gaming, but Dandy really needs to make a play because Aluka closed that CS advantage because Dandy walked to the top lane and Aluka ported.
Yeah, but it's sort of a losing trade, isn't it? The fact that Aluka will be able to get some spare time if Dandy ever leaves the lane. And I guess, yeah, he'll be able to get down there and get some work done. But the fact that Twisted Fate will always out-rotate Hatong unless he can ult him out of his destiny, sort of a lose-lose situation here as Spirit is going to eat the first part of a Time Winder, but the full tank Echo not going to get too much work done. Some extra vision going to be laid down by Vici, but Spirit is going to be able to use the next round of that Raptor buff, and he's going to be more than happy to clear that out.
Yeah, so gets rid of it there as we see blue buff now going to be secured once again for Vici Gaming. So that is the one thing that is going in their favor, but they're just not able to turn it into any kind of sizable advantage. Now, Aluka actually bullying out his lane.
Yeah, XCS advantage his way now.
Yeah, able to stack up that wave nice and big, see if he can get a free back end for himself to pick up that Catalyst of the Protector.
And at the moment, he's just a full tier in the lead. I mean, he's behind one Doran's ring on top of that, but now just going to be able to spam out those spells, really start charging that one up. And only 11 minutes into the game, feeling pretty good on this Ryze, who's been able to deal with just regular laning throughout this whole game. Yeah, and that's why they were looking for it this time around, because as I said, they already proved that keeping Aluka in the game is much more important than any sort of advantage they're trying to get onto Mystic, who has proven that he can lane fantastically into the Sivir lane anyway, so overall, once again, Spirit's just getting frustrated with the Tong in World 6, I think. Well, they're playing definitely very far up here as Spirit's going to take down another Raptor camp. 42 CS to the 37, so Spirit farming this one out very well, but Vici's going to move towards this dragon.
Remember, teleport is available right now for Dandy, and it isn't available for Aluka. So this is probably going to be first dragon going over to Vici.
Yeah, so 500 gold. Oh, that was a pretty decent effort there by Spirit.
You see the ward in the wall?
That one down.
That's why he had a little bit more.
Oh my goodness, ward party here on the bottom side. Raptor buff once again used for double duty. That was 3 wards for 1 Raptor buff. That was beautiful. Love it. Luca just continuing to farm here on the top side of the map. 89 CS. Dandy's going to head back to base as well. Finish off his Catalyst most likely. Maybe grab some boots. Finish up some form of magic resist if he possibly can as well.
And now Dandy, he's able to teleport.
Rushing for it.
Dandy able to teleport back into the top lane if he wants to because he has the teleport advantage and Dragon just taken by his team. But we'll choose once again to morph there. Miss out on another creep wave and Aluka will go back and pick up, I think, maybe Catalyst and the Protector in his boots.
Well, as this has all been happening, Mystic has formed himself a 20 CS advantage here on the bottom side of the map. He's heading back. He's going to be able to finish off that Blade of the Ruined King. So now, having the teleport available on Dandy, a much more relevant thing. Because as soon as Mystic is going to go aggressive, he can try and teleport in there and try and get something done. Yeah, but Aluka's is already back up. Dandy missed his window. They were able to grab a Dragon off it, which is definitely a good thing because they need to have some form of a win condition behind them. But right now, 1,000 gold advantage just from better laning coming out of WE, and they've caught out Dandy. Yeah, Destiny going to be used here. The tree looking to go down for first blood if they can try and lock it. He's still pretty tanky. Fair bit of damage with that Maelstrom, but Hatong able to get the stun onto Aluka. Spirit going to be the focus though. He's going to fall down in response. Hatong is going to fall low, but Aluka gets a shield back. Timewinder from World 6's Conan. There's the Monsoon, and GA going to lock down Hatong in amongst all of this. Marta looking to try and bring in the cavalry here as Endless trying to lock down GA. Boomerang lands, wildcard to clear out some CS. Death Sentence goes wide. The GA not long for this world, and World 6 picks up his piece of the pie. Yeah, able to get in there and I guess trade at least evenly 2 for 2. Teleport comes through from Dandy to save the bottom turret as well, so they might be able to come out ahead in this trade, Vici, by some good map movement. Yeah, it depends whether Aluka can get back, maybe pick up something and use his teleport effectively, but Vici are going to be able to take down this top outer turret. And look, Vici just look like they know exactly what they want to do after all of these messy skirmishes. Yeah, they certainly do, but 2 kills over onto the mid lane are definitely a good thing for this Twisted Fate to start snowballing. You see, picking up some more cooldown reduction, wants 40%. Now GA's got his lead, needs to use it to impact the rest of the map. Yeah, Thane's on Holy Grail, only 900 gold away here for the Twisted Fate, so that's only a few more minions. What with that passive gonna power that one up just a little bit. Mystic actually doing very relevant damage to Dandy, who doesn't have any armor to speak of just yet. As far as the items are concerned. Dandy's actually... Yeah, Righteous Glory Rush is interesting. Yeah, I don't like Righteous Glory Rush, especially when you're against someone like Ryze, because Spectres just gives you so much lane ability, able to restore a lot of the harass that you take through there. I still think that Mercury Tread's a really important pickup against Ryze, because otherwise he changes CC so well. We saw it. Yeah, especially on this map. In the Looper... in the M3 series, where Looper was just able to blow up the Ninja Tabby jungler. Made it look severely unfair. Was not going anywhere for 4 rounds of spells. Yeah, MLXG did not have a fun time that particular stage. But only 600 gold the lead for WE at this point. 1 turret to 0. If WE managed to equalize that one, at least they'll have more considerable lead as WE now with the Rek'Sai joining them on the bottom side of the map. Might be able to answer it here as Aluka going to cause a little bit of CS to be lost, but Dandy going to make it there just in time.
16-minute Rod of Ages coming through good for Aluka though. That's very good timing, especially because he's still topping up on consumable and ward. Tier also ticking over, so this is honestly a much better position for WE to be able to take control of the mid game.
Yeah, and Jay not doing too badly since sort of the first few skirmishes went a little bit awry for him in that mid lane. He's just been able to sit back, farm up this one as Eye of the Storm onto Mystic, just going to allow him to freeze this one out if he wants to. Not sure whether it's the time for that though, as WE probably want to start taking some objectives.
Yeah, they are moving aggressively, and like with the Vayne Twist of Fate and the Rise, they're going to scale incredibly well. Not to mention the fact that Spirit will scale better than most junglers just because of the fact that he has a global in his kit, which means that he's relevant at all points of the game. Knockups also help in that regard. So you have to think that this is actually the game where WE would want a long laning phase. We talked about it last time that they went for the long laning phase and it played into Vinci's hands because they had the Scion, they had the Vayne. This time around, they've actually got a better scaling comp.
Yeah, the thing I really love about WE is the fact that they identified that they were getting out-rotated. They couldn't get to their objectives in order to save them in time, and now they've got sort of triple globals with the teleport as well as both of the ultimates from Twist of Fate and Rek'Sai. So able to get around the map and make sure that they can answer everything that Vinci's trying to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you in that regard, and we'll see whether they can turn it into any kind of objective lead, because we mentioned Vinci's still able to beat them around the map the last time around. They got a top turret and the 2-for-2 trade, so by bringing their AD carry and support up. Did cost them a little bit of a CS lead. You know, you can see the 30 sitting on Vayne right now, but we'll see whether the WE continue to fall behind in those trades.
And 5 CS to lead for Spirit as well. Cinderhulk and that Spirit Sightstone, already completed, going now towards what looks like an Aegis of the Legion, towards that Locket of the Iron Solari if he can. On the other side of the Rift, World 6 opting for a little bit more cooldown reduction, starting with the Kindle Gem as far as that's concerned, but pretty identical builds according to the junglers.
Yeah, CDR is just super important coming through for the Echo in the jungle, able to use more rotations of his spells, makes him highly mobile. As we see Aluka once again just continuing to farm up, and Dandy did recognize the fact that he was in kill range and has gone for the Merc Tread, so it will be harder for the Rise to lock him down.
Yeah, Dandy, thankfully listening to you, Spawn, he's going to be able to pick up those Mercury Treads, get him out of that rune prison as much as possible, as World 6 and Marta considering taking down this Rift Scuttler, but taking their time.
Yeah, Rift Scuttler not being prioritized actually. They're on the Dragon. Both teleports are available. Both junglers have a way to stop it. We'll see whether this is time for WE to fight.
Yeah, the teleport to come through from Dandy though, but he might be left on his own at half health here on the Maokai, but Spirit just gets exploded. The Conan just flashing forward with the Monsoon. They lock down a couple of kills already. Hatong, he's going to get flashed on by Aluka, who's just going mental in amongst this fight. Double kill already for the Rise. Barely misses the Q as he's looking for the next one. Nails the triple as World 6 now in a whole host of trouble. Mystic's going to come down here. They're looking for the dive onto the Echo if they can get it. Timewinder comes in. He's very low on mana. But WE, they're on the chase. There's the chrono break.
I was going to say, he nearly gave the Quadra over to Aluka. And Spirit got blown up, and then Conan just won them the team fight. The Flash Monsoon came through. I definitely want to see that one again, because he landed the Monsoon, served them endless on a silver platter, then got a 3-man tornado in the choke point, and was able to just continue to chase around. Fantastic team fighting out of this support player for WE.
Yeah, not to mention the Tailwind was doing work the whole time as well, because he was right where everyone was trying to go. It's not normally that you can chase your way into a team fight utilizing the passive of Janna, now that it's been changed just a little bit. So Mystic is going to have a few friends join him here on the bottom side of the map, but Vinci now getting a bit of their own medicine this game around.
Yeah, and let's take another look at this. You see that Spirit, he gets blown up, has no impact in the fight whatsoever, but then Conan just delivers them endless on a silver platter, and watch this tornado come through. It was only a 2-man knockup, but able to take out Hatong. World 6 after that was in a load of trouble, and GA gives the kill over onto his top lane. You see, holds the auto attack there, was never in danger. All of a sudden, Luca 3-0 on 4, having a very strong performance on this Rise, and Dandy knows better than anyone what Snowball Rise does in a game of League of Legends. They're trying to invade still, but you think that those days might be over.
Yeah, 3 hits still on this pink water, so Luca just makes his way around. They do smite it away. World 6 is going to lock down that one, but not going to worry about it too much as Rise already has that tier stacking up. He's got himself some Merc Treads as well on top of that Rod of Ages that now is on about 4 stacks, 20 minutes into this one. So keep an eye on that one. 25 minutes is about where it's going to be fully stacked up.
And you know, they just didn't look like they really minded about it because they had 40% CDR on their mid laner already.
Oh, Mata trying to predict the tunnel.
Rise doesn't really get impacted by CDR, so they just give up the objective. Not worth the fight, especially now that they've built themselves this huge lead.
Yeah. Seraph's Embrace is now done for Tom.
And this is a completely different team this time around. We were criticizing WE for not taking fights. This time it's Conan aggressively flashing in on Ajana to make sure that they secured that team fight. 1 Dragon all now for WE, and we'll have to see whether the aggression continues.
Yeah, both times around, it's been sort of the Janna Vayne comp that's been working out for these sides. And despite the fact that the standard lanes did come out, Mystic and Conan definitely making the best of it.
50 CS is the advantage right now.
Ridiculous.
He's got a Phantom Dancer and Blade of the Ruined King. The luxury build. He hasn't been forced into something like the Duelist build with the Youmuu's Ghostblade. Doesn't even have the Static Shiv. Has gone all out on that attack speed and critical strike. And right now, in a 1v1 situation, probably only Hatong, if he's got Cleanse available, will be able to take it to Mystic.
Yeah, and even then, he's going to have to land every single one of those skill shots, and can be difficult on a slippery Vayne. As Endless just going to clear out this bottom wave, try and catch his way back up as best he can, but it's not looking like it's going to happen anytime soon. Spirit now warding things out on the top side of the map, and things looking very different for WE moving into this game. 22 minutes in, 4,000 gold is the lead at the moment for WE, looking to try and split this one with Vici if they can. And it's not necessarily the fact that this is going to be a split, it's a real morale boost for WE because that first game would have felt awful.
Yeah, it certainly would have. And you know, once again, this time it is WE that makes a proactive move into the top lane. They grab the turret and teleport is available for GA. Maybe he can get in there with his ultimate to see if they can get a fight going.
Yeah, Wildcard's poking in through the backside here as the knock-up onto World 6 comes through. He's going to be able to take that Dark Passage to safety as Vici now with 5 members strong in the mid lane. Death Sentence not going to find its mark. Mata with some fantastic ones earlier this game, but since then it's dropped off just a little bit on the accuracy. Cute little sapling soccer ball just hanging out there in the mid lane for a moment, but WE now put the pressure on, and Vici have to answer.
Yeah, very hard to push into this Cassiopeia at this point in the game, though. Has got the Saris and Void Star finished up, so clearing out the minion waves, and you see that they go back to their split push now. Xie in the bottom lane, Mystic in the top lane, or maybe the team fight's going to come through. They've brought out Mata.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been popped here, though, as Conan, he's going to have to flash away World 6. They're looking for a Luca who's ran around, but look at the petrifying gaze onto the Rise. He's still trying to run away, but it is going to be the Vayne locking up the kill. Endless tries to find a Luca, does get it with the tip of the boomerang, but On the Hunt not going to be nearly enough, even if it's not even there, as Mystic just launches his way through the fight and locks down the kill. GA getting credit for it. WE, they might move towards a Baron.
And once again, it's the aggressive play. GA flashing over the wall in the middle of 3 people. Spirit diving in, getting the 2-man knock-up. And Mystic just way too far ahead means that WE clean up 4 members, grab themselves a 24-minute Baron. And this is Vici Gaming all over again.
Yeah.
Terrific first game, falling apart in the second. Probably the most fitting storyline coming through. Which WE's going to show up, which Vici Gaming's going to show up.
I guess the answer's
so
both,
confusing.
Yeah. A little bit ridiculous, and that was sort of the decisive shot calling again by WE. They wasted no time going towards that Baron. Easy as you like. Lock it down with the fact that they have a Vayne with a Blade of the Ruined King, and of course Silver Bolts there and a whole bunch of attack speed. Now has gone back, Pickaxe and that QSS to get him out of any death sentences, anything interesting to find him there. Probably most likely a Twisted Advance from Dandy, who's pretty difficult to peel away. So Mystic going to be even safer in these fights.
Yeah, certainly is. You know, the fact that there's no armor yet built up means that he doesn't even have to rush into a Last Whisper if he doesn't want to. Probably will, because it's very gold efficient on Vayne. But if he grabs something like an Infinity Edge next item, he's going to be doing a heck of a lot of damage, because right now, Twisted Fate and Rise are the real AoE threats, and they need to be aware of them. Another Destiny.
Yeah, GA looking for Mata here. Doesn't have the flash. Gold card's going to land. Descent's going to find someone, but this Thresh is getting blown up. Vengeful Maelstrom trying to do some work for Dandy, but it's not going to do anything to the true damage from Mystic right now. World 6 trying to be a nuisance, but he's just going to get locked down, and WE just running over all these team fights. You mentioned Hatong might be able to solo out Mystic. just discovering that that is just flat out not true.
Yeah, now that the QSS is being built up, definitely not the case. Of course, I said that about 5 minutes ago. Surrender vote comes through.
Whoa, 25 minutes and Vici Gaming just throw in the towel.
Oh, why not? They were 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, well, look, still, they weren't even taking any of their base turrets.
And it is WE that gets the game back, guys, after a rather disappointing game one. This time, Aluka up top on the rise. Last team fight, flashed in aggressively. Once again, it was like they were like, that is not how WE plays League of Legends. We're not happy to do that. We're leaving everything on the Rift this time around. You saw it in the level 1. Really scrappy fight. They came out behind in it. Then you saw it, how they played the rest of the game. Just any time there was an opening, they wanted to fight Vici, and they just came out in front every time.
Yeah, and look, they just created a small lead for themselves at the beginning and really made things work. I want to point out the fact that the bottom lane looking a whole lot better with the late scaling AD carry, but Aluka there on the rise, definitely looking a whole lot better on something that isn't Nautilus or Sion.
Yeah, it certainly is able to get in there, you know. Turns out you just play the most broken champion we've released onto a live patch, and you're able to come up trumps. Like, I don't know what to say, man.
Right? Yeah. Okay, that's a very good point. But still, WE do manage to come out ahead, and picking up the rise, definitely a good thing there, but they played the rest of the map very well at the same time. Spirit moving around the map very well on the Rek'Sai as well, counter-jungling things, picking up any advantage that they can possibly find. And he definitely farmed well, but he was much more of an impact outside of the jungle.
And that's what I want to point out. We went through the early stages of Spirit where he was playing things like Jungle Riven, just trying to be that solo carry for his team. Felt a lot of pressure. Then went ahead to gank his lanes. He's got a great assassin player in the mid lane, a solid AD carry, and then, of course, Aluka up there in the top lane, who I'm not even going to throw a word at. So he's proven that if he is more the facilitator for these guys, get them rolling, they can carry through, and this game showed exactly that.
Most certainly did. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what this means for the standings of the LPL. Edward Gaming still holding that top position by a point. 1 point behind them is going to be Xiaogu there, and Invictus Gaming pull up with a massive sort of 3-person third place.
Yeah, and Masters 3 joins them in there as well as Snake, OMG, Vici, and LGD. Finally round off the teams that are currently in playoff contention, and LGD would be breathing a very heavy sigh of relief because they had an absolute nightmare first half of the split.
Oh, they most certainly
managing to get their way back in.
Yeah, Royal Never Give Up sort of pulling up the rear end of the standings now as unlimited potential there. King and WE tied for last place. Both of these teams actually looking relatively strong. Of course, King splitting with EDG just moments before, but WE, after that split against Vici, still only clawing onto like a tied last place.
Yeah, and it's a 6 in the middle lane, you know. Consistency is so king right now in the LPL. You need to be able to get the 3 points in a couple of your victories. That extends your lead a little bit. Both teams not able to do that, only once each. And you have to say that if either of them are going to make a late push, they need to start stringing 2 zeros together.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the beauty of these sort of best of 2 situations, is the fact that the 2 zeros are what mean everything. You can tie it off, but sort of that second game just doesn't really feel like much at all because you need to be getting those extra couple of points for your team in order to move anywhere up the standings.
Talk to M3 about it. They jumped 5 places today, or 3 places, I think, just because they were able to get the 2-0 in there.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for this week's LPL. Make sure you tune in next week. But on behalf of myself, Spawn, Frosker, and Sada, of course, as well, and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
I will hold